Defiant, an Alaskan Apocalypse. Written by Craig Martell. Narrated by Chris Abernathy. The lull. Seek not to exacerbate an explosive situation. We were at Ivory Jacks, a restaurant and bar situated on Goldstream on the outskirts of the city. The parking lot was huge because the restaurant was in an open area. Everyone out this way had plenty of space. Parking was free throughout Fairbanks, but Jhac made a game of saying that there was free parking. It made the place memorable, along with a great menu of pub food and more in a bar with eclectic Alaskan decor. TVs played all the sports balls. However, we wouldn't be going inside. Maybe we'd throw some money at them on another day. They weren't that far from us. Nothing was. Fairbanks was spread out, but nowhere in or around town was more than 20 minutes away. At exactly 2:45 in the afternoon, a newer truck pulled into the lot. I got out so Farmer could see it was me. He parked and joined me outside. "No wire today. They're satisfied you're no threat." "Good afternoon, Tom." "What a world we've become, huh? I'm Lieutenant Colonel Cory Beringer, USMC retired. I don't like what I'm seeing. The question is, what is going to be done about it?" "That is the question, isn't it? How did FPD get a bunch of thugs as officers? These guys are bad. You're telling me they cut our pay by 25%. Most people quit and moved away. A couple of us stayed on because we're legacies. Dad was FPD and his dad before him. After the purge, we'll call it, they hired this group of outsiders. Then they jacked the pay back up. I'm making more now, but this isn't the FPD that I joined. My dad has to be rolling in his grave. They've gutted the force. The few of us who consider ourselves professionals are grossly outnumbered by the dude crew." "What's their endgame?" I wondered. He shrugged one shoulder. "Power?" He looked like he wanted to go. "Can you take my number?" He shook his head. "They check our phones. You think you lost some freedoms, but that's trivial. We've lost all of ours. We're little more than slave labor to harass the population." "Why do you stay?" He answered my question with a question. "Why are you resisting?" "Because I can't abide what they're doing. This isn't the country I served." I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth through the frustration of losing my hometown to outsiders. They took food from the homeless kitchen to give away on their food distribution program. They took it from all 4 of the grocery stores. They're gutting the borough. They're going to destroy the city, but they'd rather rule in hell than serve in heaven, I suspect. They're not serving anyone except the president and his gang. It goes that high? I think so. But what do I know? No one tells me anything, not anymore. Keep your head down, Tom. You can send a note to me at a private email I don't have linked to my phone. I check it on Sundays when I visit my old mother. He gave me the simple email address. I didn't write it down. I couldn't risk him getting compromised. We're going to fight them before they have too much power. I don't want a civil war, but I'm not sure they're leaving us any choice. Me and the old school cops are with you. The dude crew belongs in jail. I'd be happy to lock them up and forget about them." He waved and returned to his truck. Laura and I watched him go. "That was enlightening," Laura observed. "It's as bad as I thought." It was. We were falling behind. They had been putting their people in place for years. When they stepped into the light, they held almost all the cards. We still had a hand to play. It wasn't time to roll over, but that time was coming. The food distribution sites opened in former restaurants and other shops that had been closed. 8 different sites throughout the city. We went to the one farthest from our home to check it out. Even though we didn't want anything, they pushed a bag of random groceries into each of our hands. "We're all hungry. Eat and rejoice," one of the workers exclaimed. He sounded downright evangelical. We went midway through the time for distribution, 3 in the afternoon when they were open from noon to 6. They proclaimed they'd be open to distribute to the hungry 6 days a week. The rush died down quickly. Judging by the vehicles in the lot, anyone and everyone was stopping by. I figured they were like us, curious, but not yet with empty cupboards. Everyone left with food. Buying our votes, I thought. We stopped by a second distribution point a couple days later, but didn't go in. They didn't need to see us or give us anything. Everyone who came out wasn't empty-handed. They appeared to have sufficient supplies to keep distributing foodstuffs. It was a complete mishmash of what people were getting. A little bit of produce, canned goods, bottled goods, frozen meats, and more. We didn't make waves. At the 1 week point, we were pleased to see that the authorities did not return to the homeless kitchen. We stopped by a different grocery store nearly every day to see the extent of the raids, but the takings from the stores weren't to excess. Produce returned to the shelves. We bought a cabbage because we could, and Laura was a good cook. I liked cabbage. Laura wanted to believe that we'd imagined the worst of it. The news was over the moon at the success. National news organizations came to town to report on the success. Fair News and CNP couldn't add enough superlatives to what the mayor and the assembly touted as a model for the entire nation to follow. And then it got worse. The president was on his way. We're losing the war, and we haven't fired a shot, I told Laura in the privacy of our home. There wasn't a single word against the authorities in any tabloid or news program. They were on cloud 9. That didn't bode well for us. Questioning them was taboo. So we didn't. We went along with it. 3 weeks into the great food distribution program of the Fairbanks North Star Borough, 2 men showed up at the homeless kitchen and asked for excess. Donations had dropped, while food in the grocery stores had increased in price. I was up to $500 a week to help Dorothy cover costs in addition to other donations coming in. Those hadn't declined and made it possible to stay open 7 days a week. Dorothy handed the men off to me. They stressed her in a way that wasn't healthy. She worked hard for the homeless of the city. She didn't work hard to provide fodder for the assembly. "We're going to have to take a look," one of the men said with a shrug. These 2 were different from the previous time, but they knew their way around. They went straight to the walk-in freezer. One went in. He told the other to get a cart. "Let me point out what might be excess." "No need," the man inside the freezer said. The second brought the cart we used to move hot food to the line. They filled it with our bulk meat, leaving us without enough to make it through tomorrow. The homeless were going to be vegetarians the rest of the week until Dorothy could get to Costco or a local butcher, where the meat was more expensive and still might not be enough to fill our needs. Costco put restrictions on the quantity of meat purchases. It was limited to 10 pounds per shopper. They rolled the cart out and stopped before they left the kitchen. "Potatoes!" the second man cheered. He took 2 50-pound bags from a shelf and tossed them on the cart, which suffered under the weight the men had put on it. "You need a better cart for next time," the first man stated with an implied threat and a warning that they would be back. We couldn't stockpile. We risked losing everything. We had to stockpile because we never knew when the stores could be barren and keep us from resupplying. It was a dichotomy that wouldn't be resolved except at the cost of the homeless we were trying to feed. My fears were coming true. The system would break down under pressure like this. We were a nonprofit. The for-profit businesses were probably losing significant amounts of money. I wanted to talk with the managers, see what they were seeing, rally support from those who were impacted at the greatest levels. We needed to go to Prodigos and check in on the old man. On a break, Dorothy joined us for a meeting of the minds, a confab. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate your donations. I should give you a receipt." Dorothy was insistent. "Absolutely not. The resistance doesn't deal in receipts because no one needs to know what we're doing. We won't let them track us. Say I donate blood. The questions can get uncomfortable. Where'd you get this blood, for example?" "Is that money stolen, Cory?" Dorothy asked. "It is not," I replied. When we made it to the truck, I clarified for Laura's sake. The money is not stolen, but it's also not necessarily accounted for or had taxes paid on it. But since it was the old man's cash, I can't ask him where he got it. I didn't quite declare it for the probate accounting either. There, you know all my dirty secrets. I doubt that. If that's the worst you have, you're okay. I won't kick you out of my bed. Whose bed? We both had a good laugh. We tried to find the humor in our lives whenever we could. The dark cloud hanging over me didn't match the bright sunshine and rainbows that the media put on display with their propaganda campaigns. They kept me questioning myself. But then something would happen, like two tough guys cleaning out the freezer of a nonprofit, leaving very little for the homeless. The authorities of an upstanding administration wouldn't take from the homeless. Every element of communication with the public was choreographed. It was pure propaganda with some gaslighting thrown in. How could we be the only ones who were seeing it? We weren't, but no one was bold enough to go up against the political steamroller that dominated the city. Maybe someone had, but they were silenced so quickly that their rebellion never saw the light of day. We had things to do lest we, too, get mired in submission. Any progress with the NCO wives? They're starting to complain about the increasing costs. The good news is the local authorities have not pillaged the commissary on base. We can get groceries there if we need to. That's not available to everyone, though. It was hard to rationalize taking care of ourselves while letting others suffer. Then again, the others could get supplies from the food distribution centers, which was something I wouldn't do. After the first trip, we stayed out of there. We had no intention of taking what I considered to be stolen property. I also deplored giving them my name first time in. They didn't need my name for anything. Be the resistance. Don't tell them who you are. Prodigos was permanently closed. I never got the chance to talk with the old man again. He was an example for others that it wasn't good to get on the mayor's bad side. Compliance was paramount. They'd destroy anyone who didn't fall in line. I guessed that they took all his food and left him with nothing. Couldn't open a restaurant if you couldn't feed the customers. It was their perception of dissent, and it was immediately stifled. Old man Prodigo never had a chance. I felt like I had failed him. Deep down, I knew that wasn't the case, but under the surface, it simmered. I couldn't shake the feeling. The citizenry was growing dependent upon the food distribution centers. The dominoes were falling, and the people would soon be powerless to help themselves. The administration's endgame couldn't be the complete destruction of the city. That made no logical sense. Maybe it was, but they didn't think the city was going to self-destruct. Were they deluded into thinking that they were saving the people? Did they not see what was happening? Dependence created more dependence. That's why it was illegal to feed wild animals in Alaska. They'd grow dependent. Power for power's sake was a fallacy. The ego of the powerful refused to be satisfied until all answered to the master. We were living in Dante's Inferno. Laura and I drew down our supply of game in the freezer, but plenty of moose meat remained. We always had something good to eat, with a minor addition of anything Laura might find in the cupboards or the freezer below the refrigerator. Our lives were good. We lived as a couple, regardless of what anyone else thought. It was none of their business. We were happy. That's all that mattered inside the walls of the house that Mom and Dad left to me. We spent no time apart, and we were good with that. I'd already had enough alone time in my life. I could repeat myself to Laura, saying the same thing over and over. She'd listen attentively, help me to see other sides of the same argument. And yet, the walls were closing in. I was having a hard time seeing a way out, and we couldn't escape. We couldn't get to the cabin right now. It was the in-between time. We had to stay. We had to survive, no matter how helpless I felt. The President. The President's visit was announced after the advance party arrived and secured the facility where he'd speak and the places he would go. J. Wesley Willoughby was going to be safe during his visit. He'd be safe from me. Assassinating a politician you didn't like would get you one that was even worse, in addition to the ethics of murdering the commander-in-chief. I was still a commissioned officer. He had to be discredited and deposed in an orderly manner. That might be as simple as defanging him for the rest of his term if the Supreme Court declared the power grabs around the country to be illegal and they were able to enforce their ruling. Enforcement was the biggest issue. Without that, no law could stand. It was the executive branch's responsibility to enforce the law. If they didn't, Congress could act by removing funding, blocking future executive actions until prior obligations were met. Would the Supreme Court support the Bill of Rights? I had no reason to believe they wouldn't. Someone had to file suit and request relief, didn't they? It was depressing because it couldn't be real that no one had requested legal relief. I used my computer with the VPN and bounced around to look for any news about lawsuits against the local or federal government. I checked the Supreme Court's docket. Nothing showed that was a large-scale constitutional challenge, like a state's attorney general filing suit against a local jurisdiction's gun grab or First or Fourth Amendment violations. Media's refusal to show bad news or question the government could have been a personal choice, and in that case, it wasn't a violation. KTVS Special Report. The power of an independent media cannot be overstated. Without our keen-eyed investigations and probing questions, the government would run rampant, trample our civil rights. We're here for you, good people of Fairbanks. You can trust that we're keeping the government honest. The First Amendment started off with, Congress shall make no law respecting. If it wasn't a law or influenced by the government, then it wasn't a First Amendment violation. But why would the media go along with that? Was it funding? Tax breaks? Even government influence was questionable and deserving of a trip to court for clarification. I wanted the government to protect me, but I needed protection from them. My chest tightened, and I found it hard to breathe. I clutched at the throbbing pain. I opened my eyes to find Laura's alarmed face 6 inches from mine as she held my head in her hands. The pain lessened. I'm fine. You are not. You're going to the hospital. I stood, despite Laura trying to stop me. I think it was a panic attack. The news, the government. It's becoming too much. The behemoth that I was worried about is looming over us. It may be too late to do anything about it. It's crushing my soul, I blurted in a rapid torrent. It's not too late. It's top-heavy. It's going to fall. Someone needs to be there to pick up the pieces and put things right. That someone is you. Get your coat. I don't want to get my coat. Laura rolled her eyes and pulled my coat from the hook by the door. I put it on, but grumbled the whole time. She ignored me. She took my keys and held the door for me. I held out my hand for the keys, but she didn't give them to me. You're going to drive my truck? I thought she might have been a little short for it, but she could move the seat up. It would annoy the hell out of me to have to move the seat back next time I climbed in. I gestured once more for the keys. You think I'm going to ride with someone who might be having a heart attack? You're nuts. Get in, I'll drive. As if reading my mind, she added, I'll move the seat back when we get home. I chuckled and nodded. As an old guy, having a younger woman around to take me to the hospital when I wouldn't go myself would prolong my life. It could have been a heart attack. I didn't know. I held up my hands in surrender. You're driving. I'll get in and play nice. Laura drove us to the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, where the emergency room was mostly empty. I was thankful for that, because the last thing I wanted was to sit around with a bunch of sick people. Complaining of chest pain got me priority service. It wasn't a ploy, even though my chest felt fine despite the occasional flip-flop within. The docs would be able to tell me what that was all about. If they ask, you're my wife, I whispered in Laura's ear. They took me in the back. Can my wife come with me? We'll get her after some initial tests, the nurse told me. They hooked me up to the standard diagnostics to find that my blood pressure was 200/140. Has there been any unusual stress in your life lately?" I didn't need to mention the bulk of it. There was one event that preceded the rest, even though it wasn't the catalyst. My father recently passed away. We were close. "We need to bring down your blood pressure. No wonder you feel like your chest is going to explode. We'll get an EKG, and then the duty physician will take a look." I can ask for nothing better. I changed into a gown so they could shave patches of hair off my chest, where they affixed the leads for the EKG to check my heart. I wasn't sure what they looked for, but it only took about 2 seconds once they fired up the recorder. Then they removed the patches. "We'll get your wife," the nurse said. I pulled my gown up and laid down on the bed. There was a warm blanket for my use. I welcomed it. I felt colder than I should have. Is this the big one? I wondered. The old man didn't have to deal with the changes in our existence. I wasn't about to abandon Laura to the less than tender ministrations of the current political landscape. It created too much friction within my mind. I hadn't changed my will to leave her the house. She'd be out on the street without a legal relationship. The things that ran through my mind were nothing but a long list of failures. Being gone when the old man passed, not taking care of Laura after all she'd done for me these past 2 months. The nurse checked in after 30 minutes of Laura holding my hand and looking concerned. I tried to relax, but it was hard. I was in the emergency room. It was impossible not to think the worst. The nurse plugged me into an IV. She said I was a little dehydrated. It was Alaska in the winter. Everyone was dehydrated from the dry air inside their heated homes. I guaranteed that I was vitamin D deficient, too, even though I took a supplement. There was little sun in the winter, and it fought its way through the atmosphere by way of the southern horizon. Life was different at 65 degrees north. During the winter months, the sun would rise in the south and set in the south, never getting too high above the horizon. It was higher in March, but it still didn't send enough enriching UV rays to fill our need for vitamin D. They took blood at the same time to check for enzymes that appeared after a heart attack. It was another half hour before the doctor arrived. "Birth date, please?" he asked. Verification that I was who they expected. I confirmed it. He flipped through paperwork on a clipboard. "Good news. You didn't have a heart attack. If your blood pressure stays where it is, though, you'll have a heart attack or a stroke. Neither is good. I'm going to prescribe medication to bring that pressure down. You're physically fit, which is great for a man your age. Your cholesterol looks good. Your EKG showed signs of PVCs. That's preventricular contractions. They aren't anything to worry about, but you will feel them. Congratulations, you've reached old age." I stared at him. I didn't have any questions because I was happy to not be dead. "Thanks, Doc. I knew I shouldn't have come in." I glanced at Laura, and she made a face at me. "You were wrong about that. You needed to come in," he stated without hesitation. "Your fine lady can bring you down to earth. You need to get that blood pressure under control or things will get worse, and then you'll die, but you'll be in a lot of pain and suffer the whole time. Is that what you want? Listen to your wife. She's the smart one. Here's your prescription. Get your medication and take it. 1 pill a day. And see your regular physician to get longer-term care for your heart. Your provider is the VA. They take good care of me. The clinic here is second to none." "It is. You have good people over there. Go see them." He handed my prescription to Laura, nodded knowingly to her, and left. The nurse returned to check on the IV. I had half a bag remaining. "We'll turn you loose when you've finished your drink." "Thank you," I told her. She left us alone. Laura studied the prescription. "I can get this for you while you're waiting here." "I think you might not without a power of attorney. We'll take care of that tomorrow. Healthcare decisions if I can't make my own." She sighed and nodded. "There are drawbacks to not being married," she replied. "You can't have 2 husbands at the same time. but we're already criminals, so what the hell? She kissed me on the forehead. You need to relax. Sit back and close your eyes. You know very well that telling me to relax isn't going to do it. I'll be better at home. When we're at Walgreens, we'll get a blood pressure cuff that we can use. High blood pressure runs in the family. Now you know, I like being home. She grunted her disagreement. This happened at home. If I had known then that the choice was there or here, then I could have relaxed more. Better living through biochemistry. Get your meds, take your meds. Be a proper old guy. I wanted to argue, but modern society was made up of treatments. Lots of treatments. Few cures. The nurse returned to remove the IV and put a small bandage on my arm. Get changed, and I'll walk you out. A question, if you would be so kind. Have you seen an uptick in seeing people over the last month? She shook her head. It's been business as usual. Why do you ask? Curiosity. We volunteer at the homeless kitchen, and there's been a change in the visitors that come each day. I couldn't put my finger on exactly the change. Fewer normal people and more distraught people. It wasn't clear what the change was. I dressed, and they put me in a wheelchair that Laura pushed. It was hospital policy. Couldn't have someone keel over after treatment and get injured. If you were going to fall, you'd do it outside where everyone fell because it was icy, but you'd be beyond their immediate responsibility. Laura drove because I was still incapacitated in her mind, but arguing wouldn't accomplish anything. She was probably right. I'd take my meds, watch my blood pressure, and get back to doing my thing. The next day, despite Laura's objections, we reported to the homeless kitchen for our shift. A pile of grocery bags was on the counter. At my look of confusion, Dorothy enlightened us. The homeless can't cook, but you know what they can do? They can go to the food distribution centers and load up on items that we can use. You're a genius, Doe. We'll get these added into our stock. How often can they stop by? I'm told it's once a week. Our regulars will do that for us. They're helping us to help them. I'm happy to see that there are good people in this world, even those who are down on their luck and those who may never rise out of the gutter. We turned our attention to the new supplies. It was a mishmash that guaranteed variety hour for the chef. Not everyone would get everything, and the meals would have to be cooked in smaller portions. Laura was up for the challenge. It gave us a little boost on the day. I was hyper-aware of my heartbeat, thanks to yesterday's trip to the ER. But today, life was better. Medication and good news. It did a body good. Are we going to the rally? Laura asked. I wasn't enamored of seeing a politician, but we couldn't collect the best intelligence if we weren't there. I think we have to. Wave the flag, be party members for a brief period of time. I didn't think there was any choice. The door to the front swung open, and Dorothy was ushered in by the two men who had cleaned out our supplies the previous day. Are you directing the homeless to get food from the distro centers and bring it here? One of the men demanded. No, I replied. It was the truth. I didn't need to expound. We'll take it back. He motioned for us to give it to him. The empty bags were in the trash, and the food had already been put away. Party members. Wave the flag. I could feel my pulse pound. I crossed my arms and stood there. What I hear you saying is that anyone can come for free food, but they have to use it as you see fit. You understand that the homeless don't have a way to cook, and you aren't giving out prepared meals. I gestured toward the stove. We are. No can do. Give it back. Laura put her spatula on the stove and turned the burner down. I'll get it, she told him. You should be more like your woman. He held my gaze. I was confident I could take them both. They were punks, bullies, nothing more. They'd never been in a fight for their lives with someone who would stop at nothing to kill them. Now wasn't the time. Have it your way. I turned back to the pans and the deep sink. I couldn't look at them. Laura was quick, doing her best to recover what she hadn't already used. They took the bags and left. She came over to me. "Nothing we can do about them." "Not now, but when the time comes, I'm going to kill those two, and there will be nothing they can do to stop me. 2 days until the president comes. We'll go to his rally, we'll cheer for the lies and hollow platitudes, and then we'll see the back of him so we can return to the normal grind." "Exactly." Laura smiled at me in resignation to what was coming. "Teach me how to shoot." KXDF reports. The borough's food distribution program is the best in the nation, CNP claims. Assemblywoman Reese responded with a face-splitting grin. "We've worked hard to see this day. Not a hungry soul anywhere in the city. That is something worth celebrating. It's a new day in Fairbanks." Bread and circuses. The president was scheduled to arrive in the daytime. We decided to work our shift and then go to the rally from the kitchen. I didn't carry anything besides a stripped-down wallet and my truck key. Laura only carried her driver's license. She hadn't changed the address from her old house, which we never bothered to learn its fate. We hadn't gotten an apartment for her either. We weren't setting ourselves up like I had wanted. All our eggs were in one basket, but the authorities seemed to have eyes everywhere. They couldn't devote the time to harassing me. The only way to stay out of sight was to do nothing, make no waves. Dorothy was crushed. Yesterday was the first day that we ran out of food and couldn't feed people. Laura and I ran out to the store and picked up whatever we could find. There wasn't rationing, but anyone accused of hoarding stuff would suffer the wrath of their fellows. We had enough to feed 10 or 20 people, and that was it. When we returned, Dorothy had already put a sign in the window. Closed. No food. It hurts me to see that. I stared at the sign before going inside. Dorothy had made coffee for everyone. We still had something, but that provided no nutrition. There wasn't even broth, but we found broth mix at the store and bought half of what they had. It was small and didn't stand out in a grocery bag. "At least we didn't disappoint too many," I said in a weak attempt to raise Dorothy's spirits. "We ran out of food when only half of our usual number showed up," she lamented. A rough-looking man from nearby interrupted. "They're picking up our types and hauling them away." "When was this?" Dorothy asked. "Last night. Again this morning. Most of us hid. We seen 'em coming." Dorothy turned to me. I shook my head. "Cleaning up the streets so the president doesn't see something that goes against what they're telling him. They'll release everyone as soon as he's gone," I suggested. Laura went into the kitchen to prepare what we had, as well as get a pot of broth started. Dorothy was happy to remove the sign, but she kept it close by if we ran out once more. Thank goodness it was only half the normal numbers. Not too many missed out. Dorothy smirked. She wasn't convinced of anything good. "Thank the Lord for you and Laura. But just because they didn't get here today doesn't mean they didn't miss out. They're on the streets, laying low, but they're just as hungry." I thank him for Laura, too. She was a godsend. Exactly what I needed when I needed her most. "She seems happy with the arrangement, too. Go on and give her a hand." Dorothy shooed me away. Laura was fine cooking. She didn't need a hand, so I took the opportunity to scrub the shelves where there should have been food items. The freezer, the pantry. It would be ready when we were stocked. I went out front. "Are you going to make a food run this afternoon?" "No choice," Dorothy replied. She looked at the $40 cash she had on hand. I'd already donated $500 that week, but the need was there. I checked my wallet and found that I only had $60. I went back into the kitchen. "I need some money for dough. Can you pull me a couple hundreds?" "They're in my purse." "I don't go in your purse." "I'm telling you, go in my purse. I'm not hiding a spare man in there. What are you afraid of? Like, I might have a tampon or something?" "No." I bristled as best I could, but I realized there was no reason to be so uptight. It wasn't about allowing people their secrets. We all had those. It was trust. She trusted that I wouldn't dig around. I had no intention of doing that, although I trusted there was nothing to find. Her wallet was on top. She had the entire stash that I had given her, all $5,000. You haven't spent a penny. Why would I? What would I buy? She replied over her shoulder while putting the finishing touches on a meal that I couldn't see. I don't know. I didn't. I wasn't just answering to answer. Thanks, my beautiful better half. Dorothy waited in the doorway. I still held Laura's wallet. I pulled out the whole stack and put one bill back in. I handed the rest to Dorothy. Are you sure? Like I said, I'm happy with the arrangement. Don't get caught with too much cash. The bad people will help themselves to their fair share. I made air quotes with my fingers. Not my first rodeo, she said. I'll get the most from this. Thank you again, Cory and Laura. I didn't have anything else to say. I'd pull more cash from under the floor. It was time to restock. It was also time to talk through how we were going to act at the rally. Mainly how I was going to act. Laura wouldn't skyline herself. We need to grab something to eat on the way, I said. We would usually help ourselves to lunch from the kitchen, enough to take the edge off, but not today. Look in the refrigerator, she said. Inside, I found 2 microwave burritos. When did you get those? Today. You clearly didn't see them, but they were in the cart. We don't have to stop on the way, I announced imperiously. After she finished cooking what we had gotten for the others, we took it to the serving line. Only one new person had come in and was waiting. Some of the others, who had already been there, jumped in line behind the newcomer. Depending on what Dorothy could acquire, that might be their last meal for a while. $4,900 might not get her what she wanted because the food might not be available. The shelves were growing increasingly bare in the stores because they couldn't buy everything they wanted because of the interruption in their cash flow. It spiraled out of control until they were barely making enough to keep the lights on. Few people worked. The deli counter and fresh meat counters were closed. All the food they had was on the shelves. We nuked our burritos and took our time eating them. Dorothy brought the empty trays from the line and put the sign in the window. I've let your relief know that they don't need to come in. I'm going to reduce the hours to 10 to noon daily. That's it. The homeless will adjust. They'll have to if they want to survive. I cleaned the last of the pans and dishes, turned off the equipment, made one last walkthrough, and headed for the door. Laura and I wore our coats loose, unzipped. It wasn't that cold. After the winter, 20 degrees above zero was toasty, almost shorts weather. I leaned on the steering wheel. We're not going to go if you're going to let it drive your blood pressure up until the vessels in your face explode. I'm a potential blood shower, and you want none of that. That's correct. I'd never get the stains out, and this is a nice jacket. At least we're clear about where we stand. It's the end of the world as we know it, and Joseph Stalin himself is coming to tell us how good we have it. He's not Stalin. People aren't disappearing wholesale off the streets. I looked at her, and her face fell. People were, if you considered homeless to be people. Well, maybe we shouldn't think about that. Blowing your gasket won't allow you to be there when the new empire collapses. That is the pleasant thought I will hold on to remain calm. The rally was being held at the Carlson Center, the biggest indoors facility in the area. It's where the hockey team played. It's where the winter bonanzas and all manner of extravaganzas were held. It was also warm inside. 20 degrees was warm until you spent a couple hours standing outside in it. KXDF reporting on site at the Carlson Center. Arrive early because the crowds are the largest we've ever seen. This place will be packed to the rafters for the celebration that is the presidency of the wildly popular J. Wesley Willoughby. We joined a long line waiting to get in. People were walking through a metal detector as well as getting frisked. Bags were going through an x-ray. We didn't have any bags. My truck key would set off the alarm, but nothing else on my person. Laura and I both would get through without any issues. I refused to trigger the metal detector. I hated getting frisked. It took an hour before we made it to the entrance. As predicted, I went through without registering on the metal detector, but was pulled aside anyway. I steeled my expression and followed their directions. Laura triggered the alarm. She put her small purse on the table and went back through. They peeked in her purse and let her pass. I raised my arms and went through the indignity of a secondary screening. They waved at me to go away. They weren't FPD, and they weren't locals. I wondered if they were part of the advanced team. Who wouldn't want a trip to Fairbanks in March? They'd get a chance to see the northern lights for themselves. We went inside and looked for a seat. We reversed course and took the steps to the second level, picking a spot where we could see the floor where bodies were already filling the space. We had a clear view of the floor and stage. It was another hour before the center darkened, and the authorities let the tension build. Spotlights focused on the stage. The 9 members of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly walked out along with the mayor and the sheriff. They stood before chairs at the back of the stage. The mayor approached the podium. She raised her hands for quiet, but the cheers only grew louder. She clasped her hands together and held them over her head in a sign of triumph. Handlers at the edge of the stage raised signs that called for quiet. The audience finally calmed down. "Without further ado," the mayor started, "coming to our beautiful city for the first time, the President of these United States, J. Wesley Willoughby." She nearly screamed the president's name, but was drowned out by a volcanic uproar from the crowd that seemed to shake the stands. I watched with great interest before realizing that I should have been standing and screaming too. I jumped to my feet and threw my arms in the air. I refused to add my voice to the masses while I was playing the part. It took 3 minutes before the president gained control of the crowd and was able to speak. The crowd was ready to erupt. It was disconcerting. People had bought into the propaganda broadcast over the airwaves. They believed the news and were fans of the man on stage. Did they not see what was going on in their own city? There's no way they could have seen the demise and been this fanatical with their support. The cult of personalities was underway. Politicians shouldn't be worshipped. "People of Fairbanks, you are leading the nation." He stepped back from the microphone to accept the shouted accolades and screams of support. A woman on the floor fainted, and a person with her picked her up and carried her to the exit. The crowd separated to let them pass and immediately filled in behind them. I had to describe the crowd as frenetic. They showed boundless but undirected energy. It felt like they were vying for $1 million prize. He who screamed the longest and loudest would win. The president called for quiet. The crowd accommodated him after another minute. "I came here to recognize your political servants' efforts to keep this nation great. It's written on the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Nothing exemplifies the attitude of service first better than what has been delivered by the team behind me. I have a little something for them. Do you want to see what it is?" The crowd went crazy once more. I was befuddled by the response. He was grandstanding. He was supporting the taking of our rights, guaranteed under the Constitution. He was reinforcing their encroachment, their outright theft of food from private and public sources. No one complained because the repercussions would be devastating, career-ending, as old man Prodigos discovered. The president held up a medal. "The Presidential Medal of Freedom is awarded jointly to Mayor Mary McIntyre and the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly." The crowd lost some of its enthusiasm in their cheers, while an aide appeared with 9 more copies of the medal that the president handed to each of the 10 recipients. They cheered together once the delivery was done, and the president waved on his way off the stage. He'd said about 30 words. He came all the way up here to a receptive crowd. He undoubtedly had enough sound bites and crowd shouts for a day or two of mileage with the national media. and then he was gone. The mayor returned to the podium with the medal hanging prominently around her neck. She raised her hands for quiet. The crowd was losing interest. I found that telling. It was like they were hired to make the president feel welcome. The boundless energy had dissipated once the president departed. The mayor announced, "With the overwhelming success of the food distribution program to our poor and underserved, we are going to expand the program to 4 more locations. We're going to incorporate wild game as part of our community donation program. Thank you all for your support, and please drive safely." That was it. People headed for the exits before the assembly left the stage. No one lined up to cheer their local representatives. No one called to them. They know, I thought. But how can I use that? Confrontation. We returned home, not talking during the drive. I replayed the entire thing in my mind multiple times. When we made it back to the house, I realized there had been a car following us all the way from the rally. I hadn't thought about it until we drove down our road. We pulled into the driveway. The car pulled up and parked. There was one person inside. I got out and faced the car on the curb, while Laura made it as far as the one step out the door. "Oh, no," Laura gasped. She stood frozen, holding onto the truck. It was clear who waited. He got out and walked toward us. Laura's husband had found her. I hadn't thought he was looking. She'd said he had abandoned their home and her with it. I started to think that wasn't true. I walked around to the truck to stand next to her. She was shaking. That was the kind of response I expected from a person who'd been abused, if not physically, emotionally. Laura had done nothing to suggest she was the offender in that relationship. I could have been biased. She had won me over. "You need to come home," the man called. "I'm not going anywhere with you." She straightened and lifted her chin in defiance. "Come on." The man's voice took on an ominous tone. "She already gave you her answer." I knew that it wasn't a good idea to get in the middle of a husband and wife's dispute. I wasn't sure what else to do. I wanted him to go away, but it didn't look like it was going to happen with the alacrity I preferred. "Who are you?" He sneered at me. He looked at his wife. "That's so like you. Fall for a pretty face and leave your family behind." Back to me. "She'll tire of you, mister, and clean you out. Hopefully you didn't give her any money." He reached for Laura, and I blocked his hand. I moved her behind me. "I need you to leave and never come back. If you value your life, you'll consider this chapter closed." The man delivered a series of curt F-bombs and gave me the finger. He shoved his hand close to my face. He was in my driveway and damaging my calm. I had blood pressure concerns, and he wasn't helping. And no one tried to shove their finger up my nose. I caught his hand and twisted it around until I could press both my thumbs against the back of his hand while pushing down. The pressure on his wrist drove a waterfall of pain up his arm and into his brain. He dropped to his knees. I took half a step forward and followed through to knee him in the face. He fell backward, his legs bending how they weren't designed. The man rolled onto his face. I landed on top of him and pulled his head back. With a little more pressure and a slight twist, I could have broken his neck. But that wasn't what I wanted to do. I only needed him to fear me. "You're going to listen to me, because you know very well the alternative would be unsavory. You're going to leave and not come back. To demonstrate how serious I am, I'm going to come to your house in the middle of the night. I'm going to yank you out of your bed, and I'm going to slam you against the wall. There will be nowhere you can hide from me. You're going to live in perpetual fear." He tried to fumble underneath him with his free hand. "What, do you have a weapon in there?" I pushed forward to slam his face into the ice. I slid sideways to grab his arms at the elbows and came upright, lifting him off the ground. I spun him around me so I could pin his arms behind me with one of my hands. I reached around with my free hand to find a small caliber pistol tucked into a holster secreted inside his belt line. I jerked it free. I pushed him away. He was incensed, but not experienced in hand-to-hand combat. I stepped forward and snap-kicked his knee. He staggered and fell. "Time for you to go." I pointed at his vehicle using his pistol. "Go!" Laura yelled. "You heard the nice lady." "You haven't heard the last from me," he cried, fighting his way to his feet. I wanted to hit him again, but he'd had enough. "You'll hear from me first, tough guy. Sleep well." He snarled and snapped like a rabid dog while limping to his vehicle. I wished great harm upon him, hoping that he would get in an accident on the way home and die. It was petty and harsh, but I could never be good with a man like that walking around, ready to give Laura grief. From saving the world to saving one person in my own home. Protect those who couldn't protect themselves. I stood at the end of the driveway until he was long gone. I found Laura leaning against the truck's fender, her shoulders slumped in almost complete exhaustion. "Come on inside. I'll draw you a bath and make you something hot." She turned and wrapped her arms around me. Not a hug, but someone clinging in desperation. "We'll find a lawyer tomorrow, and you can file for divorce, if that's what you want." She nodded while tears streamed down her face. I guided her inside. The imperfect end to an imperfect day. I could only shake my head. I blamed the mayor and the assembly for everything bad that was happening, even the soon-to-be ex-husband. I focused my anger on the authorities. An overbearing husband was only too common and would be a distraction. I locked the door, took one last look out the front window, and closed the curtain. "You're not okay, and that's okay," I told her. She was hurting, but I needed her to be well. We had a war to fight. I ran the bath as I promised and helped her in. I went to the kitchen to heat up beef broth for her to sip. "Wine," she called down the hallway. "Coming up." I pulled the cork from a Pinot Noir and poured a glass. I left the broth behind. She took a long drink and sighed. "You want to tell me what that was all about?" I ran away. They weren't foreclosing on our home. That's why I had nothing. I just ran. I couldn't tolerate him any longer. It's that simple. I'm sorry I wasn't completely truthful. People in traumatic situations act in self-defense. I don't think you lied. I think you were doing what you had to survive. Period. Nothing nefarious. I love you, Cory. Don't leave me. Why would I leave you? We have a war to fight, and you're my only ally. I still need to teach you to shoot. I'm also going to need the address of where that scumbag lives. I owe him a visit. Please don't. He'll push you until you want to kill him, trust me. I didn't want to go against my word. The threat I had made wasn't hollow. I intended to follow up on it. That man needed to be more afraid of me than he was angry with his wife. But I would defer because that's what Laura wanted. She was always with me, so he'd never be able to find her alone. We'll head out of town to an area I know where we can shoot the pistol. I suddenly realized we were better off not getting an apartment in Laura's name. She had more baggage than she let on. We'd get those issues cleared up. I sat on the floor in the bathroom while Laura luxuriated, sipping her wine. It was time for both of us to calm down. My blood pressure cuff was in the living room. I didn't feel like getting up for it, nor getting up to get Laura's broth or anything for me to eat. It wasn't dinner time yet. I continued to feel the burn of the burrito in my stomach. I wasn't a connoisseur, and sometimes I paid the price. Tomorrow would be a new day, and I vowed to make it a better day. The mayor's closing words bothered me. Game donations. The FPD's dude crew was going to visit us again and check our freezers, all because I had used a credit card to pay the butcher for processing our moose. I lost my rifle because of that. We'd lose whatever moose we had left. The authorities had lost all pretense at share and share alike. They took from those who had stores, leaving them with nothing. They gave haphazardly, as evidenced by taking supplies away from the homeless. We had a lot to think about, with the biggest question being what we were going to do about it. KTVS News. President J. Wesley Willoughby couldn't say enough good things about what the Assembly, the Mayor, and the Sheriff have done to reduce hunger, poverty, homelessness, and crime. Paradise can be found in the snow and ice, he was heard to say. I perused the news about yesterday's event. As I expected, they played up the reception for the president and the audience's unbridled joy. It was unreal watching the clips. How could anyone believe there was anything other than enthusiasm and a complete embrace of the president's policies? The propaganda game was strong. How could one fight against that? They didn't show the assembly or mayor except when the president was on stage. They received no airtime. It was politics. The political elite saw the opportunity for positive press and gave the president all the credit. That worked in my favor. Not everyone was enamored of the local leaders. Problems were rising. Empty shelves never left anyone feeling good about themselves. They knew who caused it, and that was an important step toward raising awareness about an enemy in our midst. Information meetings and gatherings of those who disagreed with the authorities would be found out because they had something on people. They had the threat of jail or of being harassed, or worse, the threat of being starved to death. What was next? Fuel. I hadn't seen any changes in gasoline prices, which were always higher in Fairbanks. It was the cost of being at the end of the supply line. Oil flowed through town via the Trans-Alaska pipeline all the way to Valdez, the end of an 800-mile trip from Prudhoe Bay, where it was loaded into oil tankers. The tankers carried the crude oil to California, where it was refined into usable products, fuel oil, diesel, and gasoline. Those were loaded into different tankers and sent back to Alaska, loaded onto rail cars and tanker trucks, and hauled back to Fairbanks. Oil would save thousands of miles of travel and time if only there were refineries in the great state. If only. Alaska had its challenges. It served at the pleasure of those who supplied it, except for those who lived subsistence lifestyles, like the Alaska native population had done for millennia. I could do it if I had to. The crux of what Dad taught was how to take care of yourself when you could only count on yourself. I had an extra pair of hands with Laura. Doing everything completely alone was its own challenge. Supplying food for two was almost as easy as food for one. I needed my partner to help me survive the coming cataclysm. Society was headed into a slow-motion train wreck, one slow roll of a relentless metal wheel at a time. It was already out of the station and headed down the tracks toward its inevitable demise. We need to break some moose out of the freezer and stick it in a cooler out back. We have 2 coolers. We'll fill them both. It's cold enough that it'll serve as a short-term solution. We only have to make it through the initial purge. Purge? At the president's rally, the mayor said they were adding game to the distribution. There's only one place to get wild game, and that's from the people who harvested it, private citizens like me who are confirmed as having processed a moose into hundreds of pounds of meat. You've said that before. Would the butcher tell them who their clients were? Of course. They would be given no choice, or the authorities could look at credit card receipts, cut the butcher out of it. They wouldn't need to ask the butcher anything, only the bank. Would the bank give up that information? They have before. It had been done for gun purchases in a different state. It was deemed illegal, but it had been effective in identifying those who had purchased firearms. With the executive branch ignoring the law as it suits them, effectiveness outpaces legality, in my humble opinion. Laura didn't question my reasoning. We took the 2 coolers from the garage, washed them out, and filled them with meat from the big freezer in the garage where it was a tight squeeze. We also kept 2 ATVs in there, along with Dad's car. The snow machines stayed outside under tarps. I need to add to my reasoning process. I said out loud, more to myself than Laura. What would Dad do? For this, he'd hide what we hunted, killed, carried out, and had processed. It was no one else's. The fallacy is that we bought a license and tagged the moose we shot. That also told the authorities, probably more so than the butcher. Maybe I've been giving the butcher a hard time for no reason. We told them we harvested a moose. Damn. Did you record the tag? What do you mean? From what you've said, your dad was skeptical of government. Would he have reported it? Would the butcher process the meat if it was an unregistered kill? I had to think about that. I didn't think they would process something that hadn't been properly tagged. Maybe they reported too. Redundancy, so the moose harvest each year could be managed to minimize impact on a sustainable population. That was the stated goal. But if they were going to steal people's food, illegal harvesting would skyrocket. Once the 2 coolers were filled, we added ice packs just because and moved outside. We prepared to go to the gym for a quick workout before volunteering at the kitchen. The decline. We had fallen off our workout routine because we had gotten busy with life. That needed to stop. We had to be in better shape for what was ahead. If society didn't collapse, then we'd be in shape and it would serve us to live better long into the future. If it did collapse, those who were out of shape would perish to the predators. Human, animal, and environment were coming for those who couldn't protect themselves. Those who survived would turn the predators into prey. We hurried out the door in our workout clothes, carrying our loose work clothes in reusable grocery bags. Appointment set? I asked. Right after work, Laura replied. A divorce lawyer. We'd pay him and he'd take care of it. Laura didn't have to appear in court under a battered wife claim. Too stressful for the petitioners. She'd be told when the divorce was final. It usually had a 90-day cooling-off period, but it couldn't end until it was started. The clock would begin running today. What would your dad do? I think right now, he'd make a run for the cabin while the ground was still hard. It might be a 2 or 3 day journey because there will be heavy snow that we'd have to get through. But overall, laying low. Disappearing to let the authorities run out of steam. We saw yesterday that their support is not as overwhelming as I thought. These self-proclaimed good guys are turning into the villains. Will people rise up? Maybe, maybe not. But when they stop supporting them completely, then the authorities are left with the iron fist approach. The police and compliance through the use of force will not work out for long. They simply don't have enough people to force us all to do their bidding. On the way to the gym, we played the radio. There was a news break where the mayor would clarify her remarks from the previous day. I had to laugh at that. Others heard what I had heard. But she didn't clarify. She expanded her definitions. KXDF reports. From each according to their ability, and to each according to their need. It is how a decent and civil society operates, Mayor McIntyre said. This is Fairbanks, and we're in this together. We will prosper. The days of tightening our belts are behind us. We'd all heard those words before, played time and time again in failed nation-states around the world. I was amazed that she said them in public. This doesn't bode well. WWDD, Laura reiterated. What would Dad do? He'd arm himself and sit at the door, daring anyone to approach. After I talked sense into him that he couldn't just kill people, then we'd go to the cabin. Maybe we should do that. Disappear. People have to see the mayor for who she is, and they'll run her off, Laura suggested. Who? The resistance, as I'll call it, is disorganized. The ham operators are laying low. I haven't been able to contact a single one. How many hundreds are there around here? Staying in touch with the outside is a time-honored tradition this far into the frontier. KFDX breaking news. Violent crime is down 47%, according to the sheriff's office. Recent numbers prove law enforcement initiatives are making us safer. The mayor had these words. "You're doing a great job, Sheriff. If only we had more like you, this city would be crime-free." It was disheartening. How could we shine the light on how bad things were when people only heard that everything was going great? After the treadmill and light weights, we went to the homeless kitchen, getting there 10 minutes before the designated opening time. No one was waiting outside like usual. The homeless could warm up inside while they waited for the first servings of hot food to be ready. Coffee was quick at the start with instant, and available throughout the time the charity was open after Dorothy fired up the silver bullet coffee pot. No one was inside the kitchen except for Dorothy. "Where is everyone?" "Afraid to be seen and get picked up by whoever is taking them off the streets," Dorothy replied. "Good thing we don't have much food. There are limits at the stores. Not even buying for the homeless kitchen changed my limits. They've also added price controls, so things aren't as expensive. The only drawback with that is the store doesn't have anything that's been price controlled." "That didn't take long," I replied. "We'll do the best we can with what we have. We might be able to bring in a little moose meat to buy us a day or two." "Don't," Dorothy warned. "We're going to have to close our doors pretty soon. If they've taken the usual crowd while giving food to the newcomers, they've effectively put us out of business." "Which reduces the options for people in need," I mused. "I think that's what they want, have the people eating out of their hands. But what they're going to find is that they're going to run out of other people's food. Communism makes everyone equally poor, not equally rich. How did we elect these people?" Dorothy shook her head. "They ran great ads about what they'd do differently. They didn't make waves until there was enough of them with the same goals. We did this to ourselves. We believe politicians when their lips were moving, which is the only way you can tell when they're lying." "You're hard, Dorothy, with an acerbic edge. Never lose that." I motioned toward the kitchen door. "We'll do what we can." Laura looked through the sparse stocks in the pantry before giving the freezer a quick look. She took everything out, and it didn't even fill the one prep table. She started with eggs and thin-sliced canned meat. Yesterday's crew had done a good job cleaning up. Then I remembered that Dorothy had closed right after we departed. With the new hours, I'd be cleaning up for myself. I went out front to talk with Dorothy. The doors were officially open, and we didn't have a single customer inside. "This is depressing," I told Dorothy. She flopped into a chair with her cup of coffee. "We'll get breakfast. Looks like fried eggs and Spam." I opened the door to the kitchen. "Nobody's here. Don't cook too much." Laura had been prepping the next round, but she immediately stopped chopping. "It's nice to have leftovers that we can add to tomorrow. But where is everyone?" "I suspect the mayor and the sheriff have something to do with it. The homeless are either rounded up or too scared to show their faces." I only had guesses and no real answers. We wouldn't learn the truth until someone showed up who was out there and saw it. Laura brought a single pan with enough meals for 5 people. We ate slowly while watching the door, expecting people to burst through at any moment. No one came. After 2 hours, Dorothy closed and locked the door. She was the single paid employee of the homeless kitchen. It had been her life's work, and it was going to go out with a whimper unless she could find where the homeless and hungry had gone. They had to still be out there. She brightened. "I'll find them, and we'll take the meals in a food truck that I can rent." She needed to do something. If they were available, they'd come to the kitchen where it was warm inside. Dorothy didn't need to take food to them. That made it too hard, and it didn't change the core problem. The hungry and homeless were afraid. They wouldn't show their faces around a food truck either. "Good luck," I said. Dorothy left, taking her car in search of the city's shadow population. We went straight to the lawyer's office. Laura filled out a pile of paperwork. The lawyer asked for a $2,000 retainer, suggesting it would cover all his costs. I dropped $2,500 bills on his assistant's desk. "There's an extra $500 to make sure no issues arise. One and done, my man. Make it happen." He nodded. I could do that. This will be easy. He took Laura to his office while I waited out front. No other clients appeared while I waited. It took Laura over an hour with the lawyer. She returned. She wore the expression of someone who had just been told that their dog passed away. What's wrong? I knew that wasn't the right question, but it was what I wanted to know. I wanted to help, too, but knew that I couldn't. Recounting the years of abuse. So many incidents. He said he'd file a PFA as part of the divorce application, protection from abuse. Those are simple pieces of paper and tend not to protect anyone. We'll teach you how to shoot the pistol he was carrying. And also, you have me. She hugged me and rested her head on my chest for a long moment. We left for home. We'd done what we needed to do on that day. I tended not to string too many errands together. I liked pacing myself and realized that I did it to reduce my stress. Not completing something I wanted to do was nerve-wracking for me. I generally couldn't sit on a beach if I had something else to do. Take a vacation and let work pile up? I couldn't do it. Now that I was fully retired, I still gave myself tasks. I could not sit and do nothing. I only needed a few items to check off a list to maintain my sanity and my feeling of accomplishment. We returned home to find the front door unlocked. I stopped and checked the road and nearby houses. No one was out there. No one had walked across the yard. Did I lock this? I think so, but I'm not sure. I led the way inside. The $200 bills that I'd left on the dining room table a long time ago were gone. You didn't take those, did you? Laura shook her head. The moose. In the garage, we found our answer. The freezer was empty except for vegetables in vacuum-sealed bags, the stuff that the old man and I had stored from last year's garden. They were starting to get freezer burn. We better eat these. Laura sighed. You're taking this pretty well. I'm proud of you. Don't be. I'm about ready to blow my top. I tipped my chin toward the back door, and we went outside. To my relief, they hadn't discovered the coolers. Inside the house, they hadn't discovered that there were items hidden under the floorboards. Get dressed in your warm traveling gear. We're getting out of here. To the cabin? Dad would want to fight them, but he hated confrontation. The only way to beat them right now when they feel like they're invincible is by not being here. If they don't have people to order around or people to do their bidding, they lose their ability to control the narrative. When we return, they'll have either imploded or solidified power. If the latter, then we're going straight to jail, don't pass go. Then we won't come back. The bills pay automatically. We can be gone for as long as we need, I argued in support of Laura's proposition. I dug the .45 caliber out from under the floor, along with a large stack of cash. That's where you've been hiding stuff. Correction. It's where the old man hid his cash and weapons, and anything he didn't want the authorities to know about. I only follow in his rather large footsteps. You do him proud. I'll get ready. I'll make us sandwiches and bring snacks. We couldn't go wrong with snacks. We'd live off the land. I hoped we wouldn't have to kill the bear. I wasn't sure he or she would have emerged from the den yet. It was relatively early in the new season. We'd have to be careful, just like a million other things that we needed to be careful with. Maybe there was enough snow for the snow machines, but then we wouldn't be able to get back after spending any time there. Decisions were hard, especially when the chance of being wrong was so high. Exodus. I ran out of my blood pressure medication, and I hadn't received the refill from the VA. They would send 3 months' worth at one time, and it would show up eventually. I had a locking mailbox on the curb, but if the package was too big, they'd set it on the porch. Why was I worried about things outside of my control? First, I couldn't have an issue while we were at the cabin. Laura wouldn't be able to make it out by herself. That wouldn't help my blood pressure. That meant hiding was best. I reasoned that I wasn't in good enough shape to lead a rebellion. Someone else would have to step up. That person had to be out there. Young, charismatic, a patriot who embraced liberty and recognized the encroachment on our most basic of rights. As for me, I'd be with Laura, fighting my way through the wilderness to get to a remote cabin where no one would bother us. I needed to worry less about the stress of it all and focus on living. That was enticing all by itself. "You ever drive an ATV?" I asked. Laura shook her head. "I'm a quick study." "You'll have to be. The trails may be well enough packed we can get there without too much hassle." "You have a 4-seater and a 1-seater. Why do we have to take both?" "We've always taken both. Having a backup is important when you're hell and gone from the modern world. WWDD, remember?" "But if the track isn't good, then both of us fighting won't be as efficient as us fighting together," Laura reasoned. "One has treads, and the other has wheels. How's that going to work?" "You don't want to drive that quad in rough conditions, do you?" "No." She was adamantly opposed. The 4-seater was almost a full-sized vehicle. I already knew that I'd have to winch it through more than a couple areas, even with the tread design in place of the wheels. The treads didn't turn quickly, so making time was out of the question. "Where are we going to park the truck?" "Right here. We'll drive the ATV out of the garage and keep going. I'll take back roads, bike paths, and trails." I had to concede that we'd only take one vehicle. If I was by myself, I'd only have one. "We need extra gasoline, though. We'll be able to carry less with us together, but it'll work out. In this case, I guess we'll operate differently than what the old man would have done, and we'll be just fine. We're going to be out there a while, but probably not as long as if we were both driving." Laura was right. Slow and steady would win this race. "We'll load as much as we can." And we did. 30 pounds of frozen moose meat, a Jhac, the 4 tires in case the tracks failed, ammunition for the Garand, and the .45 I'd carry with me. A .380 Sky CPX-3 pistol the old man had hidden under the floor. It was an off-brand, but it fired and had 2 magazines and several boxes of ammunition. The .25 semi-auto that I'd removed from Laura's husband didn't have extra ammunition, so I put it under the floor where the .380 had been. Odd that we didn't have any .25 caliber ammunition. The old man was an ammo hoarder. He'd never met a caliber he didn't like. Laura needed a noisemaker more than anything else. I carried heavy caliber weapons that could deal with any threat, like a grizzly freshly awake from hibernation. The .380 would be more effective against a human than a bear. The rear was filled with stuff. There was a small area behind the open cab where I strapped down 2 5-gallon cans of gasoline. The full tank would be enough to get us there, with a little bit left over. The cans of gas would be enough to get us back. Plus, I had taken most of a barrel of gasoline on a previous trip. I also had an expensive piece of technology packed into the back seat, a portable Starlink that I had purchased 6 months earlier because the old man was fed up with the charges for the cable system. I remedied that by hiding the bills from him, but I also bought the portable system and activated it. I should have already taken it to the cabin, but I didn't want to be seduced by the draw of the internet. The cabin was supposed to be an escape. Not this time. It would have to function as a command center. I'd break it to Laura on the drive. We moved the remaining moose meat from the coolers into the nearly empty freezer. I didn't think they'd be back after cleaning us out. We threw extra rugs over the floors where we could pry up the floorboards. No one would look under rugs in a wooden-floored house in the winter. We carried half of the cash, a few $100,000. There was $200,000 already locked up at the cabin from my last solo trip. It was to keep it from prying eyes, since we couldn't use it in the wilderness. We'd bring it back with us when we returned. All we needed was to get out of town without raising eyebrows. We were already on the edge. Getting out shouldn't have been a problem, but I wondered how many people the enemy had watching. Passive supporters doing their bidding were hardest to weed out. The ATV fired right up. We'd left the tank full from our last trip and had added fuel stabilizer to it. It was ready to run. Would we get 90 miles from one tank? It would be close, but once we filled the gas cans, we'd have plenty with us to make it there and back multiple times, as well as run the generator. So I could gather intelligence. Look for what they weren't saying. With Starlink, the signal bounced from satellite to satellite and down to Seattle. I wouldn't even need a VPN to make it look like I wasn't in Fairbanks. We rolled out of the garage, and I used the remote to close it. I went back into the house to leave the remote with the other ATV and left through the front door after making sure the back door was closed and locked. I locked the front door and then set the deadbolt too. I usually used only one, but I wasn't going to make it easy on them. The rotating light was on. It would turn on for 20 minutes every 2 hours throughout the day and night. Dad liked that on every time we went to the cabin. No need advertising that we weren't home, he reasoned. They wouldn't miss us at the homeless kitchen. I figured when we returned, we would find the kitchen closed for good. I called Dorothy and told her our plan. I backed out into the road and drove slowly. The treads were prone to slipping and failing. Dad's toolkit in this vehicle was designed specifically to fix anything that went wrong with the tread or to rebuild the engine. Neither of those was desirable. As long as we took it easy, we wouldn't have any problems. We kept to the side streets until we could slide over to a walking path and then a fat tire bike trail. We rolled along at a smooth 10 miles an hour without any concerns. We slowed to check traffic on the first of two main roads we had to cross to get north and east. Traffic gapped far enough that we could see no vehicles. I eased the ATV onto the road and gunned it to hurry to the other side. Then I slowed as we crawled into the ditch and the woods beyond. Every step away was one step closer to freedom. Laura wanted to hold hands, but I needed both of mine to control the vehicle. We crawled through the woods and down trails, followed the pipeline, and finally dodged away to cross the highway to Dead Horse. Once we made it into the woods on the east side, I was able to breathe freely. There was nothing between here and our cabin except for hiking trails, game trails, and creeks. In mid-March, we were moving toward 12 hours of daylight. We had started late because of the meeting with the lawyer, but I was happy to not have been home when the Assembly's enforcers were going through. If they were shaking down houses, they'd be occupied. Limited manpower was a shortcoming for the Assembly, so running for freedom now was the logical choice. No one would see us go. No one would follow because they'd already shaken us down 3 times and had other victims to exploit. We crawled down a trail that showed multiple snow machine tracks. That made this part of the drive smoother. I increased the speed to 15 miles per hour. We traveled uninhibited for an hour before 2 snow machines coming from the other direction almost rammed us. They had been traveling fast, but they were more maneuverable than I was and dodged by our side. They waved as they raced by, as if it was nothing. My life flashed before my eyes. Laura sat in shock. We wore our helmets, even though the 4-seater had a roll cage. We had stocking caps and goggles, too. I thought Laura looked ridiculous in Dad's goggles. I probably should have traded, but I liked mine and was driving. I could justify it any way I wanted. Sometimes it wasn't good to sacrifice for the wrong reasons. "You okay?" I asked. She took off her helmet and pulled her goggles up to her forehead. "I'm not ready to die. I just started to live." "Me neither. We'll make the cabin tonight, as long as we don't have to winch ourselves out too many times." "It'll be a long day." "A long day that ends well," I suggested. I gestured for her to put her helmet on. If we weren't driving, we weren't getting closer to the cabin and a place where we could rest our souls. We both prepped for the ride. She still had my earbuds. I'd do without. After 2 hours, we turned off the main trail, left at the double spruce, right at the outcropping. I repeated the directions for Laura. Maybe they'd stick in her mind. It would take a few times before she had them down cold. It had been dark for 2 hours by the time we pulled into the cabin. The ATV didn't kick up snow like a snow machine because it traveled at a much slower speed. We got out and stretched. We had power-driven, not stopping for more than a few minutes to relieve ourselves. Nothing more. Time was wasting. We hadn't had to winch ourselves out of any low spots or ditches or across creeks. It was still cold enough out this way that we hadn't broken the ice. The trip had gone flawlessly. I considered that as one last present from the old man. When we parked the ATV for the season, he had made sure it was in perfect operating condition. I was happy to be out of the seat. Laura dug the combos out of her memory and opened the locks one by one. Once inside, she started the fire. I see the wisdom in setting everything up for the next time. The only thing I want to do is get something hot to drink and be warm. That's the same thing I want, I admitted. We'll pull some things inside, but we don't need to unload now. You tend to the fire. I'll bring in the essentials. I moved the frozen moose to the cabin's roof. It was sealed, but predators would still be able to smell it. The least we could do was put it out of reach. If they couldn't reach it, they'd go away. That was the thought. Inside, the fire cast dancing shadows through the window of the stove. We sat on a cot, huddled up and close to the fire as the heat built. I returned to the door and bolted it. We didn't need anything else from outside. It could wait until the following day. I took off my snow machine suit, but left my clothes on to crawl into my cot on Laura's far side. She was closest to the stove. We had no energy remaining to do anything more than sleep. First one to wake up stokes the fire and boils the water, I said. Deal, Laura agreed. She stripped to her underwear and crawled into her blankets. She hugged them tightly around her. Thanks for today. The only thing that matters is that we made it here. We survived. Now we live. How long do we plan to stay? Once we don't have to worry about getting arrested for disagreeing with unconstitutional actions, then we can go back. Or before, if you want, and we'll deal with whatever comes our way. I'll be fine here. No one will be stopping by, especially no one unwanted, if you know what I mean. Like you said, the PFA is just a piece of paper. Touché, lovely lady. Good night, and sleep peacefully. It's only us out here. And maybe 40 yards away is a sleeping grizzly. There are probably wolves around here, and moose. Maybe fire-breathing cobras, too. Stop it. I'm going to sleep now. Yes, dear. I snaked a hand to her cot so I could touch her. Her skin was warm and soft. She rolled to face me so she could take my hand in hers. And that's how we fell asleep. The confluence. You brought what? Laura stared at me. A Starlink. We'll be able to get online if we run the generator. Maybe a quart of gasoline every other day for an hour of service. We charge a backup battery while powering the unit directly. I can't completely bury my head. If you let it affect your blood pressure, you'll be sleeping outside. The bear is outside. So you don't want to add to your stress. I swear, you're trying to kill yourself. Laura jammed her fists into her hips and glared at me. I'm not, I argued. But I have to know. It would kill me to bail on the entire world. Leave people like Tom Farmer to fight the good fight all by himself. Maybe he's the right one to lead the rebellion. Maybe he is, but that will be his choice. Laura made sense. I needed that balance. You are absolutely correct, Miss Laura. We'll talk more later after we've laid in some wood, checked on our bear and the stream. It might be breaking soon. All we need are a few days above freezing. Our bear? Laura asked. Only until it's gone. We dressed and headed outside, but it was relatively warm, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Still below freezing, but anything in the direct sunlight would start melting. The air would be cool, but not anything in the sunshine. The bear's den wasn't exposed to direct sunlight, so it was still cool inside. A corner of the blanket was visible sticking out from under the scraggly fur. The bear had used most of its accumulated fat to keep it alive during the winter. It wasn't filling the hole as it had over a month earlier. It was getting to be time for the bear to wake up and sally forth from its den. We needed to be ready. I carried the .45 caliber in my chest holster, just like I'd carried it on this last trip from Fairbanks. Next stop was the creek, and there was no sign of it breaking up anytime soon. We dragged 2 logs, recent deadfall, to the cabin. I'd cut and split them later. I wanted to get the Starlink set up and running. It was shallow, but I needed to keep up on the news. "Why?" Laura demanded. "Can't you let it go, even for a day?" "Don't answer that. I know you can't." "Don't get angry. This is the deal in the package deal." I stepped back and ran my hands down my sides. "I care. I'm looking for word of people passing away from unfortunate accidents, people I knew. I'm looking for new initiatives to deal with the issues created by their previous initiatives. Price controls never work, not in any market, neither socialist nor capitalist. The law of scarcity will drive everything." "Scarcity?" "It's where supply and demand come from. Prices rise to limit the demand. Not everyone can get a brand new phone for free. There aren't enough phones. They price them higher and higher until they reduce the demand to meet what they can supply. There's profit in there because they cover their costs by buying materials and production time, getting space on shelves, and earning enough to increase production if demand is there. Retailers offer secondary products at a discount because demand goes down. It's just how things work until the supply evens out and the demand evens out. Then the lower cost supplier—" I stopped because Laura was rolling her eyes and feigning falling asleep. She brightened. "I get it, but inflation changes prices because corporations know they can charge more and make bigger profits. We're all slaves on the hamster wheel of consumerism." "Inflation is 100% tied to money supply. Don't let the talking heads convince you otherwise. When government prints too much money, you have to pay more for the same things because the money is worth less. Not worthless, just worth less. Take a look at hyperinflation. Countries would print million-dinar notes because prices spiraled out of control. A shopping cart of cash to buy a loaf of bread. That's not profiteering. It's failed government policy." "Are you sure?" Laura asked. "I'm sure that consumerism isn't a good thing. Too many Christmas must-have toys, too much stuff, and not enough joy. What do we really need, lovely lady?" Laura softened. "I'd like to think that love is all we need, to quote the Beatles. I've lived without it, and didn't find comfort in what things I did have. I've lived with it and found comfort without the things. I'd say voila, but this isn't an argument to win or lose. I want you to see the world through my eyes and what drives me. Ignorant people are in charge, and they're implementing policies that have failed repeatedly across the world. Our Constitution was written by smart people a long time ago. They understood human nature like we cannot fathom. That is the bedrock of the document, protecting the citizens from the inevitable demise of the political powers. We should never have professional politicians. The Founding Fathers foresaw that, but not to the levels we have today. Otherwise, they would have put term limits for the positions articulated in the Constitution. As it is, we have power consolidated in few hands, limited to those within D.C. Outsiders are not welcome. Fresh voices and youthful exuberance? Tamp it down, kid." I opened the case for the Starlink and removed the components. I needed to put it where I could get at it to clean off the snow so I didn't waste generator time for it to heat itself up. Then again, it was portable. I could set it on top of the woodpile when I used it, only taking it out of the cabin when I was ready to power it up. That was the best solution. Finding enough sky was the challenge. The cabin was nestled near a rocky hill with tall spruce trees on 3 sides. I stomped a path up the hill behind the cabin to the length of the cable and put the satellite receiver down. It would orient itself to access the mesh of satellites that were not geosynchronous. It would bounce its signal from one to the next as they raced by. They were in a low Earth orbit and needed a higher speed to stay at their designated altitude. For geosynchronous, they'd be too high, and the satellite dish would have to be much bigger and draw more power. The technological demands for this thing to work were mind-boggling. How it worked wasn't important to me, only that it did work and gave me internet in the middle of nowhere. I ran the cable under the back door and fired up the small generator. It coughed to life on the second pull and struggled until I eased off the choke. The running motor was incongruent with the peace of the area. Laura and I scowled at each other. "I'll make it quick," I said. I opened my tablet and waited for the Starlink to come online. Within 2 minutes, I had the internet. The sound of the generator faded into the background while I browsed news pages, downloading them to read offline. Laura turned on her phone and accessed our remote internet. She checked on the NCO Wives group. "All off-base families are being ordered to move on base as quickly as possible," she announced. "Is that odd? Because they seem extremely vocal about it." "There won't be enough space on Wainwright. That's why people live off base to begin with. It's also abnormal because the military pays to move soldiers and their families. That will cost a fortune from a budget they don't have. They increased tour lengths to save money on moving families around. This seems beyond extreme. Do they know the reason?" I stopped my browsing and turned my full attention to Laura and the NCO Wives. "I think they're speculating. Terror threats, increased costs, inevitable war, deployment, drawdown of personnel at the base. It seems like they have their own theories. I don't see anything that is confirmed. There are some gossipy people in this group." I laughed. "I have no doubt. But that's what you get in the absence of information. People want to know. Some refuse facts, but then those folks look like psychos. Others will be skeptical of everything. It's better to tell them the truth than it is to tell them nothing. But I'll give you my 2 cents. The commander went along with the mayor, the sheriff, and the assembly until they went to the far side, taking food from people's freezers. Only wild game to begin with, but it'll escalate. The commander doesn't want his people shooting the local authorities and starting a war between the city and base personnel. The commander has to know what's going on with the political leadership. They may have asked him to keep his people out of the way of their changes. I could also guess the outsiders who are now in charge are anti-military, even though military people account for 1/4 of the population, and I suggest 1/4 of the money that gets spent in the city." Laura nodded at intervals during my diatribe and continued scrolling. The new political order threw the military world into turmoil. I'm sure there are quite a few homeowners who are going to be extremely upset. They won't be able to sell their home and won't be able to go back to it. Is there a deadline for when all this is supposed to be done? Next Sunday. They said they're closing off the base. Only authorized military vehicles will be sent out as needed, but they don't see that happening. Any inbound soldiers will be transferred to military airlift to be flown directly to Wainwright or Eielson. Outbound will be flown from the base. Laura read the note. She wasn't familiar with the terms. If the president is on board, then why the extreme measures with the military? Is there a rift between federal and local authorities? The president took credit for everything in Fairbanks. Was he lambasted for it? Let me download a few more articles, and then we'll shut down the generator. It's too loud for my cabin ears. I agree it's too loud, but I also admit that I was wrong. We need to know what's going on. She stopped looking at her phone and stared at the floor. We can't stay here forever, can we? I didn't answer. I went outside and shut down the generator. I coiled the Starlink cable as I collected it and the small rectangle that served as its dish. I tucked them into the carrying case and returned them to the cabin. I perused the news pages, but information regarding the president's trip to Fairbanks was no longer on the front pages. One day, from headlines to obscurity. In fact, there weren't links to it from the day's pages. The information regarding the city's triumphs had disappeared. The president's trip had to have been poorly received. The lower 48 may not fully embrace a communist socialist agenda. They tolerate it as long as it's not in their faces, but maybe not even then. I wonder what his real popularity is, and not what the media tells us it is. We'll probably never know. I couldn't argue with that. We were slaves to information pipelines over which we exercised no control. We could only trust what we saw with our own eyes. In the world of today, we couldn't see very much in person, and what we did see, we tended not to believe. We had become so accustomed to combined perspectives and the summary of events that we lost the narrative. We stopped seeing the important background. The world had become a soundbite. We not only allowed it, we demanded it. This wasn't helping me relax. I powered the tablet down. Laura had been watching me. You read funny. I'm sorry? I needed a little more than that if I were to understand. Your face goes through these contortions as you internalize and personalize every article's impact. Can't you read them impassively, since you know they're mostly garbage? The torturous route from article to reality was what caught me in its ugly grasp. I had to rationalize what was being said with what wasn't being said, whether within the article itself or that the article was in place of a real issue. Was there no longer any independent journalism? That was the most disconcerting of all. The truth was being defined by those who benefited, and it had nothing to do with an unbiased truth, only the desired result. So much garbage, I finally managed to reply. But what are you going to do about it, Mr. Beringer? Fair point, Mrs. B. If you complain and don't have a resolution, you're just whining. And if your solution starts with, if everyone could just, then you don't have a solution, and you're still whining. People never just do something. Mrs. B, is that how you think of me? It is. It's how we act. I believe it's how we feel. But what are we going to do about it? Change nothing? Laura tried. Exactly. It's just a piece of paper. How we commit to each other is a private matter. I don't need to shout to the world. Look at us. We're in the middle of nowhere. We don't need anyone to tell us our relationship is invalid or somewhat less because we don't have government oversight. I'm good with that. We'll keep living in sin. So much sin. And no rings. I waggled my empty ring finger. She showed hers was also devoid of jewelry. But what about the home front? Fairbanks is coming apart, and we're not able to see it because that comes with too much risk. They might see me as an instigator and remove me from the equation. I can't have that, so we're out here, lying low like bank robbers on the lam. Is that with a B or without? I don't know. Laura made a face at me. It's lamb. Since it's pronounced the same, does it matter? I guess not. I'm thinking about taking up crossword puzzles. They kept the old man's mind sharp to the end. You never answered the question. I was trying to think, but kept getting distracted by the banter, which I enjoyed. It made life worth living. Still, there was an answer in there somewhere. Let me say what I don't want to do. I don't want a shooting war. Once we start picking people to shoot at, the lines will blur faster than you can say Wee Willie Winky on the Wonka tree. Laura snorted. I would never say that. No shooting bad guys. It would make us worse than them, and wouldn't win over the undecided people to our side. Can we organize a march on City Hall? How do you get the word out? Laura asked. I had no answer. We could go door to door in sympathetic communities, Laura offered. That sounds like real work. You know that I don't like people, right? You like people just fine. Laura challenged me to contest her presumption using only her eyes. I rolled my finger for her to continue. You don't like confrontation, and you see knocking on someone's door as instant confrontation. You think they'll call you names and maybe stick a gun in your face. Thanks to the enemy, the chances are lower that they'll stick a gun in my face, but they'll definitely have it ready behind the door. Can we convince people to march on City Hall by going door to door? Raise an army. You already suggested that, but the idea withered as we became more isolated. You have to believe that was their plan. It was coming into sharp focus for Laura once she recognized the signs. It's called divide and conquer. You don't have to beat the enemy head to head. You only have to slice off enough pieces that the army becomes ineffective. Maintain a combat advantage in all battles while being an inferior overall force. Use your big marine-y words, but the premise is the same. They've executed it quite nicely. Never think your enemy is stupid or lucky. They made it to where they are through careful execution. Makes it easier to protect your flanks if you think they're smarter than you. Laura tossed another log on the fire. She gestured at the walls inside the cabin. You hauled all this stuff in here? A little at a time. That's why we always brought 2 vehicles in the winter. Once or twice a year, the old man would hike in to stay in touch with our roots. We have Native American blood in our veins, living off the land. The tribe we came from, Ojibwe, wasn't nomadic. They were farmers. Dad had a little of everything, hunter-gatherer and farmer. He wanted to be able to do it all, so he did. There are blackberry bushes up the hill, wild strawberries down by the creek, blueberries on the other side of the wood. We even have garlic around here somewhere, along with asparagus and rhubarb. Those were the first things we planted, perennials. I threw on a coat and my snow pants. At Laura's look, I answered, The world stops for no one. I need to cut and split more wood. There's plenty out there, Laura countered, and patted the spot next to where she sat on her cot, where it was nearly touching the wood-burning stove. The parable of the ants and the grasshopper. The only way to ensure we stay warm is by keeping the woodpile stacked. Weather is nice right now. I'm going to need you with me to watch for the bear. I don't think I want to fight it off with a chainsaw or a splitting maul. You can't wait until the bear is gone? There has to be enough wood for a couple months. I stepped out the front door and checked where the wood was stacked. Laura was right. Dad would stop and fill his car when it still had 3/4 of a tank. We split wood every day at the cabin to stay ahead for the times we were sick or tired or the weather prevented us. Using the chainsaw and waking the bear, that might have been a worse plan than topping off the woodpile. I will defer to your reasoning. I took off my snowsuit. I had started to sweat. I stripped to my underwear, put on my slippers, and sat next to Laura. What do you want to talk about? She asked. She couldn't keep a straight face while making a suggestion. Maybe you could share your feelings. I closed my eyes and groaned. Time invested. Patches are temporary. Permanent fixes come after something completely fails. We took 3 days off before powering up the generator and the Starlink. I was afraid of what I'd see and being embarrassed at running away from it all. I couldn't fix anything if I was in prison, and the new regime had no problem incarcerating those who threatened them. Even something as simple as taking a picture was frowned upon. I wondered if that guy had been let out or if the other homeless people who had disappeared had returned. The Starlink came online and we had the internet. First thing I checked was the air tags using the Find My app. Most of the tagged vehicles were at JHAC. It was a work day. The mayor was at City Hall and the sheriff was in town. Had I tagged his cruiser? I didn't remember putting one on a car with lights. I thought they had all been personal vehicles. It wasn't anything to be worked out from here. I turned to the news. The local news talked about the weather and solicited people to put in their guesses about breakup based on the tripod in Nenana. There was a formal process that drew huge sums of money. The tripod had been placed on the river ice for over 100 years. Breakup was when the ice melted enough for the river to flow freely. The winning time wasn't determined by when the tripod fell over, but when it floated downstream at least 100 feet. The guesses would be tallied, and the prize money would be split between the winners. Recent pools of money were hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was a big deal and brought attention to Alaska. It had become a tourist attraction in its own right, but one that the locals participated in. like the great duck float on the summer solstice. Ducks floating down the river, and the first one to arrive delivered a hefty cash prize to the winner. People bought their river duck at various places around town. Each duck had its own number. More distractions and diversions by people who have too much time on their hands, from an era when there wasn't the internet or 3-day delivery for anything your heart desired. KFDX News. Ice hockey is returning to the Big Dipper this afternoon. Come one, come all. Your North Star Borough Assembly is sponsoring Hot Dog Night. Every guest gets one wiener served up hot between a warm bun, thick with relish. They have got to be kidding, I thought. Someone was having fun despite the times. Why was the borough spending my tax money on hot dogs for hockey fans? They probably didn't. They probably liberated a few cases from Costco. I suspected a payoff to keep the acquisition teams from cleaning out the warehouse. What are you going to do about it? That question occupied too much of my waking time. Time and practice would expose the folly of the mayor's plans, but could we wait that long? How quickly could the error of their plans be exposed? How much damage would be irreversible? How many would suffer while the authorities fought to maintain control? What they missed was the more they tried to exert control over things like prices, the more they would lose control. They'd find a shadow economy would be created where people could buy and sell things outside official restrictions. It was the scarcity principle in action. Students might study this, but what they'd find was that there was no official information available. The government wasn't documenting its own failure. The only information available was propaganda. That was not data. The reports showed how more and more people were coming to the food distribution centers, and that the 12 centers were running out quicker and quicker. They touted that as success. Forcing the people to be dependent upon the government wasn't my idea of success. They were running out of other people's food. The number of hungry were growing with no relief. The grocery stores couldn't stay in business after government theft and price controls. I scanned the news while downloading articles to read offline, from one to the next, until I found one buried in the local newspaper. One of the 2 grocery store chains had decided to pull their stores out of Fairbanks. It wasn't bankruptcy, but the employees would be laid off after the 2-week notification period. From record profits to relative bankruptcy, at the speed of light. This is a prime example of the fragility of the system. Laura's eyebrows dove when she frowned. But these are successful stores, aren't they? They were successful. The profit margin on a grocery store is something like 3%. It's tight. They need constant cash flow to ensure profitability. Stores have to operate at a profit because of the overhead, taxes, wages, replenishing product. Their outlay each week is immense. A 2-week interruption in their cash flow, and all of a sudden, they can't pay their bills. If they borrow money, they won't be able to pay it back. They're put in a no-win situation. The dominoes are falling. The other grocery chain will inevitably close. You saw the shelves last time we were in there. They're not going to be able to handle the demand. And with the city distribution center needs growing, the house of cards will start to fall. No one will be able to satisfy the needs. The citizens will start to get hungry. That will be bad, Laura agreed. Hungry people do extreme things. It'll take someone to dampen the powder keg, or it'll explode, and we'll get a shooting war, whether we want it or not. I steepled my fingers and stared out the window. Are you thinking about going back already? She continued to frown. I don't want to. I like being here, but I think we're going to have to. Let them fight it out. We can go back when the dust has settled. She was using my own words. That sounds tempting, but as much as I loathe the deluded political figureheads, I don't want a civil war. Hungry people will do about anything. People with nothing to lose. I stared into the distance. It was warm in the cabin. The sun provided enough heat to drive off the chill, even without the stove blazing away. Whenever you're ready, we'll go, Laura acceded. We'll check the news each day and see where it leads us. Until then, we have stuff to do." "Like what?" "Relax and live," I said. I kicked my feet up and leaned back. Laura brought the chessboard out. Life at the cabin was idyllic. Conditions could have been harsh, but the company was incomparable. We were isolated without distractions beyond what occupied our own minds. The internet and issues in the city pulled us away, but that was only briefly. We didn't dwell on what we couldn't control. It remained in the backs of our minds, though. A plan was starting to form. Communication was the shortcoming that I kept butting my head against. We wouldn't be able to post on social media. We'd already been stymied. I stayed away from my pages after my post had been deleted. I had no intention of beating my head against a wall. I walked to the window and looked out over my domain. It was almost nothing, and more than anyone could ever want. Behind me, Laura slurped her water, fighting her way past snow that had not yet melted. Divide and conquer. The plan was solidifying. Be the resistance. I could see the world collapsing, but there had to be someone to lift it up again. I thought I knew where to find a labor pool to help. Unfortunately, crimes were going to be committed when we stood up for ourselves, and that was hard to wrap my head around. But if I didn't act, then it could resort to extreme violence. I only wanted the madness to end, not to take a bath in blood. Leverage. That's what I was going to do about it. Laura cooked dinner using some of the moose we'd brought. The Franklin stove was a beast that served many needs. I put water on to boil, but Laura only smiled. From her pack, she brought out a bottle of wine. "You do have a corkscrew, don't you?" I didn't, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I had various picks and pikes on my multi-tool. I looked them over and finally selected the all tool. I stuffed it in at an angle and carefully levered it, adjusting as needed to keep the pressure even. The cork popped out, but it left bits of itself on the bubble of wine visible in the neck. "We'll need to strain it," I suggested, but Laura shook her head. She dipped her little finger in and brought out the little bits until only wine remained. She tipped the bottle back and took a sip. "Just like high school." "That was an awful long time ago. We should probably let it breathe a little before partaking." "We have to finish it because we can't cork it up." She took another sip. "Moose and red wine, a match made in the wilderness." "We could put some out for the bear." I held up a dish. "Then again, a wolverine would probably show up, and no one needs a drunk wolverine tearing everything up." "You haven't taught me how to shoot," Laura said. "Sleeping bear," I answered, as if that said all I needed for justification. "No choice. We're going back tomorrow, aren't we?" I nodded. It was coming together. We needed to intercept people before they escaped the city. I had something else in mind for them. "As soon as we're finished with dinner, we'll cap a few rounds behind the cabin. We'll drink the rest of the wine after we shoot." Laura took another drink and put the bottle aside. We had cutlery for 2 people. It was all we needed. We cleaned the dishes after each meal. The purity of existence. Everyone deserved to enjoy something like this. Not the cabin, but they shouldn't have to worry that someone would stop by and take their food. They shouldn't have to worry that they couldn't afford to eat. That needed to end. For those who preferred supporting themselves, there was a way out. The handouts couldn't go on. The government was delivering exactly the opposite of what they were intended for. Or maybe they were delivering exactly what the authorities wanted. A dependent, submissive society. Before anything else, I showed Laura how to clean the pistol. She asked how that went to shooting. I told her of how the great basketball coach, John Wooden, started each year's practices by teaching the players how to put on their socks. A clean weapon made sure it would fire the next time. It broke down easily, but we had to be careful because of the tiny parts. Laura put it together, broke it down, and put it back together. She didn't need to do it a third time right now. I'd have her clean it after we fired. We had a limited amount of gun oil, patches, and a punch at the cabin. Of course, Dad had insisted. He had everything he needed to keep his equipment functional for the foreseeable future. Then we walked through the safety measures. This off-brand pistol had a thumb safety on the left side of the slide. Down was off, up was on. Don't point the weapon at anything you don't intend to shoot. Always know where the barrel is pointed. Seems like a lot, she said as she kept her finger off the trigger and pointed the unloaded pistol at the wall. Pointing away from people and keeping your finger off the trigger will become second nature, and you won't have to think about it at all. I know this thing is unloaded, but next time it might not be. If you're going to carry a weapon, then you keep a round in the chamber, the safety on, and your finger off the trigger. If you're not going to keep a round in the chamber, then don't bother carrying the pistol at all. It'll be useless in the 1 to 2 seconds you have to react. 1 to 2 seconds? That's it. On television, they always make a show of racking the slide. That's garbage. Pull the weapon, click the safety off while aiming, and fire. 1 second or less. Wyatt Earp said slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Maybe I don't want to carry a weapon, Laura countered. Better to have it and not need it. I would love it if you never had to use that pistol in the real world. I would love it if I didn't have to use mine. But you have. Laura watched my face. I didn't tell her about my time in the Marines. Building clearing was the most intense of military operations. You never knew what was around the next corner, and you couldn't always lead with a grenade. Bad guys tended to hide behind women and children, except when the bad guys were the women and children. It was a horrific environment for decent people to fight. An enemy becomes that fanatical when they are fighting a foreign invader from their own homes. Sometimes the real enemy was as foreign as us, but we couldn't tell them apart from the locals. That had given me gray hair. I had seen it twice in my life, in Rhodesia as a child, and in the Middle East as a leader of Marines. Not this pistol, but yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Shooting people isn't anything you want to remember, but sometimes you have to if you want to survive another day. I still won't surrender, but will think long and hard about capping someone. Remember, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. We went out the back door to set up a short range with a round of wood as the target. I scratched an aim point into the middle of it. Laura loaded the small magazine outside. 7 rounds of .380 ACP ammunition. A small round fired from a small pistol was good for small hands and close range. The target was only 10 feet away. I carried my .45 in my chest holster because I wanted to show Laura how natural it was to carry and that it didn't impede a person's movements. She aimed as I had shown her. She flinched the first few rounds. Stop, put it on safe, and aim at the ground. She did so, watching her own movements. Why are you flinching? The noise isn't that loud. The recoil is almost non-existent. When you do that, you miss the target. No sense firing if you're not going to hit what you're aiming at. Don't flinch and hit the target this time. The pistol firing should be a surprise because you slowly pull the trigger. Don't think how you see them shoot on television. That's a lot of nonsense. Try again. She took aim and slowly pulled the trigger. Her hand shook because it took so long. But when the pistol fired, she blinked at the sudden noise. She hit the wood, which was an improvement. She emptied the magazine, hitting the target each time, but it was all over the wood, spread across 12 inches of target space. Laura nodded toward my pistol. I removed it from the holster, clicked the safety off, and smoothly fired. I was disappointed to hit 2 inches under the mark I had scratched as the aim point. That's disappointing. Laura was holding her head. Yours is loud, she complained. You know what they say about size. Bigger is better. I smiled. She didn't. Load 1 more magazine. Get comfortable with where the trigger fires the weapon. 7 rounds and 7 hits on the log later, I was happy with her rapid progress. If she fired every day, it would be second nature to her. We cleaned the weapons quickly before reclining and passing the bottle of wine back and forth. "What are you going to do when we get back?" "Send an email to Tom Farmer. I need his help, and the help of the other two. I'm betting that they'll buy into it. They are the catalyst to foment change from within. Divide and conquer. Let the house of cards fall so we can reclaim our city." Not so fast. The morning came in a blur. I wasn't used to drinking, and neither was Laura. Last night was playful. This morning was painful. I drank water, and then coffee, and more water. Laura had a hard time getting out from under the covers. It was time to let the stove burn down. "You better get up and get dressed. It's not going to get any warmer in here." "I know," a voice grumbled from deep inside the cocoon. I forced my face inside to kiss her cheek. She giggled as if she didn't have a raging headache. Mine was starting to ease. She sat up and shivered, even though it had not yet gotten cold inside. With the drafts penetrating the log cabin, it wouldn't take long. She climbed out and was completely naked. "What happened to your clothes?" "As if you don't know," she replied. "They were neatly folded on one of our 2 chairs." She tried to dress slowly, reverse stripper style, but an untimely draft ended my show as she raced to cover up. I gave her a cup of coffee. "Hot. My favorite blend and presentation." She sipped at it before turning to me. "Tell me your plan." I hesitated. "Is it the 3 days thing again? Are you afraid I'll tell all?" "Yes and no. I won't let you get taken without them taking me, too. If that happens, then it doesn't matter if you tell them what I had planned. We won't be able to implement it." I took a deep breath. "We're going to remove the ability of the mayor and the assembly to enforce their dictates. Then we're going to negotiate with them." "You mean force them to resign?" "Unless they want to jump off the bridge into the frozen China instead. Limited violence and no deaths." "How are you going to get to that point? They own all the new officers on the FPD." "That's the beauty of it, and also the heart and soul of the plan. It'll take a week or 2 to put things into place, so we'll have to limp along until then." I pulled her close and whispered my plan into her ear. She pursed her lips and stared at the wall. I let her think about it while I unlocked the Garand from the wooden gun safe that Dad had engineered and built. Hauling a gun safe way out here was impractical, but bringing a couple iron plates and rebar was not. With a drill and heavy wood, he reinforced the wood with rebar, tied it together, welded the connections, and put a plate on the top and bottom. It was tight enough that you couldn't see inside. Even with an axe, one wouldn't be able to get inside. Who had a cutting torch and bolt cutters this far from anywhere? No one. They might try to shoot their way through the metal, but we figured they'd hurt themselves with splintered fragments before they were able to get inside. We had to trust that anyone this far out would respect the homestead, whether they were natives or hunters. They could use it if they could get inside, which wasn't a given. They'd have to damage the door or break the shutters out of the windows. Dad called it his Fort Knox. He would have shared with anyone if they asked, but was actively hostile to those who stole, no matter how desperate they seemed. He wasn't here anymore, but I respected his wishes. The cabin was ours, and no one else was welcome to it or its contents. We loaded the 4-seater and waited for sunrise. Snow in the pots and pans, covered to prevent flies from getting into them. The fire in the wood burner needed to be out, and the coals cold to the touch. A little snow helped in that regard. Then prepare the kindling and first batch of wood for the next time. I made sure Laura had her pistol in her zippered pocket. She showed it to me, pointing the barrel away. It was loaded and the safety engaged. She put it back in her pocket. I showed her my pistol in my chest holster. The M1 was in a canvas case. I'd hide it in the back seat along with 10 clips of ammunition in a dry bag to keep snow and moisture from getting to them. I left ammunition at the cabin. We'd be back, and I'd carry the Garand back and forth. We stepped outside. Laura locked up the cabin, making sure to put the right combination lock on their respective hasps. An intruder might unlock one of the combo locks, but not all three. We left a fresh roll of toilet paper in the outhouse in case anyone stopped by and needed to go. It was a small gesture. No one had ever come across the cabin as far as we knew. I didn't expect that to change. Laura made a circuit of the cabin to make sure we didn't forget anything. She screamed from behind the cabin. I took off running, slipping on the snow in my rush, but I managed to stay upright. Her little pistol cracked once, and then twice more. I pulled my pistol as I ran. It wasn't far around the cabin, but it seemed to take an interminable amount of time. I almost ran into the bear, who had knocked Laura down and was straddling her. I ran into it, pushing with my legs when I hit, like I used to do when playing middle linebacker in high school. Drive through the tackle. The bear shuffled aside, but only far enough to drag a paw across Laura's chest to stand on her. I fired my hand cannon into its side. The bear let out a roar of pain. It pulled away, and I fired a snapshot from hip level, then raised it to fire a well-aimed round at its big head. It dropped to the ground before struggling to stand. I shot it twice more to finish it. The bear exhaled one last time and was still. I turned 100% of my attention to Laura. The bear had raked the side of her head with a paw, and blood streamed into the snow. She groaned softly. I checked her chest for broken ribs, but she didn't wince at my search for damage. The bear had been smaller. After hibernating, it might have only been 300 pounds. It wasn't a big specimen. The bear had slashed Laura's snowsuit, but hadn't gone deep enough to draw blood. I carried her around to the front of the cabin and put her on the ground next to the vehicle. I dialed the 3 different combinations as quickly as I could to open the door. I carried her inside and put her on the cot. I brought the fire to life and added more kindling to get it to blast heat more quickly. I used the water from my 2-quart collapsible canteen to clean the wound on her head. I found that it wasn't anywhere near as bad as it had first looked. The scratches were more like cuts rather than gashes that tore the skin and flesh all the way to the bone. Laura's stocking cap had kept the bear from delivering a blow that could have ripped half the skin off her head. Her eyes fluttered, and she gasped with the pain in her head. "It'll be worse when I put antiseptic on it." We had our emergency medical kit. There wasn't much, but I'd used the whole tube of antibiotics on the slashes if I had to. There was no reason to be frugal with it. Use it as needed until it was gone, and then find something else to use. There was a small kit in the ATV, but the ointment in there was undoubtedly frozen. I held her and rocked her like a small child. She seemed incredibly fragile at that moment, even though she had just survived a bear attack. The scar on her head would be a testament to her strength. "I'm proud of you," I said. "You tried to fight the bear. Pull, aim, and fire." She grunted. "That was me, fighting a bear with a BB gun. The pistol is bigger than that, but no matter. You survived, and we'll stay here for another day or 2. I'm not going to let that bear go to waste. We'll jerk the meat and tan the hide. I won't be able to bury the gut pile and bones, but I will drag it a long way from here." "That sounds disgusting," she said. She opened her eyes. "My head hurts." "That's your hangover. It has nothing to do with the superficial, can hardly tell, baby-sized scratches on the side of your head." "Let me see." She stood on shaky legs. It made me wonder if it was shock or a concussion. She tottered to the mirror on the wall with me at her side for every step. "Barely notice, you said. I look like a zombie." She tried to joke, but started to gag. The only thing I could reach was the ash bucket. She heaved her breakfast into it. Shock. I needed to keep her warm and hydrated. Into bed with you." She took off her damaged snowsuit and crawled under the covers in her travel clothes. I tucked both sets of blankets around her. "Give it a day or 3, and we'll have a stinky bear hide to cover you with." I wrapped a bandage around her head, doing my best to keep her hair out of the oozing wounds. "I don't want a reminder. If you don't mind, I'll share words of wisdom from my old man. I was young, and we were in Rhodesia, fighting as mercenaries. We were ambushed, and Dad takes off, running right at the group who was shooting at us. He tears into them. Suddenly, the shooting stops. I finally get my wits about me enough to run after him. His rifle had jammed when he jumped over the berm and into the middle of the 3 soldiers. He used his knife on them. He stood there with blood dripping from it. And what he said to me was, 'Never forget this, Cory. Attack into an ambush. Make them miss you as you run toward them with the hellfires of the devil himself in your eyes. And kill them for having the audacity to think they could kill you first. Then go about your business. Don't waste your brain thinking about it, except for how you can keep it from happening next time. Don't let anyone kill you or your people, not without giving them hell in return.'" Holy Mother of God! How old were you? Dad taught life lessons starting early, but I was 13 during that war. It's also why I didn't have kids. I couldn't teach them like that, even though they needed to learn those lessons. I couldn't protect them from everything that's out there. I almost couldn't protect you. I'm not sure I could live with that. You tried to protect yourself. That's important. It's how you survive in this twisted-up world of ours. Laura hugged me before letting me help her into the cot. I covered her up. "Stay warm. Looks like the first cup of water has melted." I swirled it around until the final bits of snow disappeared. She drank it slowly, sipping because it was ice cold. She shivered again. "I'll make broth as soon as we have some hot water. And then I'm going to need to go outside. I have to clean that bear before it freezes. That'll be a lot of work for one person, but I'll hurry through it as quickly as I can. I don't have to salvage all the meat, just as much as I can get without investing a whole day. I'll check on you often." "I think I can help you," Laura muttered. "Nonsense. You stay here. Stay warm and stay hydrated." I went outside to unload those things I didn't want to leave in the ATV. It was quick. Most of it could stay. I removed the rifle, the keys, and our helmets. No reason to put on a cold helmet when we were ready to leave. Laura was curled up with her eyes closed. I made broth for her and waved it under her nose. With an empty stomach, it would help warm her up and settle her down, although she was already relaxing. When she roused, I helped her to sit, and she took a sip. "I looked up, and it was right there," she said, and started trembling with the memory. "But you're sitting in here sipping broth, while it's dead." She smiled weakly. "It messed with the wrong man's woman. That's what I hear you saying. Are you going to fight the whole world to protect me?" "If I have to." "Finish your broth and get some sleep. I'd avoid laying on the gooned-up side of your head. I bandaged it best I could, but I'm me, so it's aesthetically rough. Remember the bear, but remember also that we defeated it. There's no reason to be afraid." "That's easy for you to say." "I've lived my whole life knowing how fragile life could be, but also that I've made it this far because I don't take any crap from people or animals." "I'll try," Laura said. She put the broth aside and closed her eyes. I made sure she was covered up well, and then I took the fillet and carving knives outside, along with the sharpening steel, to have a keen edge at my command. With one last look, I went out the back door. The bear was where she'd fallen. A small sow. I hadn't enjoyed killing her, but her body would feed us for a long time, here and at home in the city. The meat would be tough. Hibernation had removed the fat, what made it tender, but I was going to smoke most of it for preservation's sake. It had to be shelf-stable because it was warming up and wouldn't be frozen or chilled. Smoking and salting it. There was liquid smoke in the cabin, along with sugar. I could get creative with a variety of recipes that I had to recall, as we didn't have them written down. Not out here. I returned to the cabin for the earbuds. I turned on my phone and started a long heavy metal playlist. Metal from the 1980s, which was my preferred music. It helped me manage the time. I skinned the bear and then got to work cutting the choice meats in large chunks until I had to clean out the inside. Without the fat, and only a few 100 pounds, the gut pile was not immense, not like it was for a moose. I cut the guts free and rolled the mass into a trash bag that I could wrap and drag behind the ATV. I knew the old man would get every scrap of meat off the beast. I wasn't so diligent. I cleared off less than 200 pounds worth and called it good enough. I brought my stock inside, where we had a dry sink for final preparation. I wrapped the carcass in a blue tarp, along with the offal in the garbage bag. I brought the ATV around and wrapped a strap around the tarp. The ATV revved and dug into the snow until it moved the tarp, and momentum kept me going after that. I drove no faster than 5 miles an hour for 15 minutes straight out from the cabin. I stopped when I reached a pristine area that would have heavy runoff from the snow, which would help the bear decompose. I rolled the carcass free of the tarp and dumped the garbage bag. I wasn't going to leave something like a plastic bag in the wilderness. At the end of making smoke for the meat, I'd toss the bag on top to melt it into a small packet that I'd bury when the ground was soft enough to dig a hole. When I returned, I surveyed the damage to the ground around where the bear died. There was a massive blood stain on the snow. It would take more than one season to cleanse the area. I hoped that wouldn't draw more bears, but it could. They would know this territory wasn't theirs, but they would smell the blood. The last thing I did before heading inside was recover my blanket from the bear's den. It smelled to high heaven. I decided that I'd have to burn it. There were always more blankets. I only needed to bring them with me on the next trip. When I got inside, I checked the time. It was only 11 in the morning. It had already been a full day, and I would have been happy to relax for the rest of it until I could go to sleep, but there was too much to do and only me to do it. I started cutting the meat in thin strips. So much meat. Thousands of cuts. I tried using both hands, but my left hand was little more than a club when it came to precision work. I was left with one choice: cramps be damned. I took a handful of ibuprofen and continued until the mountain of strips was ready. Then I had to start a fire inside the smoker. But I didn't have a smoker. I had to build that out of nearby boughs. Spruce, the trees closest to the cabin, weren't the best since they had too much sap. I had to find willows that the moose hadn't cleaned out. Willow grew in areas where the spruce wasn't. The nearest patch was no more than a quarter-mile away and provided everything I needed. I piled the boughs on the roof of the ATV and returned to build 2 ad hoc smokers out front of the cabin. I didn't want to be too far from Laura. I got the fires started. I was running out of energy and knew it was going to get harder with each passing hour. I put a small pan above the fire with moistened cottonwood that Dad had found on a nearby hillside. Thank goodness it was already split, so I could use the hand axe from the ATV to hack off smaller pieces to use for smoke. For the other one, I threw the cottonwood into the coals proper and let it smoke and burn. There was a variety of flavors that I had prepared, unsweetened in the first to the last batch that had sugar added. I figured it would take the rest of the day and into the evening before I was finished with the 4 batches. I only had to tend it every so often, flip the meat, rotate it around the various willow racks, and let the smoke penetrate it through and through. In between everything else, I dabbled at tanning the bear hide. I would have normally used a special tanning cream, but we didn't have any of that, so I used what had been used before technology devised something better: the bear's brain. It had the right compounds to soften the skin and seal it. After cleaning the bear, I realized that I didn't find any 380 impacts. Even at point-blank range, Laura had missed. I suspected she had her eyes completely closed, and I couldn't blame her. A hungry bear was looking to eat her. Laura appeared in the afternoon, dressed for the great outdoors, but it was warm near the fire. She pulled her torn snowsuit off and joined me in lighter clothing. "How do you feel?" "Much better. How are you doing?" "Bone tired, but there's a bit more to do before I can call it a day." With the two smokers, it cut my time in half. I bowed my head and fell asleep just like that. Next thing I knew, it was an hour later, and Laura was rotating the slices. "Something smells good. What's for dinner, hun?" "I'll give you a hint. It starts with bear." I was happy that she was able to joke about it. I was ready to be done with this day. Tomorrow, we'd check the internet and see what we missed. Normal isn't normal. I didn't know how to check for a concussion, so I left it for Laura to determine. Was her head okay? Were her pupils dilated? She said she felt fine, everything beside the throbbing where the skin on the side of her head had been cut. I thought it would heal just fine with little in the way of an obvious scar. I forced antibiotics on her. Cipro that Dad had picked up in Mexico. It was potent, but we only had the high-powered stuff. It was way more than she needed, but I couldn't have her getting an infection. She'd take it for 5 days, and then visit a doctor after we returned home. As it was, that would be 2 days later than intended. We packaged our smoked grizzly as best we could with what we had. The list of depleted supplies was growing, but I diligently maintained it. Once at the cabin, it wouldn't be there if I didn't bring it. More antiseptic, more storage bags, more blankets, but we wouldn't need more food. We hung the meat up high to keep it away from rodents if they did manage to get inside. That would be god-awful ugly. The internet provided no additional insights except from the NCO Wives group. They were in an uproar, experiencing what I would describe as cognitive dissonance. Many decided that the authorities couldn't force them on base. They'd kissed their husbands goodbye before they left their homes. The command sergeant major's wife tried to weigh in that it was for the safety of all involved, but the non-temporary nature of the order had sent them into a complete frenzy. It was fascinating to watch. Some were extremely vocal with their dismay, and quickly defiled everyone within a growing impact area. People wouldn't want to get in the way of some of these women. I felt sorry for their husbands. One of them had started a petition. "Why is that funny? They have a legitimate grievance," Laura argued. "It's the military, not a democracy, and not subject to change by petition." I can see the commander now screaming at the NCOs, "Get your wives under control or you'll be on your way to Fort Bliss for permanent reassignment before the day is out." The base commander wouldn't do that, would he? He would if that's what it took to regain control over his unit. Any wife wearing her husband's rank puts his career at risk, especially if she's a big mouth. Many of the people on that forum have crossed the line. Even wives are subject to military discipline? What about husbands of military women? I shrugged one shoulder. Not directly, unless they're on base, then yes. Otherwise, the leverage is through their spouse. He'll be browbeaten and threatened until he's drummed out of the service, taking his abrasive spouse with him on the way out the door. A commander will do what it takes to maintain good order and discipline. Can't have an effective military without it. As for husbands of serving wives, they're out there, but the name of this group says it all. This is the wives group, not the spouses group. I'll take your word for it. They have a reason to complain. Of course they do. But we know the base commander is doing them a favor by moving them out of reach of the local authorities. If they knew that, they might be a little more accommodating. The base commander cannot protect a spouse that gets arrested by the locals. Maybe I can tell them that, Laura suggested. I think you had best not. Can't highlight ourselves. We have a war to fight, and one that's important to win without firing a shot. If you get the spouses riled up about local authorities, upset husbands are going to shoot anyone who comes to the door. It'll be hard to put that rocket back on the stand once it's been launched. The turmoil within the city affected everyone, direct recipients of the pain, those with processed wild game and registered weapons, and indirect, like those who went to the store to get groceries. If we leave now, we have a chance to get home in the daylight, I suggested. Are you sure you can travel? I can go. I'd like to take a hot shower and clean this thing out a little better. Laura pointed to her head. Let's get the place ready to go. We rushed through the close-down sequence, snagging clean snow and dry wood, dumping water on the fire to expedite the cooling. I carried half the meat to the ATV and piled it in the back seat. I checked my pistol, looked to the sky for the weather, and gave myself an enthusiastic thumbs up. I carefully placed the gerund on top of the meat supplies and climbed into the driver's seat. Laura looked around and took her place in the passenger seat. Door is locked and the combinations spun back to 0, she confirmed. We put on our helmets and began the long, slow process of covering 80 miles over rough terrain to get home. When we entered the outskirts of Fairbanks, we slowed to a stop and turned on our cell phones. Was anything out of the ordinary? We could find nothing, but not for want of trying. Information was throttled even more tightly than before. We would learn nothing from the internet. We would have to gather the information we wanted with our own eyes and ears. That would be the only thing we could trust. We rolled slowly along back trails and bike paths. I kept the lights off because we could see well enough. I felt like I was infiltrating the enemy's lair in a strange video game. Reality was worse than anything that could be conjured in the imaginations of game designers. Not really. I'd played Doom. Designers could go overboard. Maybe reality wasn't worse. It was only worse because it was happening to Laura and me. We crawled onto the road for the last 3 blocks. I accelerated as much as I dared and prayed that no cars would come, but few people were driving around this evening. The city wasn't as bright and cheery as it usually was this time of year. People could sense the end of winter. The sun's return was infectious. The spring and summer called to humanity's desires to worship the great outdoors under a warm sun. Down the street to the house, where a light inside was on. My insides tightened as I expected to find the house broken into and defiled. I had to stop out front so we could unlock the door and open the garage. No one had been in the house. That was easy to see. We rolled into the garage. I shut the door behind us and didn't relax until it was down. The light in the living room turned off as the timer ran its course. I checked the garage freezer to find the moose meat we'd put in there when we left. Things are looking up. We need to unload and hide our stuff. Laura brought the bags of cash and gave them to me along with her pistol. I put it under the floor along with the gerund and my .45. I tucked the spare ammunition under the floor and put the board back into place. "Dinner, woman! I'm starving!" I declared. "Oh, really?" Laura said. Her complexion was ashen, and there were bags under her eyes. "How about you get a bath and I'll cook something for dinner?" "Canned soup?" she guessed. "You know me so well. Dinty Moore beef stew. Only the best for my sweetheart." I could cook, but I didn't feel like standing on my feet any longer than possible. I was more than hungry. I was exhausted. It had been a hard few days. With the stew ready and steaming in 2 bowls, I carried them to the bathroom. Laura was up to her neck in a bubble bath. I sat on the floor next to her. She ate from the bowl on the edge of the tub. "When are you going to start?" Laura had some trepidation. We were going to actively engage the enforcers as soon as I met with Farmer. He had gotten my email and approved. That was yesterday. We were going to meet tomorrow morning, pre-dawn at an overlook outside the city. I didn't want prying eyes to see the officer. First thing in the morning, we'll find out if Farmer was able to implement what we talked about. If so, we'll start right away. I hope the first people we find include our favorite enforcement officer. I'd love to deal with him personally. I hope so too. He's a creep, as were the 2 who came here and looked through our drawers. I wouldn't settle for just those 3. Fairbanks Police Department had about 40 officers, with a few cats and dogs on top of that number. The predators had to become the prey. Only then would we be safe. Only then would we begin returning to the lives we had before. It was late. We'd call Dorothy in the morning and see what was up with the homeless kitchen. If it was closed, that was better news for what I had in mind. I was actually counting on it. Laura and I were at the parking area early. Laura grumped a little, but there was no way I was going to leave her home alone. She didn't want to stay alone either. We had the lights off and watched over the city as it came to life. A car crunched in next to us, and Officer Farmer climbed out. He leaned on his hood and bowed his head with his hands in his pockets. That wasn't a good sign. "Tom," I called when I joined him. "It's done," he said. "Your transfer came through?" I asked. "Yep, in one day. The others too, because they had people over there who wanted to move into the FPD. Everyone over there has been through the school and are certified officers, so they must not be fully aware of what's going on with the force. But so be it. I'm not looking forward to the shifts in the correction center." He checked his watch. "I start in an hour." "That's good news," I told him, despite the look of dismay he carried. "We're going to deliver the first people to you today or tonight. You can hold them, right, while discharging the others? Give me a copy of a release form and I'll duplicate it. All I need is a list of names, and you can set them free." "I'm not sure I'll be able to do any of that right away." He looked up at me. "My family has been FPD for 50 years, and now I'm a corrections officer." I pointed at the city. "Do you recognize what the FPD has become?" "It's not my FPD. Makes it easier to let go, but it's not easy. I'd like to tell you it's for the best, but I can't make any guarantees. What we're about to do is dangerous. There's a lot of risk. The worst thing that could happen is this becomes a shooting war. Change has to come more peacefully, or it will always be questioned. Once we remove the enforcers, then we'll be able to deal with the assembly, the mayor, the sheriff, and the chief of police. Without their officers, the politicos won't be issuing such outrageous orders. Hopefully, there's still time to save the city. That's the only reason I'm doing this. I believe the city is worth saving." "You better get to your new job. Do the best job you can at it, but there's a bunch of people in there who probably shouldn't be. We need to know which ones are political prisoners and which ones are the poor who were pulled off the streets. Those people all need to be let go." "You're calling the shots. I hope you know what you're doing. You really think no one will notice if FPD officers are getting locked up in jail?" "That's the beauty of it. We take control of the jail. I've heard the correctional officers know the FPD officers, but I bet they have no idea about this new bunch, the Dude Crew. I bet they'd be more than happy to see them locked away and not say anything about it. We hate these new guys." He chewed on his lip. "Yeah, we'll do it. Maybe we'll get our jobs back with the force. I'm a police officer first. I was born to it. You're a good one too, Tom. We need people like you to make the locals feel safe. We don't need people like those other knuckleheads. They need to be gone. The only crime in the city right now is being perpetrated by the government. I don't have words to express how screwed up that is." He nodded to me, got in his car, and drove off. I had his phone number, and he had mine. Now that he didn't work for FPD, there was less of a concern that they'd find my contact information on his phone. Paranoia was a good way to ensure one's own personal safety. But when securing the freedoms of others, there had to be friends, people who were trusted, involved, which always put a plan at risk. I needed Tom's help. He needed mine if he was to get back into a cruiser. The city needed both of us and more if we were to give people hope. "Give Dorothy a call, if you please," I asked Laura. She seemed to have Dorothy on speed dial as she only tapped a couple buttons and then put the phone to her ear. Laura mouthed the words, "Kitchen is closed." "Have her meet us there at the normal open time of 10. I'll have a proposal for her." I checked the time. "Better catch the morning shift at the grocery." "They're closed." "To the public, but not to someone hiring folks for honest work." You're hiring people now? I hadn't told her all the details of my plan. We needed an army, and there was nothing better than hard-working people who'd been laid off. How many of the NCO wives have responded to your request for a face-to-face? I asked. Laura checked her phone. We may need a bigger place. I hear there's an empty grocery store that we might be able to use. The snowball rolls. Tom Farmer started his shift at the correctional center, which was located off a back road behind the building where the Alaska State Troopers could be found. What was their role in all this? Was the great state's finest involved? No way, I told myself. I used the VPN to hopefully hide my search on the AST and their jurisdiction. Detachment D was located in Fairbanks, and although the unit boasted 100 personnel, only 31 were on patrol. Most of those handled major crimes. How did they get dispatched to emergencies? Via 911 or their local dispatcher if an aggrieved party called directly. Most of their personnel worked issues outside the city. Their operational support area was over 160,000 square miles. There was no way the AST could turn a blind eye to the crimes of the FPD, unless they were kept in the dark. How was that possible? Just because I didn't know the answer didn't mean there wasn't one. I needed to talk with a trooper. I added that to my long mental list of people I had to see and places I had to go. I wasn't alone, though. With Laura by my side, I didn't come across as an extremist. Balance in all things, even presentation. We first went to the grocery store that had already closed its doors to the public, refusing to restock supplies that could be taken by city officials. Even if they did restock, they were losing vast sums of money with price controls. They didn't need the overhead on a store that cost the corporation millions of dollars a year. They cut their losses early, while the other stores struggled. We drove to the side where there was an employee entrance door propped open. Laura and I strolled through into the warehouse section of the store. No one stopped us. The looks on the employees' faces were of resignation and defeat. Can you point me to a manager? I asked a strapping young man pushing a pallet jack stacked too high toward a loading dock on the far end. I guess that would be Doug. He pointed at a balding man leaning against an empty rack. What's your name? He looked like the kind of person I wanted to keep close. I held out a 20. I'm Maze. What's that for? When people work for me, I pay them in cash. Be the resistance, pay in cash. How do I get more work from you? He took the 20. I smiled at him. I'll be calling a short meeting to solicit for employees for a new venture. It'll be short, have some risk, but I pay in cash. How does $1,500 a week sound? He made a face and mouthed, wow. He regained his wits. I won't tell anyone. I'm looking for about 10 people like you willing to work hard. This isn't charity. You'll earn your money, but you'll get paid. We'll talk again. You better get this to the dock. He nodded. Yes, sir. He leaned into the pallet jack and hurried down the aisle. Doug had moved, but he hadn't gone far. His energy had been sapped by the imminent demise of the store where he'd spent too much time, investing a portion of his adult life doing something that came crashing down over the course of 2 months. He would never get that time or effort back, and he knew it. That's what weighed on him. It was written on his face as if he wore a flashing sign. Doug, I called. We're closed. He waved a hand as if that would make us go away. I expect you can help us, I started. He looked skeptical. We're looking for about 10 hardworking employees, and I'm going to need someone to manage them. I'm interested, he replied without waiting to hear what I needed them for. It was the call of the desperate. His options had disappeared within a city under siege by its own leaders. What I need them for is cleaning up the mess that the mayor and her lackeys are leaving behind. We're going to collect information, and we're going to interdict the illegal actions until we're able to reassert control over the city. Are you still interested? He snorted. Interdict. Nice army word. I never made captain back in the day. I was in supply. No one cared until they didn't get what they wanted. Do that twice, even if it wasn't your fault, and you were done. You sound military. Is this a coup? And don't get me wrong, it's what their actions have brought us to. It was refreshing to hear someone else observe the same things and come to the same conclusion I had. Not a coup. We're not going to shoot anyone. We're not even going to hurt anyone. But we are going to take them off the streets. We can't live like this. I spread my arms wide and turned back and forth to take in the empty racks. We need this store to stay in business. We're slaves to the economically ignorant, and they need an education in what their policies have done to the Golden Heart. Now you're talking. I'm in. When do we start? As soon as possible. I'm paying $1,500 per week, cash. We might need this facility for a meeting with potential allies tonight, but that will be only one time. This is cash for work, not a charity. Work hard and get paid like you deserve. Find me 10 hard workers. Include Mays in that number. He's a good man, Doug replied. I handed him a $100 bill. I was going to burn through the old man's cash, but I quickly dismissed the thought. He earned it as a mercenary fighting enemies of the people. He'd contribute once again to the cause. We were going to fight the enemies of civilization, and his money was going to pay for it. The revelation hit me hard enough that I staggered. Laura caught my arm. Dad spent his whole life building up the civilization that he fought to protect, whether here or in Africa. He fought on his terms. I knew he'd approve of what I was doing. We were going to take back our city. Bring the hard workers to the homeless kitchen south of downtown around 11. We'll have more for you then and the first bit of work. There's a lot going on, and we can't let any of the spinning plates fall. If they fall, we're right behind them. That's what I'm going to need you for. Manage people and things. Make sure everyone gets where they need to go when they need to be there, with the right tools for the job. Sounds better than tracking coupons, Doug deadpanned. Who knows? You may have to restart the store once common decency returns, Laura added. Common decency? What is that? He was bitter from the cataclysmic changes in his life. It's what we're doing, Laura replied easily. He blinked at the direct response that invited order back into his life. We waved and walked away. 11 at the kitchen, I called to him over my shoulder. Laura and I walked hand in hand on our way out. Mays intercepted us. Do you have more on the job? His eyes were sharp. He was hungry for work that paid well. See Doug. He has your name and knows the next steps. See you soon. We left him standing there. Next stop, AST. Laura grimaced. Is that a good idea? We can't have people coming at us from all sides. I need to know where they stand, because I'm not messing with the state troopers or any of the good guys. If AST showed up to arrest me, I'd let them take me. I want to keep that from happening. More importantly, we need to tally the good guys. Some of them may be people we can rely on. If it were that easy, it would have been done already, Laura posited. Why haven't they intervened? The mayor's thugs are breaking the law. Calling the cops on other cops isn't what anyone wants to do. But why aren't they intervening? Maybe statutes, ordinances, laws, and jurisdiction. I don't know. All I know is that despite what may appear to be checks and balances, the system has failed us. Like you said, outside money bought the key power positions. I think this was a test for something greater that they wanted to try. They being President Willoughby and his inner circle. You saw how gregarious he was on stage, and then all of a sudden there was no mention of it anywhere. Has this experiment failed? From my perspective, it has, and horribly so. If the president is cutting ties, then the enemy won't be getting reinforced, which gives our plan a better chance for success. In the truck, I let it warm up before trying to drive away, although it hadn't gotten very cold in the short time we were in the back of the store. Is Doug the right guy? Laura asked. Do you think he's not? I want to know why you took to him so quickly. He's kind of dumpy. Laura, body-shaming a veteran and fellow member of the resistance. Shame. I smiled at her. You didn't answer my question. I thought he might have been former military. Getting drummed out for a screw-up that wasn't his? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But the store he ran was lucrative until the mayor and assembly gutted it. Yes, I'm sure he'll be fine. Anyone who can track coupons has the ability to stick to doing what needs to be done, no matter how long it takes. We need people and materials. It's going to get ungainly very quickly. I don't want to lose control at this stage when there is no way I can control it all. I need people I can trust managing areas for me. I need 3 or 4 managers to bring it all together. We have one and a work crew. Laura wasn't sure what else I had in mind. There were too many moving parts, and I had skipped over sections of the plan that I didn't have a solid handle on, but it was coming together. We headed to the home of Detachment D, Alaska State Troopers. There was parking up front and a set of double doors, but no signs telling a visitor what to do. We went to a blue door, but it wasn't open. There was a sign with a phone number. I looked at my phone and then put it away. An AST cruiser pulled into the lot. The trooper behind the wheel watched us. I waved to him. He left his vehicle, carefully adjusting his smoky bear hat before approaching us. "Can I help you?" "Possibly. I was looking for the detachment commander or a sergeant. I have a few questions from the perspective of a concerned citizen." "Let me know your concerns, and I'll run it up the flagpole." He looked bored. "The city came and took my moose gun, and then, to add insult to injury, they came back and cleaned out my freezers of last year's moose," I said to gauge his interest. "Did you tag and register, as your license requires?" "I did, and processed it at a recognized butcher. Everything was above board. I know there were quite a few others who lost their firearms, some who were jailed over it, and then the taking of food. They did it to the grocery stores, too. That's theft." "The stores refused to file charges. There's not much we can do. Do you want to file charges over the loss of your moose?" The moment of truth. Would I highlight myself? Yes. I need to be on record as vigorously opposing the unconstitutional actions of the Assembly, the sheriff, and the mayor. "You really want to do that?" he asked. His eyes narrowed as he focused on me enough that I felt my forehead heat up. "Want to? Of course not. Have to is more like it. Why aren't you guys intervening? Especially since the people wearing uniforms over at the FPD aren't FPD. They're a bunch of outsiders." His expression softened. "We're looking into what we can do. I would encourage you not to file a complaint at this time. You have up to 2 years to file. Right now, not the best time, because we're working behind the scenes to resolve what may be illegal actions by our law enforcement brethren. We don't need any publicity on this if we're to realize success." "Can I ask what you're doing?" I didn't want to work at cross purposes and interfere if the officials were doing something similar. "You can ask, but I'm not going to tell you." "What are you going to do?" He sensed that I was finished taking it. "Nothing that will interfere with what you're doing, hopefully. If it does, I ask that you think kindly of us. We only want our city back." "Somebody voted these people into office. A lot of somebodies," he snapped. I smiled at who I perceived to be our ally. It was our fault for letting them get voted into office, where relative newcomers could be put in positions of authority over the old-timers. 25% of the eligible voters voted, and the last votes were split 3 ways. Maybe 15% of the population voted for these people. It still doesn't give them the authority to do what they're doing. They succeeded in getting 2 grocery stores closed. There will be more until there's nothing. Fairbanks will be a wasteland, and I don't want that. I want these people out of my life and the life of every decent person who lives here. I thought for a moment, then added, "Who is blocking you from taking action?" "I'm going to ask again. What are you going to do about it?" "We're going to exercise our rights peacefully. 2 wrongs won't make a right." He nodded. "You got that right. Have a nice day, mister." I never gave him my name, and he never asked. We went our own way. "He seems like a good guy," Laura said. That's because he looks like a cover model on a GQ magazine. I hadn't noticed, Laura replied with a smile. But I agree. He didn't look too happy when talking about FPD actions. We don't have a free pass to do what we're going to do, but I don't see AST stepping in to stop us, especially if we're going to raise this place out of the pit of despair and fear that it's become. Operations Center. When I first started working at the homeless kitchen, I never remotely envisioned that it would be the operations center for a resistance against the city's leadership and their loyal minions. By my rough count, there weren't even 100 people on the enemy's side, actively engaged in defiling the good citizens of Fairbanks. I had initially called them an enemy because that's what one did with people who intruded on our peaceful lives. But they were the authorities. Sometimes we don't agree with their decisions, but that doesn't make them the enemy. Actions make someone an enemy. Actions that violated us and the rule of law. They'd stolen from me on 2 different occasions. They were definitively and irreversibly the enemy. The operations center was the place where our efforts would be coordinated. Dorothy let us in and locked the door behind us. It was cold inside, no more than 50 degrees. She'd turned the heat down to save money. Without a word, the first thing she did was go to the safe and pull out the remainder of the cash I had given her. She pushed it into my hands. "You're going to need this," I refused. "Turn the heat up and prepare to feed 20 people a day. We have some grizzly in the truck that we can use to get us started." I had brought 40 pounds, hoping the day would shape up as it had. "We're going to use this place to help all of Fairbanks." "I like the sound of that. Are you going to do something illegal?" "Not as far as you know, Dorothy." "You are, and I'm in. They took food from me, a non-profit food pantry. I have wished all the evils of mankind to befall them." "But we let them, Dorothy. But no longer." She motioned for me to follow, but we didn't. Laura and I went to get the supplies we had brought. It was mostly meat, but Dorothy could make a grocery store run. Walmart might have fillers. They hadn't caved to the locals like the supermarkets, but I wasn't aware what the last 2 weeks had wrought. The food distribution centers were strapped. Food prices had increased. No one had anything to eat, and there was little to buy. Get food from Walmart and fill in the gaps. You might want to get some steak sauce, because that bear is not the cat's meow when it comes to it. We had some last night. It wasn't pretty. Needs a ridiculous amount of spices and an overbearing sauce. Overbearing steak sauce. Yours is not a refined palate, is it? I can eat grape nuts without sugar. Tells me all I need to know. I'm off to the store. I'll be back. Lock the door if you leave. She handed me a key. I have another. Dorothy left. It was a touch after 10. We had time to kill until the orientation with Doug and his people. Let's see what we might need. I went to the kitchen, and Laura followed me. There wasn't a single scrap of food in the pantry or cupboards, but the spice rack was intact. We'll do our best. We left 10 pounds of bear out and put the other 30 into the freezer. I turned the freezer temperature down. To save money, Dorothy had turned it up to freezing instead of where it was optimal for frozen food, which was 0 Fahrenheit. Laura started heating oil to fry the thin, smoked bear slices. We hoped that Dorothy would return with vegetables or potatoes to add. Feeding our new employees would be a quick way to their hearts. With the crew having worked in a grocery store, it would be easy to believe they were well fed, but I expected the opposite, especially as cash grew dire. "How much are you willing to spend?" Laura asked while the oil heated. "All of it. It's not really my money, is it? The old man left it. He never told me about it, which meant it was a surprise. If he had directions for it, he would have said something. Since he didn't, he left it to my discretion. I'll tell you that I feel guilty spending it on myself. Living it up with Dad's hard-earned cash isn't my idea of living it up. I didn't know him, but I think he'd be proud. We have to live for something, don't we? We can't just live, do nothing, and eventually die. No matter how this turns out, you sought to make a difference. If you didn't, we'd still be at the cabin, naked and enjoying sordid pleasures of the flesh." "We would?" I was surprised, but didn't think she was wrong. "How's your head?" She had the wound covered with an old black knit stocking cap. If it were a concussion, I'd feel bad in some way. It's starting to itch, which tells me it's healing. I'm getting hot flashes, but that's from the antibiotics. Everything has consequences. An infection would be worse than the Cipro. I'm sure that's not exactly the right medication. It's too strong, but you use what you have. I'm not going to the doctor. She shrugged as if that was the end of it. And it was. It would heal in its own time. She'd rearrange her hair to cover most of it, and I wouldn't care either way. I was happy that she was all right. At 11 exactly, Doug walked in, followed by 14 healthy younger people and one older woman who was overweight and walked with a limp. "Doug?" I asked and stepped to the side. He was ready for the conversation. "It was hard to tell our best workers no. These are the good ones. They'll do what you need. And Gloria is my assistant. She'll work for $1,000 a week for now. I hope you can accommodate her." "By making me the bad guy if I tell them no?" I wasn't happy, but there was no reason to be rude. "It's your team. If they're all on board, then we'll put them all to work." I clapped Doug on the shoulder and faced the crowd. "Welcome aboard, hard-working people of New Fairbanks, which is going to look a lot like the old Fairbanks if everything goes right. Which it won't. No plan survives first contact." Doug laughed, but no one else understood. It was a military axiom that the value was in the planning process and not the plan itself, because once the fight started, the enemy would do everything in his power to stymie the plan. The winner would be whoever flexed to the changing situation the quickest. Dorothy walked in, waving at me while struggling with 2 armloads of bags. "Maze, give her a hand getting that stuff to the kitchen, please." I pointed, and the young man jumped up and relieved Dorothy of the heaviest bags. A young woman took the others, and the 2 helpers trailed Dorothy into the kitchen. It took 5 minutes before the serving trays clunked and clanged. I raised my hands for silence, although only 2 people were quietly talking. Those 2 stopped instantly and focused on me. "The reason you're here is because I need help taking control of the city from those who would take it from us." Doug stood and clapped. "I'm with you all the way," he declared. He looked at his crew, and they responded by standing and declaring their loyalty without knowing any of the details. "Be the resistance," I called over the growing din. "Pay in cash," Doug responded. The others didn't know what had become the counter password. "We're going to take back our town." The door to the outside opened, and 2 uniformed officers walked in. The first was the one who had taken food from the kitchen. Him and his partner in crime. He had complained about the cart not handling sufficient weight to support what they were stealing. "What do we have here? The sign on the door says closed, but the parking lot has cars and the lights are on." "I'm sorry." I walked toward them. "It's called the First Amendment." "Free speech?" the man wondered, cocking his head like a confused dog. I shook my head. "Government shall make no law respecting the right of the people to assemble. You are the law. We're assembling. You should probably go away." "Do I smell lunch? What about you, Yance? Are you hungry?" "I think we'll stay for lunch." "We feed anyone, as long as bent coppers don't steal our food." I'd heard that term in a British crime thriller. "I think you're going to need to come with us," the officer said. "Surely we can have lunch first, can't we, gentlemen?" The 2 conferred. "We can do that, but you stay with us, within arm's reach." "Will do. No need to be at loggerheads." I strolled toward them. "Smells like bear and a sausage gravy with a sweetened tomato reduction and julienne vegetables." I sniffed and waved my hand under my nose. "It smells like burgers." The first officer turned to the second. Without winding up, I rabbit punched him in the temple. He went down like a sack of potatoes. I followed through to grab the second officer and knee him in the groin. He grunted with a full expulsion of air from his lungs. I tripped him and drove him to the floor. With my knee in his back, I pulled his cuffs and put them on him. I did the same to the first officer before he recovered his faculties. I turned off their radios. "Doug, give me a hand." Together, we removed their equipment belts with pistols, stunners, pepper spray, and radios. "What did you do?" Doug's eyes were wide, showing the whites all around his pupils. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are the first two of up to 40 criminals masquerading as Fairbanks PD. We're going to take them to jail, which is where they belong, and we're going to capture the rest of the rogue officers and put them behind bars too. There you go. That's the plan. We have people in place at the jail, and I believe we have the state troopers willing to turn a blind eye as long as we don't hurt anyone." "He looks hurt," Doug offered. "Thanks, Doug. You are being very helpful." I winked at my operations guy. "We need to strip these two to their underwear. That's how they're going to jail. No one there needs to know that they're badged officers, and we're delivering them in their own police car, which we'll leave at the correctional facility." "No one is going to notice that FPD is missing officers?" Doug was skeptical. "Not for a while. The more frantic they become, the more they'll tell themselves horror stories about being on the streets. Wherever they go, we'll be there. We need 4-person teams to take down a single officer. No blood, no shooting, no knifing. Attack quickly with the element of surprise." There was a flaw in my plan. "Any of you people know how to fight?" No one raised their hand. I held up the stunners. "Then you can use these. Hide them under your coat until you're ready to use them. Shoot them in the leg, because they're wearing body armor. You have to get the probes to embed in the skin. Unless you can shoot them in the neck, but you'd have to be real close to make that happen. Each one you take down is one more set of equipment." "We're behind you all the way," Doug shouted out of the blue. "Yeah," the others shouted, jumping up and down. "You're a dead man," the second officer grumbled. "You're going to jail, my man, where you're going to stay until we figure out what to do with you. Professionals will look after you until then. Enjoy your stay. I hear the food is good. They follow the Norwegian model for incarceration, as in it's more rehabilitation than incarceration. It'll be like summer camp, but without the booze, crafts, and fun. You'll catch up on your reading, like the Constitution, for example, so you're not so ignorant. You never completed police academy, did you? Makes you an illegitimate hire." "We have waivers," the man said, while 2 former grocery stalkers stripped him down. He tried to struggle until a young woman slapped him across the face. "You took stuff from my store," she stated. She prepared to slap him again. I caught her hand. "We do this the right way, or not at all. We're the good guys. Don't forget that." "Sorry," she mumbled. He had been humbled by an old man and then slapped by a young woman. He had been cowed and stewed in his own juices. They finished stripping them, but could only pull their shirts to the cuffs. I didn't want to release them to take their shirts off, so we cut them off. When the two were in their underwear and socks, we checked them for a necklace that might have a cuff key or a bracelet or anything else that would help them escape. I took the car keys outside and started the cruiser, which they'd parked to block the door, because of course they did. These two were criminals, and may have been the worst of the bunch. It would have to get easier from here. I returned inside and directed my new employees to bring the two out and put them in the back of the police car. The first officer was groggy, but if he wanted to try something, he was cuffed and in his underwear. He might cause a minimal amount of grief, but he'd get his comeuppance. He didn't struggle, though. The second officer had surrendered. Getting slapped took the fight out of him. He shuffled, slightly hunched over from the blow to his privates. Standing outside in the cold also helped make them more willing to comply. It was warm for late March, but not warm enough for shorts and bare chests. With them loaded up, I called Tom directly. He answered on the first ring. "I'm bringing the first two in." "Whoa, we weren't going to be ready until tomorrow." "What do I do with them between now and then?" I wondered. No plan survived first contact. Bring them. The superintendent leaves tomorrow on a trip. I'll hide these two in isolation until after she's gone. We have a week to pull this off. Once she returns, she's going to want answers. We'll have the paperwork squared away by then, I replied. I'm on my way. I'll be there between 5 and 10 minutes. I rolled down the window. Doug, grab Maze and follow me. I'll need a ride back. I took back roads to get there. I didn't want another officer to see me driving a police car, but there was nothing to worry about. There wouldn't be that many cars patrolling, and not two in the same area. I rolled the car into the parking lot and stopped. Doug pulled in beside me. We hurried the men in their underwear through the cold. They limped across the gravel on the snow until they got to the sidewalk and continued walking gingerly. Once inside, they danced back and forth on cold feet. Tom Farmer met us in the receiving area. He wore a grim expression while he glared at these two. "You," was all he said. He nodded to a corrections officer that had come up front with him. "Isolation, far back. We'll process them after they're inside." There were procedures, and it didn't appear Farmer was going to follow them. But then again, there was no paperwork or formal court orders incarcerating these two. It was all under the table. I didn't know if they would ever get processed, and it didn't concern me. They were off the street. These two made for the best start. They were especially egregious. The city was already better off, even if it was only for a week. But we intended to penetrate deeply in the course of that week. I tossed the cruiser's keys to Farmer. "Good luck, my friend." "What are you going to do about it?" He repeated my words with a furtive smile. "Now we know, don't we?" Fear. When we returned to the homeless kitchen, I found Laura off on the inside. Spatula. "You couldn't have told me you were leaving?" She was angry. It made me angry. We were fighting a war. It happened fast, and we needed to dispose of the bodies. "You killed them?" Her anger turned to shock. Her mouth worked in soundless spasms. "No, we turned them over to Tom, who put them in solitary confinement, if they have such a thing. It's a little less Gray Bar Motel and more Motel 6 than I had thought, but he'll keep those two on ice. When we add their friends, then things will get interesting. We won't always be together. I should have had someone tell you I was leaving." "Dorothy told me," Laura admitted. "We're fighting for our existence. It may seem like it's a freedom here or there, but it's far more than that. Everything I believe in is incrementally being taken away. Sometimes we're going to be apart as we each fight the battles that we're capable of fighting. You keep these people on track, I'll be out there hunting down the criminals wearing FPD uniforms." I pointed at the door. The only emotion I wanted to deal with was anger, to focus it into energy that would help us to get where we wanted to go. I had a hard time with people being afraid. She burst into tears. She was fragile. "You fought a bear," I told her. "And lost." She took a deep breath and wiped her face with the back of her sleeve. "That tells you that you shouldn't be fighting bears. It doesn't tell you that you're weak." "But I am." "You're not, because you're with me, partner. I need you to not be angry with me for doing what I have to do. That includes not putting you in harm's way. You don't need to be in a boxing match with thugs." "I don't," she agreed. "I don't want to feel lost without you, but I did. Completely lost." I hugged her quickly and gave her a gentle push toward the stove. "Finish cooking for this mob so I can talk to everyone. Then I'll come back here to clean up." She nodded toward the door to the serving and dining area. "I bet you'll get volunteers, especially since you're paying them." Her wisdom dawned on me. "As a matter of fact, we have employees." I smacked her on the rear end and danced out of reach of the poorly swung spatula. I returned to the dining area, where excited chatter died down and all eyes turned to me. Doug gave me the floor. "There you go. You have an idea of what I have in mind. Let me lay it out for you. With the recent elections, the assembly has been replaced with mostly newcomers to the area. The mayor is also new, and she appointed a police chief who is an outsider. The sheriff is an outsider. How the hell that all happened is for the historians to study. What happens now is for us to determine. The mayor and sheriff conspired to replace the entire police department with outsiders, too. Nothing more than thugs who never went through law enforcement training. They said they received waivers. I don't care. They're criminals enforcing illegal laws using brutal tactics. People have complied because what they were doing was unbelievable. No one takes an Alaskan's hunting rifle. Yet that's exactly what they did. And then they took our food, so we'd be dependent upon them. They need us to submit so they can begin the next phase of their plan. I can only guess what they want. Forced labor to work within the city, doing as we're told by compliant lackeys to make this place look like paradise. There's one way to change that outcome. If they can't get us to comply, then they won't be able to move forward. We need to remove the enforcers while simultaneously taking out the food distribution centers. Those cannot continue to exist. Doug raised his hand. Removing those will negatively affect the people we're trying to help. It will remove the one source they have for food. A number of us are using those places. Otherwise, we'd starve. There are too many in that same boat. Others mumbled their agreement. To rebuild our society where people can support themselves, we need to remove their dependency on their suppliers, like Narcan for addicts. The day is coming soon when the distribution centers will run out of the food they've taken from the stores and from individual freezers. The enforcers will raid for more and more until none of us have anything. We'll belly up to the government bar if we want fed. We can't let the authorities drive us further into poverty and despair. Soon enough, the only thing that matters will be filling an empty stomach. We'll surrender every right and privilege we've known for a meal. And then what happens? Mays held hands with the young woman who helped him strip the officers. We lose. The hospitals fill with people who aren't strong enough to fight off a disease or heal from an injury. Then we start dying, our bodies from starvation, and then our souls, Mays said. Deep, the girlfriend said. I pulled cash out of my pocket. 100 for everyone here today. A fair day's work for a fair day's pay. This isn't a charity. Dorothy pointed at the sign over the door that designated the kitchen as an official 501c3 charity. I could only smile. The homeless kitchen is a charity, but I am not, and you work for me. You'll earn your money. $1,500 a week for everyone here. We're going to send out teams of people to act like the homeless, which the authorities have been removing from the streets, and we don't know what they've done with them. I handed a $100 bill to the 16 people standing around. I didn't give one to Dorothy since she shoved her hands in her pockets. She still had plenty of cash meant for the kitchen that we'd given her earlier. Would you lock up those pistols and ammunition in the safe? I asked. The officers' Glocks sat conspicuously on the end of the table, along with their equipment belts. Mays jumped up to carry them, while Dorothy opened the safe and deposited them inside. It was big enough for a few more. After that, we'd have to find another place to store police hardware. I didn't want anyone being armed. That could lead to accidents I didn't want to see. I carry a weapon, but I don't want any of you to carry. This isn't going to descend into firefights on the streets. I refuse to be responsible for starting a civil war. That's why we're only grabbing the bad guys and throwing them in a jail that is currently under our control. The only problem is that we only have it under our control for another week. Then the superintendent will return, and we'll have to answer to her regarding where the former prisoners went and where the new prisoners came from. We're going to forge some paperwork, but I don't think that will hold her or them for long. We have 1 week to finish this, Doug clarified for the crowd. What happens when we remove the FPD? Won't the criminals take over the streets, and then it'll definitely be a shooting war? Also, does this mean we're only getting paid for 1 week? I'm operating under the assumption that nothing has changed in the criminal world. The new officers are only targeting law-abiding citizens. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. Police need to remove the criminal element, not turn the good people into criminals. When they were occupied with us, the bad guys operated with impunity. We have 1 week. The real criminals might notice fewer patrols, but they're not going to be a problem. And if they are, we throw them into jail too. Let the bad guys hang out with the bad guys. Maybe our problems will resolve themselves." "That's harsh, but I like it," the older woman, Doug's assistant, said. "I need you two to consolidate information and coordinate supplies. The hobo team will need clothes to look the part. They'll get 1 stun gun if we have 2 teams, or both if we have only 1 team. We'll need a way to fire the 8 distribution centers." "We could just blow them up," Mays offered. "A Molotov cocktail allows you to get away. A bomb draws everyone's attention. And for the 2 distro centers that share space with other tenants under 1 roof, maybe a bomb is the way to go. What can you make?" "Already have. Dynamite from an old blast site." "Is it sweating?" I asked. "Just a little," Mays conceded. When dynamite oozed liquid, those drops were highly unstable nitroglycerin. The chances of blowing yourself up are better than destroying the target. "I know how to handle it. The old man showed me." "Maybe he can do it himself? Hook us up?" Mays shook his head. "He passed 2 winters ago." "You're in charge of making 2 bombs, and you'll be in charge of delivering them. Don't blow yourself up. Don't blow up the neighbors. Don't hurt anyone. No casualties. And don't get caught. The first bomb will take out the central distro center. At the same time, we'll need to start the fires at the other facilities. 2 Molotovs to each delivery team." "I didn't sign up for this." A young man stood. He put the money on the table. "I won't tell anyone what you're doing, but I won't be a part of it. You say you don't want to start a civil war, and you're talking explosives and firebombs. You are going to start a war." Some nods in support. I raised my hand and stared at the floor. "Please, take the money and a seat. Let me give you my background. I'm a retired Marine. I've been to war. I'm a hammer and see all the problems as nails. Tell me something better." Laura brought out the first trays of food. "We don't have to destroy them," she said matter-of-factly. "We only have to make them unusable. What if we dumped a barrel of used vegetable oil through the window? We're working on the premise of 1 week, right?" Denial is a standard military tactic. Vegetable oil, engine oil, birch sap, they deliver the same effect. I looked to the dissenting voice. "Would you be good with a little vandalism?" "That I can do," he said. I approached and offered my hand. We shook. "Thanks for saving me from myself. We're here to fight, but it doesn't have to risk damage to people or property." "We can take out the heaters and let everything freeze," another offered. Taylor was his name. Short, built like a fire plug. He'd be good with the hobo team to help restrain officers arresting them for being homeless. I gestured toward the serving line. "Let's eat. We can't let you go hungry while you're planning the ecologically sound salvation of the Golden Heart." The group cheered and headed for the serving line. "Go ahead." Doug motioned for me to lead the parade. "No can do, my man. Officers eat last. Make sure the people doing the hard physical work are fed. We'll be fine. Our fates are tied to these good people." Doug stepped aside and dragged Gloria with him. She looked longingly at the trays on the steaming serving rack. There weren't many people ahead of us. We waited a grand total of 3 minutes before jumping in at the end. The bear meat needed steak sauce. Freshly hibernated bear didn't have the flavor of meat that had been cultured with berries and grains in the late summer, with the start of marbling from fat. At least the bear wasn't going to waste. We had to kill it, or Laura could have been killed. It was us or the bear. I had been overlaying the bear on the city. All we had to do was remove the enforcers so we could have an honest conversation with the people in positions of authority. Without enforcement, they couldn't bluster, deliver dictates, or issue commands. The toothless bullies would cower. If they didn't, they'd wither under the spotlight of reality and suffer in the court of public opinion as soon as the public could be made aware. Dorothy turned on the one small flat screen that adorned one wall. KTVF, breaking news. Price controls have reduced grocery bills by an astounding 21%. Cheers of everyone living in Fairbanks have been heard far and wide. As the sun gets higher in the sky with each passing day, we give thanks to those who have brought us here through force of will and determination to make our lives better. That's not even remotely true, Doug said, and turned his attention to his tray and the lunch as Dorothy served it. While everyone was eating, I stood and addressed them once more. We have a week to remove sufficient numbers of criminal police off the streets. What then? That's when we address the assembly, the mayor, the sheriff, and the police chief. We know where half of them live. We can deliver ultimatums. That's called psychological warfare. We put them on their heels and keep them on their heels. My goal is to force each and every one of them to resign. They can be replaced through fair and open elections. We need to be better about seeing where the money comes from supporting candidates for office. Outside money and outside interests are not our interests, as we're seeing here. I think we're a test case for turning the USA into a country without constitutional rights, putting all the power in the hands of the government instead of the people. I don't ever want to see such a day come to fruition. We've lost our grip here, but we can get it back. Let's remove the enforcers, and the next step is to remove those issuing proclamations. I'm all for that, Doug said. He was becoming the most vocal supporter. I sat down and went to work on my lunch. The meat was a little chewy, but with the overbearing steak sauce, it was more than palatable. Moving parts with a reluctant team of employees. Marines were also paid, but they were fanatically loyal to the Corps. If a decent officer led the way, the Marines would follow. I was still trying to convince this group to do what made sense to me, but I wasn't the final arbiter of common sense or logic, it seemed. I had almost taken them down the wrong path. Keep the focus on mission objectives. Getting the criminal officers off the street so I could confront the political leaders was the end game. Increased demand for FPD services, which would further distract them. We didn't need to capture them. We only needed to remove them from actively engaging the community. PsyOps, I said. Doug was the only one who looked at me. We need to get the attention of certain people. A few well-placed love notes should draw the attention of our august leadership. They'll demand protection. A cruiser with an officer will be delivered to their doorstep. We need a scare team. I'll do that, Gloria cried out. Gloria? I looked sideways at her. Halloween is my favorite time of year. They play all the good movies. Horror wasn't my thing. I didn't like the jump scare routine or the whole premise. I understood that the innocent characters didn't know they were in a horror movie where horrible things were going to happen to all of them. Gloria loved it. Can you translate your joy into fear for the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief, and half the assembly? I know I can. I'll need someone to deliver the notes, but I can write something that will make them appropriately paranoid. I have decades of the best movies to draw from right here. She tapped the side of her head with a finger. Divide and conquer. Separate the leadership from their minions, I noted. I was feeling better about the engagement. The first two were off the street. We needed to keep score. Doug slid in next to me. How do we know the cops didn't call in that they were checking this place out? They didn't follow procedure. I'm not sure they knew what procedure was. No, they never called in before coming inside to give us grief. We're fine. And if anyone else shows up, you'll give them the business, won't you? Doug frowned. I'm not sure I have much business to give them. Floor sweeping, possibly. I pursed my lips in contemplation of whether Doug was joking or not. The only way they'd be able to secure an officer would be to use a stunner on them from point-blank range. The good news was they had a stun gun, law enforcement grade. Make sure you keep the stun gun close at hand, but out of sight, I told him. I looked for Taylor and waved him over. You'll lead the hobo team. Go downtown and set yourselves up in plain sight, but out of the way, so you can take down an officer out of sight. 4 of you with the stun gun. Use the officer's cuffs on him. then help yourselves to his vehicle. If someone sees one of you grabbing the car, just keep going. Load up and get out of there. Deliver your package to the prison, leave them the car, and call Doug for a ride. He'll coordinate all transportation from here." Doug was listening over my shoulder. "Damn, I'm out of the service, and when I get drafted, I get sent back to the motor pool. I feel like I've been demoted." "We've all been demoted," I told him. "The light will shine again on those who stand tall against oppression." "Are you trying to sound like John Henry?" He smiled. "Patrick Henry, if I were to be so bold. John Henry signed things, didn't he?" "That was John Hancock, but he said things too. Maybe you sound like him." "The revolution. Freedom and liberty for all. We have a plan, Doug. If everyone keeps their eye on the ball, we'll get where we want to go. We need clothes for our homeless. We need barrels of used oil or something to cause grief at the distribution centers and deny access to them. With Gloria's help, we'll put fear into the hearts of the outsiders testing their form of government on us. They'll go from standing on the dais of power to hiding beneath it." Doug clenched his jaw and tersely nodded. "Come on, Glo. We've got work to do." He turned to me. "I might need a little seed money. You're going to be our paymaster, too. You'll handle paying everyone. Double checks and receipts on money spent, please. But you can write a note or keep a handwritten ledger. There's a limit to how much we can spend on this rebellion." "That's a new definition to the term budget war," Doug replied. "That's a good one." I gave him 2 thumbs up. Laura watched me from the kitchen door. "Anyone not tagged for work right now, you have kitchen cleanup. Don't get those looks on your faces. You're on the clock and being paid, and I'll help." 3 young people followed me into the kitchen. "Scullery, pots, pans, and dishwasher. Hand wash the cookware and run the plates, bowls, and utensils through the washer. Easy breezy, pickle teasy." "Say what?" A young person stared at me. "He's an old guy. You'll have to forgive his use of language," Laura interjected. She nudged me aside so she could show the others how to use the cleaning equipment. When she was finished, she leaned close to me. "How do you think you're doing?" "It'd be easier with another 100 people. And harder, I guess. Span of control and all." "I'm sure that means something." "It means smaller is better. 15 people against 40. It worked for us in Rhodesia." "It's where you learned that you fight to win." I nodded. Win at all costs. Drive the enemy to their knees using extreme violence applied with surgical precision. If you're fighting, you better be fighting to win. Otherwise, save yourself the risk and the grief. I leaned close. "Are we doing the right thing?" "You've always been convinced you're doing the right thing. Why are you asking me?" Seeking validation from my partner in crime. I gave her a kiss. "We're in it to win it, as they say. Full steam ahead, Mr. B." Doug was busy. The cleaning crew realized they had a grand total of 10 minutes worth of work. The others were making their plans. I found Maze. "Get rid of that dynamite before you blow yourself up." "That might be a good idea, but next week. We need to make it through this week. You're carrying, just in case. I'll keep a few sticks of dynamite for the very same reason. There are times when things need to be blown up. It's a lesson my old man taught me." I listened to the old man's lessons, too. We owe it to them to learn from their experience. Maze nodded. "I better get going. I'm on the used oil acquisition team because I have a truck. We're going to the oil change place and sweet-talk them out of a barrel or 2. "Is that going to work?" "That and a hand pump. We'll make it work. It'll take them forever to clean it up." He grinned at the thought of his new plan. My question was about being given the barrel of oil, not how they'd employ it. But the workers at those places were his age. He'd be able to relate to them. Denial. Keep those facilities from being used for the near term, but not destroying any of the food within. We're not terrorists. I was reminded of that earlier, and it's a good thought to embrace. Gossip. KTVF News. Hunger has been reduced another 4% throughout Fairbanks. The mayor has tied ribbons along the flag bridge in honor of this milestone. Fairbanks remains the apple in the nation's eye. They're watching the golden heart of the great state closely. I wasn't looking forward to the NCO wives gathering. I knew that we couldn't tell them anything. I'm sure some were trustworthy, but it only took one to share what shouldn't be shared, like our plans to retake the city. The audacious bit was to enlist the aid of the group to bring their soldier spouses on board. Those people knew how to keep secrets, generally. I only needed a week, and the clock was running. "You're going to have to run this meeting," I told Laura. The kitchen was clean, and Doug was working like a fiend with the groups figuring out what they needed and then sending them out on scavenger hunts. Dorothy sat at the register and watched over it all with the sparkle of hope in her eyes. Everything she'd built might not be gone forever. Hope was a powerful drug. Laura turned to Dorothy. "We have a meeting this evening with some military wives to bring them on board with us standing up to the city." Dorothy studied Laura's features, glancing at me every now and again. "He's good for you," she declared. Laura smirked. "Tell me something I don't know. Now, I could use your help. We're talking to a large group. They'll need reassurances that their lives aren't going to hell, but we can't tell them particulars because one or two of the more immature ones could blab. We can't have that." "Then why are you talking with them at all?" Dorothy wondered. "We could use their soldier husbands as extra personnel. We don't have anyone who knows how to fight," I added. "You said you didn't want to start a war." "Peace through superior firepower. If the people we're putting under citizen's arrest think they can win a fight with those taking them, then they'll fight. But if they know they can't win, then they'll be more inclined to give up. These guys are here for money and free rein to bully our people. They're not going to take their lumps for a cause they're not fighting for." "What is their cause?" "Oh, you ask hard questions. The cause of the outsiders misleading our city is nothing short of an idealistic dream of one for all and all for one. It's been forced on us. Everyone loses. These enforcers get first pick of the food they take. That doesn't quite keep them in step with the party. It's their bribe to keep doing what they do. Such a system will collapse under its self-serving nature." "I'm sure it will," Dorothy agreed. "How long will it take to collapse?" 1 week. I was confident it wouldn't take any longer. After that, we'd be exercising our right to remain silent before a judge who is sympathetic to the new mayor and assembly, after getting paraded around by the criminals we'd put in jail, if not outright beaten senseless. We had 1 week. After that, the situation would grow even more volatile than it was today. We had the element of surprise, but within a day or two, they'd figure out something was wrong. "I heard you say that with the superintendent's return, we'll lose the jail as a place to harbor the criminal cops." I locked eyes with Dorothy. "We're going to get paperwork from the jail, and we'll need to duplicate that and forge orders incarcerating these guys. That might buy us another day or two." "And be another crime they can charge you with," Dorothy added. "Like kidnapping isn't enough?" I quipped. The train had left the station and was picking up speed. "I'll come along." She gave Laura a big hug. "We're either in it or we're not. If I'm not with you, then I might as well curl up in a ball and stop living. The people who killed this charity are the ones you're going to put in jail. The ones who ordered them to do it will be the ones you'll face down when they no longer have armed security protecting them from us." "Who's protecting us from them?" She stabbed a finger at me. "That's you, and it might as well be me, too. If you need any help with what to tell them, let me know. But you've been in their group for forever and know how they are," I told Laura. "I've been in the group for less than a month, but that could be forever if you're getting eaten by a bear." "For them, you mean a little gossipy?" I nodded. "Yes, to both." "I'll wing it," Laura said. I blinked. That wasn't the response I expected. She didn't seem like the winging it type. "Are you sure?" She laughed, not with me, but at me. "I'll go over it with Dorothy, but yes, I'm sure I'll be fine, even though public speaking isn't my thing. I know how important this is. That is why and how I'll make it through. It might be best if you're not there." "Too manly? They'll be leaving their husbands?" I quipped. "No, you'll distract me. You wait in the truck." Laura's newly embraced independence was refreshing. I'd wait for her in the truck because, truth be told, I had no desire to face a mob of unhappy spouses. If they thought it was a grievance session, their tongues would be sharp and the words bitter. It would be a grim display of the worst attitudes. Or it could be all right. In either case, Laura would have to handle it. I returned out front and made sure I had Doug's phone number, and Gloria's too. I gave them the rest of the cash on hand. Doug produced a new green ledger from his backpack. He nodded and smiled with a joy that came from doing what he liked. I had time to kill, and I needed to be doing something. I needed to stay busy. As Dad would say, "If I sit down, I'm not getting back up again, and that'll be the end for me." I felt it, too. The draw of a sedentary life. We hadn't gone to the gym in a few days, and that was making me antsy. We had time. It was important to act normal in times that were anything but. "Want to go to the gym?" I asked Laura. "Busy," she replied, and added a wink for good measure in case she was too abrupt. She was deep in a brainstorming session with Dorothy. Gloria joined them to help talk through how to allay the wives' concerns, identify the right people to bring into the fold, and send them on their way excited about a better future without them knowing any details. They couldn't share what they didn't know. They might guess correctly, but it would be buried in the noise of speculation. I settled for push-ups and sit-ups in the back of the kitchen. It wasn't much, but it kept the muscles invigorated, even though I'd already managed a 1-on-2 fight with the police officers. The immediate and extreme application of violence came with a rush of adrenaline, but didn't constitute a workout. The rest of the day passed until it was time to go to the closed store. Doug went with us so he could open it up. He would have given me the keys, but I wouldn't have known how to turn on the lights. He took care of that. He didn't have any food to put out. They'd been packing anything remaining for shipment to their Anchorage locations. Doug suggested we could hide in the office, but I preferred to check the people on the way in to make sure no interlopers arrived. Anyone watching the group or any sympathizers who informed the authorities might try to get in and take down names and faces. I stood there until Laura chased me away. "I know their screen names. I'll ask them before I let them in." "You really do want me to wait in the truck?" I thought she might have changed her mind. "Where you can see me, so if there's any commotion, you can come to my rescue." "Doug and I will be watching." We retired to the truck where we could take in the environment. "Keep your eyes peeled for the authorities. Can't have any party crashers." Doug leaned sideways to watch the road into the groceries parking lot. Cars and small trucks filtered in, carrying a variety of people, nearly all of them young, but I had become a poor judge of age as I got older. It was hard to think of myself as old. I was still in shape, but not like when I was young. I was still active, but nowhere near as active as I had been when I served in the Corps. Nothing was the same. Life was relative. The spouses streamed into the lot and hurried inside. It was warmer in the building, above freezing, but not by too much. Doug sought to save what he could on costs. He was a loyal employee. I suggested he would be again. "We have company," Doug announced. A police cruiser entered the lot and drove slowly down the row of cars. It headed toward the side door, where it stopped. One officer got out and walked to the door. He tried to open it, but Laura and Dorothy had closed it once they were 5 minutes past the starting time. The door automatically locked behind them. The officer strolled around the building. "Looks like we're going to get ourselves another one," I said, reducing the numbers one at a time. "I have it on good authority. The only people sporting the FPD uniform are the new guys, the outsiders." "What are you going to do?" "The direct approach is the best." The officer went around the corner. Once he was gone, I opened the truck door and got out. I flexed my wrists and stretched my arms. I made myself ready. I walked casually across the parking lot. I was halfway to the cruiser when the officer reappeared. I waited for him to get close to his car. I started walking again, but he held up one hand. "That's close enough, sir. Can I ask what you're doing here? This facility is supposed to be closed." "It's closed to the public, but there's a private event. I think they're finishing packing and wrapping so the last of anything of value can get shipped south." "A shame that they went out of business," the officer said. I thought I heard remorse in his voice. "It was inevitable once the authorities started helping themselves. I had nothing to do with that." "That's good. Those actions were illegal. Someone is going to pay for that. AST is investigating. I expect those roosters will get kicked out of the hen house." "Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch," he replied casually. "You aren't from the outside, are you? How did you get in with them?" I asked. "I was in the pipeline when they sent the force packing and replaced with the dude crew. Sorry, I shouldn't call them that." I laughed. That's what I had been calling them. California outcasts who have no business being here. It's what I call them too. That's funny. "What's that meeting about?" "Who called it a meeting?" I countered. He tipped his chin and took a step toward his car. I backed up. "I'll leave you to it. I didn't get your name." "Westgate. Officer Westgate." "I didn't get yours." "You can call me Cory. I expect you'll see me again, in a good way. My wife is in there earning a few extra nickels. Food has gotten expensive, and we could use the money." "Lots of people in the same boat," he agreed. I backed away with my hands raised. "You have a good evening, officer. You reflect well on the FPD." He tipped his hat to me, entered his car, and drove away. He turned right on the main road and disappeared into the distance. "Will he be back?" Doug asked. "I don't think so. You're wondering why I didn't try to take him out. I think we found ourselves an ally. Make a note. Officer Westgate is a friend. Tell the teams to leave him alone." "Will do." "How can you tell?" "Procedure. He followed what looked like a procedure. He didn't press me for anything that wasn't fair for him to ask. I think he was concerned about the store. No crime on his watch. Plus, he called the other officers the dude crew. He wouldn't do that if he was one of them. It's derogatory." "Just a little," Doug agreed. We returned to the truck, and I fired it up to kick the heater on. 37, I announced. "Only 37 officers to go, unless there are more like our man Westgate. Things are looking up." The door to the grocery popped open, and women stormed out. Doug frowned. "What do you think that's about?" "Looks like there may have been a misalignment between the spousal expectations and reality." The next group out were more casual, and the last third came out with a spring in their step. Dorothy and Laura were last. The lights were out when they let the door close after them. Doug moved to the back seat. Laura climbed in and looked at me. "I take it that you knocked their socks off," I said to break the ice. "I guess that's one way to say it. Half of them wanted confirmation that they weren't going to have to move on base. That's it. Anything other than that left them incensed. The other half wanted to know what was going on. We wouldn't give them that answer, but asked if their spouses might be available to assist our work crews." "And?" "We have 5 names and numbers," Laura said. "I'm sorry. We did the best we could. The vocal youth tried to take over the meeting by venting their spleens and got angry when Dorothy wouldn't let them. To be fair, they were angry to begin with. I feel sorry for them. Their lives are in ruin, and they don't know how to deal with it." "Their lives aren't in ruin. They're not getting everything they want, and they can't flex. You know who I feel sorry for? Their husbands. Those guys have to balance being a soldier with getting both barrels in their face the second they get home. Those guys deserve our sympathy." "It's not all of them, but the younger ones. You could see the fear in their eyes." "They get uprooted from their homes right out of high school and dragged off to a place like Fairbanks, Alaska, where they don't know anything or anyone. They have a kid, and then their soldier husband deploys. It's hard on them. It costs a lot of military their marriages, a first one, a second one, and for the very best out there, 3. I understand. Dorothy was a good grandmother to them. Once they settle down, they'll come to their senses. We can't let the Assembly and the mayor win. We can't. Laura was fired up. It would have been impossible to come out unscathed from a meeting with such volcanic emotional eruptions. Everyone needed to calm themselves, take a deep breath, and collect their wits. But they needed comforting, too, that someone cared and was doing what could be done to relieve their pain. Back to the operations center, I declared. The homeless kitchen. That's my heart and soul, and you've turned it into a center for wayward children. Sorry. I wasn't sorry. If we were unsuccessful, the homeless kitchen would never come back. We had to free the city if the kitchen was to get a second chance. Vagrants. I sent everyone home for the evening. Fly under the radar, don't tell anyone anything, get a good night's sleep. In the meantime, I had 5 phone calls to make while Laura cooked a late dinner and tried to forget the vitriol from the meeting. The calls were all the same. This is Lieutenant Colonel Beringer. Who do I have the pleasure of talking to? They'd answer. Did your wife tell you anything about a meeting tonight? She mentioned it? We need good people who believe freedom is worth fighting for. I'm talking about your freedom to live where you want while you're stationed here. Then we need to talk. In person. Your wife thought you were the right man who could help us. Are you? It was a recruiting pitch. The Marine Corps required constant vigilance and challenges to a person's patriotism and internal vigor. We don't promise you a rose garden. It stuck with me. It stuck with the Marines I was honored to lead. I wish I had some of them with me now. We'd fight the good fight, no questions asked. I didn't have to sell them on it. They wanted peace at home. If they could help lift the embargo on living in town, then it would all be worth it. They were younger. They didn't worry as much about the risk as they should have. They committed to meet me. I asked them all to come to a coffee shop in town. I didn't need extra eyes at the homeless kitchen. Bagels and Brew had good coffee, but their specialty was New York bagels. I wondered if they were able to stock their supplies with the shortages. I'd find out soon enough. I had the meetings back to back to back, every 15 minutes, and they'd last less than an hour and a half in total. I wanted the NCOs to see each other. Each would help convince the next. After that, I'd have them come to the kitchen if I felt they could be trusted and would be good additions to the team. The radio played the morning news. A new initiative to reinvigorate downtown properties and provide stable employment has been proposed by the Assembly to achieve a 100% employment rate within the city. The goal is eminently achievable, according to sources closest to the program's architects. Laura and I showed up early to secure a table and get a bagel. The prices had tripled, but they were still in business. There were too many closed signs in restaurants and shops around town to complain about the ones that were doing what they had to do to stay open. The devastation from the policies was monumental. People weren't on the streets protesting because they were afraid. Neighbors like mine had been hauled away. I realized that he hadn't returned. I felt bad for not checking on him. How could anyone want this? I mumbled. A bagel? Because they're good. It's like sunshine and magic in your mouth, the barista said while holding out my toasted bagel. Cream cheese? Of course, I replied. I gave her $40 and told her to keep the change. 1 bagel and a large coffee. What would it take for you to bring your prices back down? Cost of the stuff we use has to come down. I hear the owner crying about costs going through the roof. He's already had to let a couple of us go. But then again, we're not exactly overflowing with customers. She gestured toward the shop where one person drank a small coffee while playing with his phone. I took a seat in the front corner and slowly ate my bagel. Laura came in after me. She'd waited. She ordered a breakfast wrap, paid, and joined me. She'd stayed out in the lot to see if the shop was being watched, but she hadn't seen anything. That was the benefit of a partner. If there had been someone watching, she would have called me, and I would have walked out without meeting any of the soldiers. I didn't need them to get taken by the authorities. The base had moved from being a passive supporter to neutral. If we didn't involve them, they'd leave us alone. The base commander was extricating himself from the mess in the city. The first soldier into the shop was an older guy. None of them would be wearing uniforms. They weren't allowed when off base. If the military police saw them, they'd be arrested and taken back to the base. I motioned for him to join us. Let's sit away from the window. We moved to the back of the shop. What can I get you? Nothing. What's this about? This is about removing those who are enforcing illegal laws so we can confront the ones who dictated those laws. We're taking steps. According to the news, it's not that bad. According to your eyes, what do you see? It's worse than what anyone is saying, even behind closed doors. Why are they pulling us all onto base? The commander is staying out of what could be a shooting war. I think he knows what the mayor is doing and wants his people away from it. He doesn't want a soldier arrested for defending his home. We're going to prevent a civil war by winning before the fighting begins. Is that possible? How's your Sun Tzu or Alfred Thayer Mahan? A small, determined force with internal lines of communication standing against a disorganized enemy. Sounds about right. Who's the enemy, sir? They aren't faceless. The enemy is the people who were voted into office and their lackeys. Isn't that just buyer's remorse? The NCO asked. I thought it was an astute question. That would be the case if they didn't throw out the Constitution the instant they took office. Outside of that, we can live with a few bad decisions, but we can't live with them taking our rights. In any case, we're doing something about it. What? What's your position? I asked, to buy myself a few seconds to better shape the conversation. Sergeant First Class, Stryker Company. Then you know what war is like, and that you don't want any part of one. Something like that. Let me get you a coffee. Laura tapped me on the shoulder and stood. Black, the SFC replied at her look. Be the resistance, she whispered. Pay in cash, I added. She held a 20 in the air. I'll need you at the homeless kitchen later this morning, I told the sergeant. When you get there, you'll be read into what we have going on. The good news is we have 6 days remaining to pull it off. After that, we'll have to answer a lot of hard questions from people we'd rather not lie to. That sounds like my kind of fun. He extended his hand across the table, and we sealed our deal. The next soldier walked into the shop. I hadn't thought we'd spent 15 minutes. I checked my watch. It had been exactly 15. I added, There are 4 more just like you. Stay if you want. I'll share the same message with these other guys. I know this guy. I'll talk to him and the others. You're the head honcho, right? I nodded. And you probably shouldn't put yourself in the line of fire. It's my job as acting company first sergeant to lead the NCOs. I'm a Marine, lead from the front and all that. I got you, sir. You can go. I'll bring the others later this morning to the homeless kitchen. I think I know where it is. Can any of you get me a meeting with the base commander? I wondered. Don't know. I'll ask. The sergeant tapped his oversized watch. It was time for me to leave. Laura and I left him to his efforts. I nodded to the newcomer. He's waiting for you back there. KFDX Newsbreak. The weather will take a turn for the worse this week, with snow turning to ice and back to snow before it's all over. The mayor has recommended that everyone stay inside until city crews can clear the roads. Even if you think the roads are clear, they won't be. Stay home and enjoy your families. Get those plants started for the spring, and be ready for your best summer ever. We drove around the parking lot until we stopped as far away as we could get and still see the coffee shop. Not sure about them? Laura asked. I don't know. The axiom of trust is beating on the inside of my skull. But you know me. I glanced at her. I want to trust everyone. She smiled back. Maybe you are an excellent judge of character. I voted for the mayor, and she turned out to be, well, less than I had hoped. She's a politician. Can you trust any of them? Good point. All you can do is hope that they take care of the basic things like infrastructure and crime. We need to go where we want to go and not be impeded by impassable roads and be free once we get there without having to deal with highwaymen. That's a term older than us, Laura replied. It's from my dad's epic, and don't consider yourself to be my advanced age. You're my hot young babe. Reminds me, she said. Laura tapped her phone and held it up to her ear. Laura Naskoff here. Can you tell me the status of my divorce proceedings? I couldn't hear the muffled voice on the other end of the connection. She hummed a couple times and then said goodbye. I waited to be enlightened, but she didn't say anything. The next NCO arrived while the first two were still there. We waited until the fourth appeared. I turned the truck on and prepared to leave. It's over, she said. I'm going to need a little more. I shifted the gear lever to park and twisted in my seat to face her. The divorce is final already. It was no contest. There was a cancellation, and my lawyer took it before the court. My ex appeared in person to confirm he didn't have to pay me anything, which was his only concern. Signed, sealed, and soon to be in our mailbox. I wondered why she hadn't told me that right off. I suspected she wanted to deliver the good news over a glass of wine and a nice meal. She had moose thawing in the refrigerator. I was already tired of chewing my way through the bear meat. Good. It was the best I had with my attention elsewhere. We had moving parts on top of moving parts, and our teams were going to hit the distribution centers tonight and start capturing officers who attempted to arrest the homeless today. I worried about the people. They were committed volunteers just until they were arrested and interrogated. I didn't see any of them taking one for the team, refusing to answer questions without a lawyer. They'd all break. Maybe that was a conversation I needed to have with them, how to deal with an interrogation. SEER School came about because of our aviators' experiences in Vietnam. Survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. I had gone through it because I asked for a billet, even though I didn't have a compelling need. My unit was never going to be behind enemy lines. My risk of capture was low. Still, learning to resist is about mindset, mind over matter. I could give them hints to help them get past their initial feeling to submit. There was nothing an interrogator could say that would be better for a suspect. Stay quiet and keep demanding a lawyer until you get one. Laura was waiting for me to say more. She wore her emotions where I could see them all. If I didn't act quickly, I'd be on the receiving end of a tidal wave filled with cuttlefish. I love that you're single. Consider us married, common law. Please don't leave me, I said in a rush. You are something, she replied. I checked her ears for smoke, but nothing was coming out. Okay, my single life was short-lived. I'll consider us married. I'm taking your name because that last one doesn't have a lot of good memories attached. Consider it done. I put the truck in gear and drove off before there'd be further uncomfortable conversations. We can talk more when we aren't saving the world. Laura accepted that for now. I had to be ready to send the volunteers out on their missions. Today would be a big day, and I needed to focus. Too many things could go wrong for me to take anything for granted. We skipped past the downtown by using the Steese Highway, and then ducked into the area using an exit from the highway. We drove through the back streets in a part of town that wasn't as nice as other sections. Trash bins were out, signaling that it was trash collection day. I hadn't seen much of the services we paid for, but that didn't mean they weren't there. Extra trash wasn't lying about. A car pulled out of a driveway in front of us and stopped, blocking the way forward. My hackles rose. They did that garbage in the Middle East when attacking a convoy. I looked behind me, and sure enough, another car pulled out to block the other end of the street. Get down, I growled, pushing Laura's head below the dash. I pulled my .45 from its holster. The problem with this ambush was that the street was too wide for a single vehicle to block the way. I drove forward until I bumped the car and jumped out. I kept my door open to keep the car behind from seeing me maneuver toward its conspirator. I dodged around to the back end of the car, aiming my pistol at the head turned and looking for me. I bolted to the driver's door and smashed the glass with my pistol. A weapon appeared from the skeletally thin man's lap. I wanted to brain him with the heavy barrel of my pistol, but his weapon was coming up too fast. I fired instead at the largest target available to me, his head. A desert eagle from a range of 2 feet does catastrophic damage to the human body. His head exploded across the inside of the windshield, and his body went limp. The car was still in reverse. It drifted in front of me toward the snowbank across the street. I had to dodge around the front of the car to get back to the truck. A second man appeared in the roadway beside his vehicle. He aimed his pistol at me. I leaned around the door to my truck, ducked low, aimed, and fired. I shot him center mass in the middle of his chest. He was farther away, 10 yards. Had I missed the center, the shot would still have taken him down. I was shooting to kill, but I didn't care if he survived. I only wanted to escape the ambush by what looked like career druggies in the later throes of their addiction. He dropped like he'd been shot. His bulky clothing prevented a bloodstain that I could see exactly where the round had hit. No matter, he was no longer a threat. I jumped in the truck, slammed the door, and drove away. Laura stared unblinking out the front window. We hurried along the back streets until we reached the homeless kitchen. I parked on the side to hide the truck from public view. I need to clean up, get the gunpowder off me, and get rid of this pistol. When I finally took a good look at Laura, I saw the .380 looking tiny in her hand. Please, put that away. You don't need it anymore. She nodded woodenly. Look at me. Laura finally turned. That was intense. She blinked rapidly. He was just backing out. He could have been on his way to church. It was an ambush. They blocked the road in front of us and behind us. They brought their weapons. They were going to roll us. We have $100,000 of Dad's money under the back seat. He would be furious if we let drug addicts take it. I'd be angry. Their addiction is not my responsibility to fund. Their treatment and cure, possibly, but I'd like to think it's the government or a nonprofit's responsibility. They're criminals. They shouldn't have firearms. We're criminals, she replied, dropping her chin to stare into her lap. In some regards, yes, but I'm not going to get rolled ever. That's why I carry. In the seconds you have to respond to life and death situations, you can't count on anyone but yourself. You killed both those men, Laura stated. At least one, yes, probably both. I'm sorry, but that's the risk they took when they decided to hit us. They should have chosen a different line of work. Crime didn't suit them. My heart continued to hammer inside of my chest. The adrenaline surge was nearly too much. I couldn't shake it off. I couldn't power my way through. It would take time. I needed water instead of coffee. My arms felt like they were swelling. I was sure my blood pressure was through the roof. I held my hand out, palm down. It shook. I flexed a few times and reached for the door handle. Let's go inside. We have things to prepare for. I wished that I had a police scanner so I could hear about the men in the street. Had anyone seen us, or did they hunker down and see nothing? That was usually the case in crime-infested neighborhoods. No one wanted to be a snitch. They couldn't tell the police anything if they didn't know anything. It made me wonder if the detectives and investigators had been replaced after a phony pay cut. Did they have anyone to investigate serious crimes? Or were those passed to the AST? Until we knew for sure, we'd have to continue forward with the operation to retake the city. I didn't want to kill those men. I wanted to think they made me do it, but my mind searched for a different way, a better explanation on how it could have gone down differently. Danger Zone. The homeless team looked the part. They were appropriately bundled and layered. When are you heading out? Right about now, Mays said. I had to look closer to see that it was him. He pulled the stun gun from beneath his outer layer. I couldn't call it a coat, but it hid what was beneath. Maze's girlfriend showed the handcuffs. Taylor flexed his muscles before shrugging on an oversized coat that had seen its best years a decade earlier. That reminded me. I thought you were on the team that was conducting the denial operation. Maze smiled. I am. We have the oil. I acquired a fuel tank for the truck and filled it with dirty oil. We have bladders of oil, too, 10 gallons each. Splash a few of those, throw in some laundry detergent that was left over in the store's warehouse, and it'll be a right mess. We also have liquid weld, a bunch of tubes. Doug was a magician. I scanned the group for my right-hand man. I found him huddled over a ledger with Gloria. I dropped a heavy bag on the table. Should be $100,000 in there. Make sure everyone gets paid. That should be enough for a month, with extra for expenses. He tapped his ledger. It'll all go right here. I don't need a computer. Only one set of books, Mafia boss man. I stabbed a finger at him to emphasize my point, even though I trusted him to take care of the money. With Dorothy as a second set of eyes, I wasn't worried. She nodded toward the safe. With that much cash in there, we were out of room for pistols. We'd figure out what to do with the ones we collected. I reserved judgment since I wasn't sure it would work. The streets had been cleared before the president arrived. Were they even looking anymore for easy targets to drag away? Bullies liked to bully people. The four headed out, climbed into a car, and drove away. Good luck, I wished them, although they were already gone. I couldn't help but check the area, expecting to see a cruiser roll in with the SWAT team ready to arrest me. But there was nothing. Not a distant siren, not engines revving, nothing. It was unnaturally quiet. I went inside to look for Laura. She was in the kitchen, preparing something with another package of thinly sliced smoked bear. I wrapped my arms around her while she was at the stove. She leaned into me. I'm tired, she admitted. I could feel it in her posture. She wasn't as physically tired as she was emotionally exhausted. If we put ourselves into what happened in France in the 1940s, they had 4 years of occupation, denigration, and mistreatment. They survived because they had to, just like we will. We're the resistance. We have to fight for those who can't. We're in a unique position to help. I know all of that, but being thrown into the middle of it is upsetting. I'm used to a more casual life. Clean the house, make dinner, don't think your female thoughts, don't make noise. I chuckled inadvertently. I'm sorry, don't think your female thoughts? What thoughts are you supposed to have? She joined me in seeing the humor in it. It's easy to make light of it now. I'm always going to make light of that because it's so stupid it's funny. I turned serious. We'll take some time once we're done with this, assuming we're not in prison. And you can't ever talk about today. There's no statute of limitations on what happened. I didn't want to say murder out loud. We couldn't talk about it. Laura nodded. I have to get back to this if you want to feed the team. We do. Let's keep the team happy. But we're 4 short because the homeless team is already gone. I made them sandwiches with taco shells that Dorothy brought in. No bread? How is this the model for the rest of the nation to follow? Bread lines that lead to no bread. I'd like to think it's for a good reason, but it's not. Full steam ahead, in for a pound. Pay with your pennies, Laura replied softly. I patted her backside and whispered, Mrs. B. Go on, save the world. She let me nuzzle her neck before I left. Out front, the 5 newcomers stood by the door. Come on in. I waved them to me. Colonel, the SFC said. What do we have? I asked, expecting to get introductions. No names. 4 SFCs and 1 CSM. Sergeant's first class and 1 command sergeant major. Who's the sergeant major? I wondered. The youngest looking of the 4 raised his hand. That's me, Medical Corps. We have a corpsman? Medical administration, he clarified. That's almost like being a doc, I joked. Why are you guys here? Because I don't want to move on base. I want to retire in Fairbanks in the house that I own. I hunt moose and caribou. I can do that here. I don't want to get transferred. This is my final assignment. I see where that's getting messed up. My wife is upset. My life sucks when my wife is upset. That goes for all of us, the first SFC said. Happy wife? You know the rest. It had been a long time since I lived the life of a married man, but thinking of others instead of yourself was important to maintaining peace and goodwill, especially on the home front. That's where our elected officials were failing us. They weren't thinking of us at all. I wanted to ask them what the end game was. I was sure I'd get a pie-in-the-sky answer unrelated to reality. It made no sense to me. They took my rifle, and I was angry about that. I was angry about Prodigos. I was angry about Dad dying, and that I had to take on the assembly, the sheriff, the mayor, and the dude crew all by myself. I wasn't alone, though. I had 16 employees, 5 volunteers, Dorothy, and Laura. I made friends with officers who believed as I did. The elected officials started the war, not us, but we were going to finish it. That was what I could do. Don't get angry. Get even. Gentlemen, let me brief you on what we have going. I spent 10 minutes running down what we were doing. Also, you'll be paid for your time, but you'll be paid in cash. See our paymaster. $100 for today, and then $1,500 a week until we're finished. Getting paid extra while we're on vacation? I'm good with that, the sergeant major said. Check in with the terrain denial team. Their leader isn't here, but the others will clue you in. With the 5 of you, we may be able to deliver mud sacks to all 12 locations at one time. That would be efficient and reduce the risk of anyone getting caught. Denial and mud sacks, the first SFC said. Leave it to the officer to speak in tongues while giving an order, so we're left trying to figure out what he wants. Nice try, Army guy. We're going to make the food distribution centers unusable by dumping oil and detergent on the floor, like a Molotov without the fire. It'll take them days to clean up. Deny those properties to the takers so they lose the ability to put their stolen food in those places, which will put the thefts on hiatus. I need the populace to stop reeling from the body blows. You said they took your rifle. Are you sure? I don't know any military who lost a firearm, the CSM said. They're smarter than that. They wouldn't go head-to-head with the military. I initially thought the base commanders were in the mayor's pocket, but I think they've had a falling out. The colonel doesn't want to get caught in a shooting war with the civilian population outside the gate. He was doing you guys and your families a big favor by bringing everyone on base. He told us to sell our houses. Private property. That's not an order he can give. See? A second SFC said. I knew it was illegal. What are you going to do about it? I asked. It was the question the first SFC had asked me. I lifted my chin to him and tapped my nose. Exactly, sir. We were going to do nothing about it, but now we're able to influence our destiny. Who do we talk to? This guy. I tapped one of the grocery store workers on the shoulder. Bring these 5 into tonight's action. They'll be an excellent addition. I made the introduction even though I didn't know any of their names. They got down to business, talking through the evening's activities. The time frame was from 1 in the morning until 3. A late-night run to vandalize 12 separate targets. I didn't know the details of what they planned besides oil and detergent, and I had to be good with that. They also had liquid weld and other adhesives to bung up the doors. It would take time, money, and people to fix the damage and return the facilities to functionality. The weather wasn't nice enough for them to move the products outside because it could warm above freezing or drop below and freeze products that weren't meant to be frozen. And it was too nice to move the products outside because frozen products would thaw and then refreeze. Ours was a winning strategy. Gloria had the scare propaganda ready to go, which would pull the FPD from their routes to provide personal protection. What are you learning from the AirTags? Gloria checked her phone. They spend more time at home than they do at work, she said. That makes it easy on us. We know where they are. What's your plan? I asked. It starts with notes, but my son is a bit of a tech guru. He might be able to tap into their Wi-Fi and print notes off their printer. We'll call them love notes. Priority is Mayor McIntyre first, and then the sheriff, maybe Assemblywoman Reese. I figured. We'll get inside their heads, Gloria said with a confidence that brought me comfort. Inside their heads was what I wanted. Bullies had a tendency to lash out at any and all when they were frightened. We wouldn't give them a target to take out their angst. Keep me informed, I said unnecessarily. And good luck. I believed we made our own luck. Work hard at the right things, and luck falls into your lap. The groups out front were doing what they needed. They didn't need me interfering. There was some horse trading for assets. There were a total of 17 people to vandalize 12 distribution centers and sneak messages into the vehicles of 10 people. Could they do both? 4 teams of 3 and then lone raiders? It wasn't my call. I'd arbitrate if the teams couldn't reconcile on their own, but we had at least one full afternoon to develop the plans. Gloria produced a map of the city. She'd planned ahead by bringing a big map of the city that she whipped out. Gloria was one of one. Doug expected it. She'd been his deputy for who knew how long. I went into the kitchen to find Laura loading the serving trays. "Come and get it," she said. I moved the trays to the cart and rolled the cart to the serving line. The serving line boilers weren't running. The food wouldn't be in there long enough to make it worthwhile. It felt like 65 degrees inside, maybe cooler. They'd have to eat quickly. Dorothy cleared the space and locked the wheels on the mobile serving stands. She moved the trays into place, laid out the serving utensils and plates, and summoned the masses. "You want to eat? You get it right now. There ain't no coming back later." The 5 soldiers popped to their feet. They didn't need to be called twice. They herded the crowd of younger people into line while Doug and Gloria waited near the end. "Get in line, Doe. I'll serve." The expression on her face suggested she was willing to stab me with her serving spoon if I ever uttered such blasphemy again. I retreated into the kitchen to find Laura slumped in the chair. I took a knee next to her. She was breathing, but she hadn't been kidding about being tired. Exhaustion of the type she suffered wasn't remedied with motivational words and a cup of coffee. She needed to rest, but it wouldn't happen today or tomorrow. It wouldn't happen for a while. I pulled her to me, and she rested her head on my shoulder. Today sucked, but in the attitude of WWDD, what would Dad do? He'd tell me it was done with and stop wasting time thinking about it. Bury it and take it to your grave. None of that would work on Laura. She hadn't been brought up with that attitude. "Maybe you can stay home tomorrow and relax." "Not if you're going to be here or anywhere that's not home." "I'll be okay. We don't have far to go, do we?" "We have forever and nowhere. There's everything to do while we watch others do it. We have pushed the snowball, and it grows while speeding down the hill. We're changing the trajectory of an object of immense mass through a series of small pushes. It's going to take a lot of small pushes. That's what's going on this week." Doug's phone rang. He answered with a growing smile. "They got one," he declared. "They're on the way to the jail now with him and his cruiser." It sounded ridiculous the way he announced it, but the group had succeeded. It also said that the cops were still picking up homeless. What had they done with the others? I looked forward to the debriefing. We couldn't have them return to the same place because they would become the prey instead of the predators. I immediately called Tom Farmer to let him know another criminal cop was inbound. He thanked me and quickly hung up. "Tell them to come back here," I told Doug. "We need to know what they know." KTVS reports. "Stay off the roads. Snow and ice are imminent. Don't be caught on the roads or in the stores. You'll risk your life getting home. Be safe. Stay home." I went outside and looked at the sky. It didn't look like snow or any precipitation. I've been wrong before, but I doubted anything the media reported, even something as simple as snow and ice now. Why did they want everyone off the roads? That was the real question. The missing. I wondered if anyone missed the first 2 officers we'd pulled off the street. Since the FPD had a home-to-work program, the cruisers wouldn't be missed because they were supposed to be at home with their assigned officers. With a third missing who wouldn't report in after his shift ended, would they notice? How many before they caught on that they were being hunted? How many would it take to get them to stop going into the community? I bet they'd start following procedures after that, if there was anyone who knew what those procedures were supposed to be, which I doubted. The lower forms of life had a proclivity towards self-preservation. They'd figure out a way, and that would be the tipping point. They'd use their weapons. That's when we'd have to decide if we were going all in or bailing out. I didn't want any of the people to get hurt. These were good people who believed in me. I paid them, even though they would have done it for free. They had bills to pay, and I had cash. I didn't want them distracted from what they were doing. The four tromped through the door, high-fiving on their way inside. "Let me hear it." I pointed at Maze. "Just like you thought. We were hanging out, doing our thing. A cop appears and wants to take us in. We run around the corner, and he comes after us. Fergie pulls up her jacket to show some skin, gets his attention, and I hit him with 100,000 volts. He dropped as if gravity were real. We hauled him out of the way, snagged his cruiser, and took him to jail. When we dropped him off, they were releasing a whole mob of people. I think those were the other homeless. It was funny. They looked at us like we were pretenders trying to elbow our way into their business." "They took the officer and put him away?" "They did," Maze replied. "Gravity is real, Maze," I told him. "But more importantly, you got one more off the street. Good job, people. If there are 40 total officers, then there would be 10 to 15 on any one shift. We've removed 3, maybe 4 if I judge one of those I met correctly. They're down 10% of their enforcers in less than 24 hours. How many until they notice?" No one answered. No one could know. It was a rhetorical question. Maze and his crew headed for the food the second Dorothy told them it was getting cold. "Though, we might be getting some of those folks they released. We should probably get something ready, if we have it." "I'm ahead of you, slacker. You don't need to tell me my business," she said with a smile. I gestured back and forth between the two of us. "We're on the same page, thinking alike, Doe. Good things come to those who communicate without using the spoken word." Dorothy looked down her nose at me, but she was smiling. Her life was fulfilled when she was feeding those who were homeless or down on their luck. She was a beacon of hope for many in this city. Maze and the hobo team joined the NCOs and struck up a conversation. They were going to be the Vandals, and they'd strike this very night. That left me on the outside looking in. I turned to the television to see if we could get some news. The lights flickered and went out, along with anything else that needed electricity. My first thought was about my earlier actions and that we were getting raided by a SWAT team. "Everyone down!" I shouted. "Sergeants to the windows! See if we're getting stormed!" I ran to the front door, tripping over a chair on my way and almost doing a faceplant on the hard tile. I recovered, thanks to landing on the table instead. I shuffled the rest of the way and looked out the window. There was nothing out there. It was difficult to see if the lights were out anywhere else. "Check the power company's app to see what's up," I asked no one in particular, assuming Doug or Gloria would do it. I kept my eyes glued to the windows. The NCOs took up stations on the north and south sides of the building. "Nothing here," one called. "Or here," another reported. "You can get up," I announced to those in the dining area. "Nothing on the app," Doug said. The lights came back to life. Laura stepped out from the kitchen. She was tense. "What's going on?" "Just a flicker. Someone probably drove into a power pole." I caught up with her and held her close to me. She was stiff as a board. I guided her to a table and sat her next to me. Doug took a seat on my other side, and Gloria sat across from me. "With my son's help, I've established a bulletin board called The Resistance." My mouth fell open. She waved me off. "Let me explain. It's completely anonymous, with no way anyone could find out who started it or who is running it. My son's good that way. He's canvassing some of the corporate leaders for support." I was skeptical. Keeping information off the open net was important for any combat operation. But this was a new world and a new way to fight. They knew how to operate in this environment, and I, most assuredly, did not. I found success in the Marines by surprising the enemy, not feeding him disinformation or misinformation. That was supposed to be a force multiplier, but with the intricate moving parts of a modern battlefield, coordinating a resilient disinformation campaign was one too many irons in the fire. Bending the enemy to your will was for the PSYOPs guys. My goal was to put rounds on target. It was hard to adjust my thinking to integrate the non-contact parts. I liked thinking the fewer officers we took into custody, the less likely it would be that we'd get caught. I had to change my thinking. Denial versus destruction. Instill fear. Win the war by driving the enemy insane. "What's your message?" I asked. She read the banner across the top of the old-style-looking digital bulletin board. "Look outside. What do you see? Is this a prosperous city? Decide for yourself and don't be misled by the media or your government self-servants. Be the resistance. Refuse to trust anyone who comes to your house. They'll take your legal weapons and steal your food. Soon, my friends, their house of cards will fall. Stay tuned so you can return to your lives from the time before this dictatorship started." "What are those numbers?" "People online and reading. My son is great with SEO, and don't ask me what it means because I don't know. Something about appearing top of searches and such. He even has a map showing where the visitors are coming from." She clicked on the number, and the details appeared. A lot of foreign sites visiting, which suggested bots to me, not real people, but web crawlers trying to find sites to hack or scam. The pulsing red of the greatest density of readers, however, was in the Alaskan interior. "Ooh," Gloria said, pointing to the site's inbox. "The editor of the local paper would like a private conversation. What do you want to do?" "If we reply there, everyone sees, right?" "Yes," Gloria confirmed. "But if you right-click on his name, you can send him a direct message." "Whatever you do, don't wrong-click that button," I joked. "Pop him up and send him a note. How can we verify that he is who he says he is, and not our friendly neighborhood dude crew?" "We can ask for a payment of $1 to the organization. His credit card details will show he's real." "It's better than nothing. If he's willing to pay $1, then I'm willing to meet him at Bagels and Brew." I didn't care who received the payment. I figured it was Gloria's son. I was good with that. He set up the site and donated his time. He should have been paid more than $1, but if he needed something, Gloria could ask. I liked having volunteers on top of the paid crew. Volunteers would be more committed to what they were doing, although I couldn't argue with the commitment of those being paid. I kept my arm wrapped around Laura. Dorothy turned on the television just in time to catch the news. KTVS reports, "Violence in Fairbanks is at an all-time low. There hasn't been a violent crime in over a month. The streets are calm and people are free to live their lives. Utopia has come to the Alaskan interior." Next up, more about the impending winter storm that'll keep us all snug in our homes for a few days. "It's not going to snow," I said. "Doesn't look like it," Doug replied. "There's also been violent crime. They're simply not reporting it or acting on it or doing anything a civilized society does with their law enforcement," I added. The rest of the room listened attentively. I stood and held Laura's hands as I addressed the crowd. "I feel like all I'm doing is making speeches," I started. Mays interrupted right away. "You took down those 2 cops yesterday. You don't need to do anything else besides talk, man. That was motivating as hell." He clapped, and a few others clapped with him. I nodded, close-lipped, and raised my hands to call for quiet. "We're the target of disinformation. We know we can't trust the news, but now they are actively lying to us. What's their agenda?" "He paid the $1, Gloria blurted. "Set up a meeting with him as soon as possible," I told her, and turned back to the crowd. "Where was I?" "You never even started," Mays replied. I threw my hands in the air and looked toward the ceiling. "We are on a righteous crusade to glory." I opened my eyes. Too much? By a lot. Mays had become the group's spokesman. The command sergeant major had one eyebrow raised and watched me intently. "I just want you all to know that I appreciate you and appreciate your help. You've already seen that we're not alone. We have people on the inside who don't like the dangerous turn that the politicos have taken once they were in power. They've been planning and plotting for years. It came together with the rise of the current president, but it's all a sham. They tell us what we want to hear while turning us into a dystopian wasteland. Who does that? Who wants to oversee the downfall of civilization?" "Maybe they're in denial," Doug suggested. "They believe their way is the right way, and we're not trying hard enough. Force is the only incentive, because it sure as hell isn't goodwill. They never gave us a chance to buy into their distorted vision." "Good points. What's the hurry? That's my question. What do they need these next couple of days for? Because I'm pretty sure there's no snow and ice coming." "He can meet you in 15 minutes. Gloria tapped her watch. "Clock's ticking." "Dorothy, hold down the fort. We'll be back soon." I hesitated. "Have you heard from Dash recently? I'd like to talk with him." Dorothy shook her head. "I have his number." She gave it to me on a slip of paper. I touched people's shoulders on the way out and looked into their eyes, making a personal connection with each, even though I still didn't know their names. It was enough for them to know that I appreciated they were helping. I wouldn't treat them like employees. They were better than that. I delivered a quick salute, inside and not undercover, in violation of my Marine Corps ethos, and I was good with that. The soldiers related to it. They nodded in turn. I held the door for Laura. She stopped and scanned the parking lot. We usually parked in the same place, but not today. "We'll go home and get the Prius after this. No one needs to see my truck around here." We drove the long way to Bagels and Brew, away from the south side where we had the run-in earlier. Laura was still a wreck. I was happy my truck didn't have any bullet holes or blood. I had washed up, but needed to clean my pistol, which I carried in my chest holster. I wriggled out of it while driving so I could stuff it under the seat. The coffee and bagel shop had big windows where people could see in. Lower the risk by lowering the exposure. No weapons in public to raise the ire of our overlords. We parked close to the shop and got out. Before we could enter, a police cruiser raced up and screeched to a stop behind my truck. I pushed Laura behind me. The officers climbed out, making a show of putting their batons in their equipment belts. They approached. They looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen them. "Hey," the nearest one said. "You brought us pie." "I thought you looked familiar. What can I do for you guys?" I tried my friendliest of voices, but my heart raced, and it felt like a gorilla was sitting on my chest. I wasn't cut out for subterfuge. "The weather. We're chasing people off the streets and back home because it's going to be a bad one. That's why we're here now, meeting with a business customer before grabbing some food to go. They're full up on wraps and bagels if you're hungry. I'm buying." The second officer looked hopeful, but the radio crackled to life, ordering them somewhere. "Too bad for us. We gotta go. Get inside as soon as you can." They waved and dove into their cruiser, screeching the tires on their way out. Laura's legs almost gave out. I held on to her. "Exciting life we have, huh? That wasn't the jolt I needed. Maybe I should stick with coffee." She composed herself to stride purposefully into the shop. There was no one else there, so we ordered wraps. I asked if they did catering, which they did. "A bunch of bagels to go, please. I'll take, 30 or 40 with plenty of cream cheese." The nice lady behind the counter made a face. "Let me check in the back." I knew it was going to be spendy, but I didn't care about the price. I was only concerned with availability. Where else did the authorities have their fingers? What other facets of society were they intent on destroying? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, it made no difference. The result of their actions was destroying the fragile framework. It only took removing certain pillars, like food stability or personal security. We couldn't protect ourselves, and we couldn't feed ourselves. It didn't sound like utopia to me. We can do 35 bagels, and then we'll close early. Business is off, if you can't tell. The owner himself is back there baking away. Baking what? Your 35 bagels? Thanks, bro, I called through the doorway to the kitchen. We took the last 2 bagels on display and checked out. The bill was just shy of $400. I gave her $500. Keep the change. Keep the shop open. The owner made his way out. You'll get 'em hot in just a few. Take a seat and relax. The coffee's on me. I tipped my hat to him. I hate these people, he said. You shouldn't talk about your employees that way, I quipped. Not them. We wouldn't be where we are without them. The borough. They're ruining everything. They're doing their best to drive me out of business. They took a quarter of my bagel dough that we import from New York. Do you believe that? What the hell are they going to do with bagel dough? Keep it from you, I suggested. Can't have too much success. That would be a challenge to their authority. The smell of something burning wafted through. The clerk/barista/sandwich artist ran into the back. Pay in cash, my man. Be the resistance. Keep it away from the takers. If everyone thought like that, we'd be good to go. A person hugged the glass and dodged through the door to get inside. He shifted sideways once inside so people couldn't see him. Nathan, the owner called. What brings you in here? He pointed at me. I think I'm supposed to say pay in cash? Yep, that's him. The owner watched us for a second and then hurried into the kitchen, calling over his shoulder. Get yourself a coffee. I'm good. I can't stay. I tried to catch the man's attention, but his eyes shifted everywhere but at me. You wanted to meet me, but first I have a question. Why are you running articles you know aren't true? You don't know what I know. I'll admit we're running articles submitted by the administration without further investigation, but I don't know for certain they aren't true. I had a hard time not scoffing, but willful ignorance or plausible deniability, it was still journalistic malfeasance in my opinion. Why did you want to see me? We can't run independent articles, or we'll get fired, or worse, Nathan said in a rush. Who is leveraging you, and how? Threats. Our lead journalist's dog disappeared because he wrote a piece that was critical of the assembly. Are you sure that was the reason? Did the good boy run away, or get out somehow? We went all through that. His dog is gone, and they dropped a not-so-veiled threat that if anyone else stepped out of line, they'd lose more than a dog. The worst part was, I believed the enforcers would do something that bad. It still didn't make it the truth. They're probably taking advantage of the situation. Now, who is they? He shrugged. If we knew, maybe we could do something about it. Turn them into the authorities. Have you seen the change in the FPD? We locked eyes. Yes, reporting to the authorities wasn't our best idea. We did, anonymously. Nothing happened. He glanced compulsively at the door. The man was terrified of something. Psyops. They were ripping the heart from an upstanding member of the community. First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. We're on solid ground. They aren't. But you better go before they discover you here talking to a bunch of rebels. He was gone before I could ask him anything else, but I had his information. He had confirmed the paper was the reluctant mouthpiece of the local authorities through coercion, and not because of any fanatical belief in the administration. We always knew the truth. Who is leveraging them? I think it's the Dude crew acting under orders from McIntyre and Reese. I guarantee it was them, but I'd like something concrete. The trials. We went straight home from the coffee shop, but Laura drove so I could talk with Doug and Gloria on the phone. It wasn't safe to be out because the streets were being systematically cleared. We headed north using the most expeditious route into the hills where we lived. Even with all the members of local law enforcement on the streets, the presence wasn't overwhelming. We saw cruisers in the distance, but they were too far away to do anything about us. We accelerated through those areas. Doug, my man, FPD is restricting movements, so we're heading to the house. We'll go out later to watch one of the major intersections to see what's going on. I'm not sure we need to run the vandal teams tonight. No one is being allowed outside, so I don't see how they would open up tomorrow. Let's wait until they lift the travel embargo. They strongly encouraged people to stay off the streets, but it wasn't a complete lockdown, Doug argued. It is. They have FPD chasing people who are driving around. They intercepted us. No one can be out here. Ask the vandal teams to get where they can see the roads. Why are they restricting travel? I don't know what they're up to, and that bothers me more than knowing what they're usually doing. Call off the vandals. If they go out on the street tonight, they're going to stand out like shining spotlights in the wilderness. It's not worth the risk. Roger Dodger, Cory. We'll meet you here tomorrow if we're allowed on the street, but I expect not. Make sure you have everyone's number and send them all home right now with a plan to collect information. They check in with you. Keep your phone charged up. You're going to be busy. I think Gloria and I will stay here. Are there cots or something? Check with Dorothy. I think there are some in the back, along with wool blankets. Maybe not the most comfortable, but you won't have to go out on the streets. Consider it done. Doug ended the call. We pulled into the driveway and shut down the truck. We sat there for a minute to make sure we hadn't been followed. I didn't want to get caught carrying the .45 into the house. Laura was getting antsy by the time I thought it was clear. I unlocked the door, and she staggered inside. I locked the door behind us. When I turned back to check on her, the lights were out. We waited, but the outage wasn't the type that only lasted a few seconds. Well now, what are we to do without heat? I asked. But our primary source of heat for the main part of the house was a wood-burning stove. Laura was in no mood for anything. That's right, I declared. Curl up under the covers. You get into bed. That's your job for the rest of the day. If you need anything, just call. She didn't argue. She walked woodenly until she reached our bed, dropped her clothes, and crawled in. She shivered with the initial cool, but warmed quickly with the flannel sheets. I sat on the edge of the bed and held her closely. Laura cried softly, but that ended quickly enough. Getting over the deaths of the druggies who tried to roll us was going to take time. She would learn to deal with the adversity of our lives being at risk, and the consequences to those who threatened us, whether bear or human. Attack into the ambush, the old man had said. That's what we did in the Marines, too. No hesitation. The consequences for the ambushers had to be dire. Once she drifted off, I paced between the living room and the kitchen. It was light outside. It was early afternoon, and once again, it had been a long and trying day. What are you going to do about it? The words bounced around inside of my head. What are they doing? I asked myself. Just when I thought we were going on the offensive, they changed the rules. Now we're back on our heels. I didn't like my answer. We needed to regain the momentum. I wanted to know why they needed the city locked down. We had 100 sets of eyeballs out there. We had the entirety of the NCO wives. I called Doug. Contact the NCOs and ask them to get the spouses group involved in watching for movement on the roads. Something is going to happen, but I don't know what it is. I'll pass it on. I'll call you as soon as I have something. Gloria is full speed ahead with Project Fear. Thanks, Doug. I'll be out there too, watching. Project Fear, I like it. I returned to pacing. Confrontation. The tension was rising. I looked out the window. I'll be damned. Snow was starting to fall. It wasn't heavy, but it was snowing. They didn't care about our safety, not so much that they chased people off the streets. They'd issue warnings and strongly encourage people to stay off the roads, but they couldn't close them down. It had never happened before. There was no reason for it to happen now. I went to the bedroom to find Laura dozing. She wasn't sound asleep, but she wasn't awake either. I didn't want to rouse her, so I tiptoed out, pulled a piece of paper from the printer, and wrote a note in big letters. I've gone out to watch the intersection 2 blocks down. I'm walking, so it won't be far. I'm only a phone call away." I stuck it on her phone so she'd see it. I dressed for the cool. It was below freezing, but not by much. It felt almost like a summer day compared to the dark and the cold of winter. I put on my winter camouflage. As much as I didn't want to, I left my pistol behind. No good could come from carrying it around. It was best if I wasn't seen at all. I'd walk slowly and wait often. With the lack of traffic, I could hear a vehicle coming and would disappear into what shadows I could find. I let myself out and strolled casually down the street, listening intently as I went. There was a great deal of nothing. With the power out, I could hear the high RPMs of generators scattered around the neighborhood, but no vehicles and no airplanes. I found a place to watch the main road far below. The snow was already letting up after delivering barely more than a dusting. No one was around, so I searched the local news on my phone to see if anyone had run something about the power outage. The power company's page said they were working on it and anticipated power would return shortly. None of the news stations had reported on it or the city's lockdown. I checked the local newspaper's page, and it was there, right at the top of their page. One step too far. The assembly, mayor, sheriff, and police chief have violated their oaths of office one last time. When they violated the Second Amendment and took our guns, we stayed silent. When they prevented this paper from printing the truth through threats and coercion, they violated our First Amendment rights. When they entered our houses for so-called safety inspections, they violated the Fourth Amendment. When they prevented peaceful people from assembling and, most recently, restricted our movement ostensibly due to a snowstorm that wasn't, they have broken not just the last straw, but the first straw and all straws in between. They must be removed from office. Confront. Be the resistance. Nathan, my man. Pay in cash, I always say. I wondered how long the message would remain on the site. I suspected he might have spiked it so no one could change anything, and then went into hiding. A rifle shot sounded in the distance, followed by pistol fire. I knew people weren't out target shooting. I called Doug. "Tell our people to stay inside. The first shots have been fired, and it's going to get ugly real fast. If they haven't left the kitchen yet, keep them there. If you're a praying man, now would be a good time to call for help from on high." I ended the call and tucked my phone away. Sticking to the shadows, I moved as carefully as I could while wanting to run. A rifle sounded from a different direction, then more rifles, high-powered with a slow rate of fire. An AR-15 popped quickly as a lone shooter pulled the trigger faster and faster. They would leave us alone because we weren't in what had become a free fire zone. A pistol shot echoed in my ears, and a round zipped past my head and into the branches behind me. "Stop! Stop shooting!" I screamed as I dove for the ground. A second shot tore through the space where I'd just been. "Stop shooting!" "Geez, mister, I thought you were one of them." A man stepped out of the shadows. I had missed seeing him because I was looking toward the street. He continued to point a black semi-automatic pistol at me. "Could you point that somewhere else, please? I'm not armed. I'm trying to stay out of the firefight." "And who's them?" "The other people shooting," he declared. He let his arm hang at his side and pointed his pistol at the ground. He had his finger on the trigger. Untrained people shouldn't be walking around with weapons. But this was Alaska, and anyone could buy a weapon without any training or experience whatsoever. "I recommend you go back inside, unload that thing, and put it under your bed. You don't want to be any part of what's going on out here." "What if I do?" He bristled. "I'll defend my home and family with everything I have." "Then don't make yourself a target by being out here. You want to do something for your wife? Try doing the dishes and then the laundry. She'll appreciate that more than you fumbling around outside. I don't know how you missed me, but I thank God you did. You should be thankful too. You don't want to kill people. It's not a good feeling." I held his gaze until he looked away and nodded weakly. He trundled toward his front door and disappeared inside. I abandoned my effort at stealth and walked down the street, shedding my coat to carry casually over my shoulder. It was too cold to be without a coat, but it was better than someone shooting at me. Once inside the house, I shrugged on my chest holster and checked my pistol. I hadn't cleaned it from this morning's shooting. I took out my cleaning kit and sat at the kitchen table. My phone vibrated. I expected to see Doug's name, but it was Laura. "I hear someone in the house," she whispered. "That's me. I'm in the kitchen. Come out and say hi." Footsteps pattered out of the bedroom and down the hallway. I spread my arms wide for her to fall into my embrace, but she stopped short. "You scared me." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but I'm here. Give me a hug." "Ordering me around?" She stood with her arms crossed. I was still seated with my pistol lying on the table. She kept glancing at it. "I need to clean that. I'll either hug me some woman flesh or I'll clean my pistol. Your choice." There was a shooting war outside that we couldn't see or hear from the cozy confines of our house. The power was off, but we had a few hours of daylight remaining. I contemplated starting the generator, but dismissed the idea because I didn't want to draw unnecessary attention our way. Laura relented and planted my face in her chest as she hugged me to her. "Woman flesh," she muttered. "I've never heard such an appalling phrase." "Is it okay if I only use it with you?" "I guess," she admitted. "I'm still tired." "Of course you are. You took a 30-minute nap because you collapsed. If you could put some water on to boil, I'd appreciate it. And then take a seat. I do need to clean the pistol because I'm going to need it. Nathan went all Paul Revere on us." Laura tried the tap, but no water came out. We kept jugs in the garage. I stopped her. "I'll get it." I also hadn't thought that boiling water wouldn't be cut and dry. We collected drinking water from a spring in Fox, just north of Fairbanks. Fox water was the best in the world. Get it, drink it. And you couldn't buy it. You could only get it by going there personally and filling your own jugs. I brought in 2 one-gallon containers and put them on the counter. I filled a tea kettle and used a long stick lighter to fire up a burner on the gas stove. Laura slouched in her chair. I nuzzled her ear while the water heated. "That tickles." It was nice to see her smile. If a shooting war had begun, then we might not get too many more moments like this. She turned in her chair to face me and noticed that I wore my chest holster. "Why do you have that?" "Paul Revere," I said as a refresher, but she wasn't completely in the moment. "Shooting has started. All kinds of calibers. Nathan's call to arms has resulted in exactly what I didn't want." "Can you call him?" she asked. I hadn't gotten his number, and even if I had, calling him now would make no difference. It'd be like trying to put toothpaste back in the tube. We have to figure out what we're going to do about it. Laura went to the front door. I followed closely. She opened the door, but only to listen. Sporadic gunfire came from below us, and more from the valley where the majority of Fairbanks proper stood. Fairbanks had started as a trading center on the river that could support steamboat and barge supply transports. It grew into a city around its roots, the Chena River, and became known as the Golden Heart. "You are going to go out there, aren't you?" "Someone has to keep people from shooting themselves. We can't have friendly fire. You learn quickly that it's not so friendly." "Have you ever been shot?" she asked. "No, but caught some shrapnel from an M1908. "Which is—" She didn't understand any of my military terms. I should have known better than to throw it at her. "Marine Corps artillery, 155 millimeter. Friendly fire. That's why I don't wear the Purple Heart they gave me. I was wounded in combat, but not by the enemy." Laura closed the door with a shiver and sought the couch and a blanket. The water was getting hot. "What would you like?" I asked. "Tea?" We hadn't had any before Laura moved in. She bought some strange-looking packets. It didn't matter to me that she liked the stuff, as long as she didn't try to make me drink it. Tea for you, coffee for me. My phone rang. I answered after seeing who it was. Doug, did you see what's at the top of the newspaper page? Pretty spectacular, don't you think? Do you still want us to launch the digital version of Project Fear? We won't be able to drop any notes on windshields or on front doors, but we can slide into the DMs, chats, and social pages. Do it. Your efforts will come across as orchestrated and not a knee-jerk reaction to Nathan's posting. The people shooting? I expect that's people blowing off a little steam and thinking they can get away with murder. Opportunist anarchists. We can't let them lose the message that our politicians are illegally taking our rights. Nothing else is on the table. We're not going to demand the electric company lower its prices. We aren't going to refuse to pay property taxes. We aren't going to shoot people just to shoot people. That is still murder. It had already been a long day. That morning, I'd shot 2 people, but it wasn't for nothing. I didn't want others to get into the same situation. We needed to calm things down. I ended the call and finally answered Laura. Yeah, I'm going out there. Shooting gallery. Laura wanted to come. I didn't want her out there, so we compromised, and she came along. We had left the officer's ballistic protection at the kitchen. It made me regret not bringing one with us, although I didn't need evidence lying around that I was involved with the kidnapping of FPD officers, even if I did consider them illegitimate. That made me think of Tom Farmer. I called him before we left the driveway. Are you keeping your head down? I asked. What did you do? He demanded. The last thing on his mind was a pleasant conversation about the weather. Nothing you don't already know about. This is spontaneous combustion, something that I was seeking to avoid by removing the people who would shoot back from the streets. Without anyone to shoot at, your average citizen leaves their weapons in their holsters. If only it were that simple. We're going to lock down the facility because all excess personnel are being ordered into the streets. The mayor has declared martial law. Any vehicle seen on the street will be fired at without warning. My stomach heaved with the news. I swallowed hard. Martial law? I didn't want this. Any way you can keep your people inside? No. I shouldn't be wasting time talking to you. Keep your head down, Cory. If you are the man I think you are heading into the fray. Let me caution you about doing that. People are going to die tonight, a lot of people, and none of them are going to be criminals. I gotta go. I closed my eyes when the call ended. It was spiraling out of control, and there was nothing I could do to get it back. What if they're firing in wild celebration, like it's the Old West? Laura offered. She hadn't heard what Tom told me. I relayed the information. I put the truck in park. We're walking. All the way into town? Tom said they have shoot-on-sight orders. All officers ostensibly answering to the mayor have been ordered into the streets. Maybe we shouldn't go. They'll retake the high ground, I muttered. What's our hurry? I took out 2 officers. They'll find me, and I'll go to jail for as long as they're in power. Then we should go to the cabin and stay there until this blows over. The plans I'd put into place, the money I'd spent to bring people on board, it was coming unraveled at the speed of light. I looked at my phone and pulled up the app showing the location of the air-tagged vehicles. The mayor was at home. She was barely a mile from where we lived. We can't wait. If the mayor is driving herself, then she's at home. It makes no sense that she's driving herself, because if there are shoot-on-sight orders, then she doesn't want to be in a private vehicle. Not all officers will recognize it. Laura stared out the windshield. Let's go to the cabin. This is it, I told her. It's either endgame or the beginning of the end of our nation. In either case, this is a fight that we're in. I'd rather buy it downtown than running to save myself. Me? You'd be running to save me. It was impossible to rationalize because I couldn't. It wasn't logical. Emotions had been frayed until they shattered. The fire would burn itself out, but what kind of damage would it do until then? Did I think I could influence the avalanche to keep it from destroying everything in its path? Yes. All I needed was the right nudges. NASA insisted they could do the same thing with a planet-killing asteroid. Then again, maybe I'd seen that in the movies, but it made sense to me, and I didn't have any other choice. There was more to life than saving myself and the woman I'd fallen in love with. There comes a time when we have to fight for our ideals. We give up little bits of ourselves here and there for convenience sake, until we look back and wonder why we get checked on the way into a store, walk through detectors on the way out, while mingling with plainclothes security inside. The bad actors ruin it for all, and the law-abiding pay with our freedoms. Trust is earned, and trust is easily lost, never to be regained. Every day, we lose more of ourselves to what should be in our control but isn't. This time, they've gone too far. They've asked us to surrender everything that we are. They've crushed my American dream. We couldn't volunteer at a charity without getting rousted by enforcers. We couldn't be in our own home without getting visited by gun-toting authorities who were here to take from us, take things we've paid for using money that was taxed. When would it stop? Our labor cannot be free. What's ours must remain ours, without intrusion by the government. I snorted and shook my head. If I stop paying property taxes, see how long I own this house. But that's a fight for a different day. We pay taxes to fund infrastructure, but we don't have to allow that infrastructure to become a cage that surrounds us. You and I both know that I have to go out there into the middle of it and do what I have to do. I want to live my life in peace with you, but they're not going to let me do that, are they? It's time to act. Laura listened politely, even intently. The bags under her eyes had darkened, but the sparkle within had not. She looked at me. Her lips tightened into a thin line of determination. Where you go, I go. Let me get my pistol and put on my walking shoes. She climbed out before I could refuse. I nodded. She'd probably be a hindrance. I thought about running off, only for a millisecond before rejecting the idea. Why alienate what I was fighting for? I wanted to enjoy the honeymoon of our relationship. I didn't want to watch out the windows to see if the authorities were coming for us. Even though they should, because I'd killed 2 men. In a just society, I would get my day in court and be pronounced not guilty. Without trust, I wouldn't tell a soul. I wasn't a vigilante, but there were times when we had to take matters into our own hands. That was one of them. I wanted to never do that again. That's what tonight was all about. I hoped. I'd forever be a vigilante unless we settled the mess the politicians had gotten us into. I still didn't understand, but would find out if it was possible to get the truth from a group of perennial liars. We're going to the mayor's home. Maybe she's there, or it could be only her car. I would think she's at the admin center with the others, watching the fruits of their labors rot and fall off the tree to be trampled under the jackboots of their enforcers. If she's not home, we'll work our way downtown. I better bring snacks, Laura said, resigned with the effort we were going to make. Power was out, which meant we didn't want to dig around in the refrigerator for too long, or we'd lose what little was there. That was the only favor the food thieves did for us. We wouldn't lose much. Laura didn't go in the refrigerator. She drew a big handful of bear jerky from the larder and a few fruit snacks in single-serve packages. She held them up to me as if to ask why I had them. I like them, and they're 100% fruit. Not just good, but good for you. I parroted a commercial. She offered half the jerky and half the fruit snacks. I stuffed them into an inside pocket. It wasn't that cold out, but the jerky was already tough. I didn't want to add to that by having it frozen, too. With one last look around, I tried to think what lights were on in case power was restored. But I doubted the electric company had crews driving around when the city was under martial law, and the sharp cracks of gunfire were the only sound that could be heard. I called the command sergeant major. Are you guys being activated to enter the city and retake control? No, I never made it back to Wainwright. What's going on? City is under martial law. All movement is halted, including, I guess, air travel, since I haven't heard any planes. People are shooting in the city. I don't know who's pulling the triggers. I heard the shooting, but thought it was a typical day on the south side. The base did call, but we got cut off. Keep your head down and let me know if you hear anything from your chain of command. I called the next number on my list for the NCOs, the first guy I'd met at Bagels and Brew. I asked him the same question. They told everyone to hunker down, take no action, don't leave our homes if we're outside the gates. Any violation will result in an immediate disciplinary letter or worse. You leave your house and your life will be on the line, I warned. Follow their orders and call the others. Tell them to do the same, if they haven't heard it already. Your role in this is at an end. I'll take care of it myself. Can't let you face the enemy alone, sir. You can and will. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I have to go. Please, stay home. You're not going to order me? I only have the authority that you give me, Sergeant. I hope I've been persuasive enough. If base personnel find you outside the gate in someplace other than your home, your career is over. You've invested too much time to end it like this. Let those with less to lose engage the enemy. This sucks, he grumbled. A whole lot, but we can only try to make it suck less. Keep your head down. I ended the call before he could argue further. I never had much to do with the Army, and when I did, I wasn't overwhelmed with our interactions. They did their jobs, but they weren't Marines. I was forced to rethink my attitude toward them. The 5 who showed up to help us were top-notch. They were willing to throw their bodies into the fire to douse the flames. No one could ask for more. We walked down the sidewalk to start. There was enough snow on the ground that walking through it took time and energy I didn't want to waste either. 20 minutes later, we dodged down a power line to cut behind backyards and arrive in the mayor's subdivision without using the front entrance. We passed through a yard with a house that had no internal lights. Most of the homes in this neighborhood had a flashlight or lantern or other alternate source of light inside. I spotted the mayor's SUV. It was in the driveway of a place that also had no lights inside. A generator was running 2 doors down. It sat in the driveway and whined into the last of the day's light. The house had a camera system around it, but it didn't appear to use a backup power system, neither battery nor generated automatically like a Generac provided. Cutting in the instant power failed. The mayor's home had nothing operational. She was a slave to the power outage, just like the rest of us. There were no sounds from inside. I guess we're going downtown, Laura said, resigned to the idea. I thought about telling her that she didn't have to come, but there was no sense for that argument. We'll make it in record time, I replied. I had no idea how long it would take, but thought the worst. We'd arrive well into the evening, long after the politicians went home. It would annoy me to walk downtown only to have her get driven home before we arrived. We returned to the power line, where we consumed a little jerky and fruit. We trudged ahead. The peace of a city without power was incomparable, broken only by the sound of generators and occasional gunfire. It had mostly died down, and I didn't know what that meant. Had the upstart citizens called to arms by Nathan's article gone home? Had they won? Or had the police force won? It could have signaled anything. There would be more information once we had eyes on the city proper. I'd never walked the whole way from my house to downtown before. I had to stop embracing the convenience of roads and think three-dimensionally. Think like the homeless, and take the shortest route to stay out of sight without expending more energy than I had to. It took a solid 2 hours of determined hiking to get where we thought we might be stymied. Where College crossed under the Johansson Expressway, there was a cruiser with lights on, watching traffic in multiple directions. We ducked out of the way and climbed into the frozen noise slough. If we follow this to the west, we might be able to use a bridge that crosses over the top, then continue past the rail yard. Does that get us closer? Laura was nearly spent from walking. She had been tired before we started. We'll rest before we cross, I promised. Time was our friend and our enemy. It was like Schrodinger's postulate. We had as much time as we needed, just until we didn't. We were less than 30 minutes away from the JHAC. It was close as the Raven flew. All we had to do was cross the highway unnoticed, and then make it downtown unnoticed, and then make it into the JHAC and to the mayor and assembly unnoticed. After that, things would get hard. We followed the slough to a mini storage that we circumnavigated, crouching as we ran to maintain a low profile, even though there was nothing to highlight our passing without the city's lights. A fence stood in our way, and we would have to climb, but Laura was in no shape to do that. I used the multi-tool I carried to bend the connectors holding the fence to the poles. With enough of those removed, we could stretch the fence up enough to crawl underneath. The bridge across the two westbound lanes was unguarded. We moved slowly and crouched. Sudden movements stand out. Slow and steady wins the reconnaissance race. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'll just do what you do. Or that, I replied. Our voices weren't carrying. Snow deadened the sound of our passing. A rifle fired nearby, and I instantly slammed myself to the deck. Laura followed much more slowly, after a moment of looking for where the shot came from. "Sorry," she mumbled. "We need to get out of here. Let's go." I rushed across the bridge and down the other side. There was a bend in the two eastbound lanes that mostly hit us in both directions. We ran across. It wasn't the stealthiest way to go. I just wanted out of there. How would we get home? That was a problem for later. Downtown beckoned. We had to cross a truck park and then run across wider roads to get onto back roads, making a beeline toward the JHAC. The roads in this part of town didn't follow cardinal directions. They were laid out in semicircles, along with a variety of other chaos-infused urban planning. It made it easier to get there unseen, since the direct travel routes were elsewhere. 3 hours and 15 minutes after we left the house, we came to the backside of the main parking lot for the JHAC. The area was cleared in all directions, which made me think of buildings we'd seen in Iraq that were prepared against terrorists. Clean lines of fire for those defending the building. Roadblocks so no vehicles could get a running start. That wasn't the original purpose of the parking area, but my experience compelled me to think the worst. "How do we get in?" Laura asked. The kidnapping. "The river. We can crawl along the shore on this side. I wouldn't go out on the ice. It's not strong enough to hold us. That would be a death sentence. But we don't have to. We can crawl along the wagon wheel trees." I maneuvered to the tree-lined northern shore. It made me question my own sanity that I wondered if we'd have the cover I expected. Nothing had changed the immutable physical landscape since my last trip to the JHAC. We were able to walk along the shore where the ice was solid. It was broken in the middle of the river, where the fastest-moving water had gotten through the ice. We worked our way toward the JHAC entrance, 100 yards down. I hadn't hugged the trees on my first trip across, but I appreciated having them there. We reached the spot where I had gone over and into the small open yard before the parking lot. The only vehicles in the lot were police cruisers. There weren't many, but enough that it made me question the efficacy of my plan. Was it a plan, though? It was nothing of the kind. It was my response to martial law. We couldn't have that. This was America. 4 time zones from Washington, D.C., but Alaska was a state in the Union. The action was unconscionable. With the power outage, would anyone outside the city know what happened? "Why is the power out?" I whispered while we watched the building. There were lights on inside, emergency lighting common to government buildings. Were they conducting a meeting under such conditions, thinking that they were running the city? "A transformer blew," Laura guessed. "They turned it off. Without power, they could implement their plan." "Which is?" Laura whispered. "I haven't figured that out yet, but we'll ask them." We watched the area in front of the JHAC. No one was out and about. Would they be arrogant enough not to lock the door, assuming they were safe because the city was locked down? The fishing line that I had tied to the tree root was still there, still severed as I'd cut it on my way through. I showed it to Laura. I don't know if it registered. She was at the end of her rope. "Just a little farther," I told her. "Stay behind me, far behind." This was my worst plan ever. I was making it up as I went. I was going to get caught by the mayor's and assemblywoman's enforcers. They'd make me disappear, and the same thing would happen to Laura. I was condemning us both. I crouched back down and held Laura behind me. "What did you see?" she asked quietly. "The light. This is a bad idea. There's no way we can win. I came down here to have it out with them, but there won't be a conversation. The cops will storm in and kill us, you and me." Laura nodded toward the front entrance, where people were exiting. It was members of the assembly. It was everyone I detested. There was only one officer with them, and the officer looked familiar. Tom Farmer, relegated to VIP escort duty instead of on the streets shooting people. I hopped over the tree and strolled toward them with my hands up. The officer moved between me and the politicians. "Shoot him!" the mayor cried. "Please don't shoot me, Officer Farmer." "Cory," he said by way of recognition, "you shouldn't be down here. Martial law is no joke. It's also not in their purview to declare. Yet another in a long line of laws they've broken. Are there any other law enforcement personnel inside?" Tom shook his head. "If you won't shoot him, I will," the sheriff declared. He pulled his weapon from his holster and strolled forward. Farmer slapped the weapon out of his hand. It thudded into the packed snow of the parking lot. When he looked back, he found me on one knee, my Desert Eagle aimed at the sheriff's chest. He wore body armor, but the .45 round at this range would throw him backward even if it didn't penetrate. The sheriff glared at me, not like an opponent in war, but like a bully who's been upstaged. I rose and took a quick step forward. He flinched. I put my pistol in its holster. "I think we all should go back inside. All of us." "Officer?" the mayor asked. I found it amusing that she didn't know his name. "It looks like we're going back inside. Please stay together. Don't make me chase you down." "You traitor!" the mayor screeched. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I think that's you." Farmer motioned toward the door. "Inside, please." Laura bumped into me from behind to let me know she was there. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I pointed at the sheriff's pistol. "Could you pick that up, please?" I asked her. She collected it and carried it like a used diaper. Tom moved to the far side to make sure none of the politicians tried to slink off. I doubted his presence here was an accident. We herded the group back into the assembly chamber, and they took their seats. I wondered where the police were that had given them rides. "How did they get here?" I asked Tom. I knew from the app that their personal vehicles were at their homes. "Rides in police cars. Then the officers went out to man their posts. We're supposed to call them back when they're ready to go." "You didn't call them before you went outside?" I wondered. He pointed at the emergency lighting to highlight the lack of power. "I was going to call from my car." I walked to the front. Even without the heater operating, I was warm. I took off my coat and tossed it on a chair. They all watched me. I'd thought about this moment since the sheriff took my moose rifle, and I was still at a loss for words. The sheriff glared. "You have no right to glare at me. You took my moose rifle and tossed it into a dumpster." "For the safety of all," he countered. "My moose rifle never shot anyone. You can't retroactively make me a criminal for something that's not a crime." My hand rested on my .45 of its own volition. I forced myself to take my hand off it. Coercion and threats weren't going to get the answers I wanted. "Shut up. This isn't a conversation." I faced the assembly. The sheriff's chair scraped. Laura's voice was loud. "Sit down." I stepped aside and prepared to take on the overweight, too smug sheriff. When I looked over my shoulder, Laura was holding her .380 steady, aiming at the sheriff's face. He held up his hands and eased back into his seat. "Please," I said softly, and gestured for her to put the pistol away. She slid it into her pocket. I reached into my pocket while everyone was distracted. I activated the recording feature on my phone. It was in airplane mode to save its battery, but it could still record our conversation while not wasting energy seeking cell towers that might not respond. "You," I pointed at the mayor. "You've been incrementally removing our ability to resist from the day you took office. Guns, the press, our speech, the sanctity of our homes, and the last one was movement. Why? You have to see that your grand experiment of totalitarian control didn't work." She leaned back and crossed her arms. "It is working." "To what end?" I still couldn't see an end game. "The people need to be protected from themselves. It had to get worse before it got better. Humanity wants to help each other. It's what we do." I blinked rapidly. I couldn't follow the logic of her argument. People did want to help others, and we drew gratification from that. However, I drew no gratification from giving the sheriff my moose rifle. There was voluntary giving, and there was taking. They were distinctly separate issues. "How does that justify your taking of food from the stores, from the people, and from charities?" She schooled her features and assumed her friendly politician persona. It made me want to punch her. "If some of the people bringing our vision of a sharing community overstepped their authority, then I apologize. That's no reason to bring a gun in here and threaten us. All of you." She looked pointedly at Officer Farmer. He shrugged. "When you hire untrained officers and put them in the street, you reap what you sow." I continued. "You knew what you were doing, asserting total control over the population. You thought you could break us, but you underestimated us. You didn't think we'd defy your orders because we seem easygoing. You'd know that we're not if you had lived here for any amount of time. The initial gun grab, you didn't get them all. You probably only seized 1 or 2% of the weapons people had, and you only took them from people who had more. Like I said before, you don't turn your law-abiding citizens into criminals and expect us to bow to your edicts. Like I said, some of our people may have overstepped their authority. That doesn't give you the right to come in here and hold us hostage," the mayor countered, much cooler than I expected. "When given no other form of redress, you demanded that I come here. The judge who heard my case regarding an alleged illegal firearm declared me not guilty. He was murdered the next day. And since I was not guilty, where's my rifle? Already destroyed. Where's my compensation? The government cannot seize private property without equitable compensation. The government has stolen from me and a whole lot of others. That makes your administration illegitimate." I pointed at the entire assembly seated at the head table. "All of you are complicit." The individual who voted against the safety law that allowed access to people's homes without a warrant sat there with his hands clasped on the table. He rested his chin on his chest and stared at the floor. "You voted against the illegal law that allowed officers to come into my home without probable cause. Why are you going along with this?" He looked up. His eyes were red and sunken. "One voice against many. I voted against every one of the new proposals. They didn't expect me to win the election, but I did, against their preferred candidate, even with all their outside money they threw at the campaign. Will you testify against them in federal court?" He watched me carefully. "What would be the charge? Being bad government isn't illegal. Declaring martial law with shoot-to-kill orders. Every single round fired is attempted murder, and the ones who allowed it are co-conspirators, liable for the crime they conspired to commit. These 8, plus those 2, and the chief of police, wherever that guy is." I finally noticed that he wasn't there. I glanced toward Tom. He shook his head. We'd have to deal with him when the time came, assuming we couldn't convince the mayor to order him to stand down. "We'll see if a court agrees that their conduct has been a crime. Their willful disregard of the Constitution isn't a crime until they block our ability to challenge it in court." "Did they do that?" Tom argued. "Try to leave your home, try to get online, try to do anything. Yes, they did that and more." What leverage did they have around this community to force business owners and other community leaders to go along with their schemes? I suspect we'll find more than subterfuge. Let inspectors and legitimate authorities investigate. That's not my place. Standing up to a government that doesn't represent me or anyone else, that is my place. The assembly was getting angrier by the minute. I wasn't making any headway. They were convinced they were right. Mayor, when the food grabs didn't work except to make food scarce throughout the city, why didn't you stop? There is plenty of food for everyone in the city, but the people need to learn to be tolerant. We don't need cupboards bursting with supplies. We need what we need and nothing more. Everyone needs to stop hoarding before we can move forward as a community. This is Alaska in the winter. It's not hoarding, it's stockpiling. Your people took 100% of the game in my freezers. 100%. Don't let the overzealous few paint us all with the same brush, the mayor replied with a nonchalance that belied the evil simmering under the surface. She was gaining confidence. Then you agree that we need to prosecute every officer who overstepped his authority, just so we don't paint you with that brush. I would be amenable to that. I'd have to see the charges and the evidence before removing a single officer from duty, but yes, that sounds like a reasonable approach. It's not reasonable at all, I replied. Last time I looked, you're the executive branch. Real crimes have been committed by your people. That has to be heard by a judge in a court of law. All officers who have charges filed against them are to be put on administrative leave pending a first hearing. I believe that's the procedure. She didn't reply. I didn't want Tom to confirm if it was or not. I had no idea if that was their procedure, but it seemed like it would be. What judges are you leveraging? I asked the assembly members. None, the mouthy one replied. Reese. She was Dash's aunt. How's Dash doing? I asked her. Is that a threat? She shot back and came out of her seat like she was going to physically attack me. It was a ridiculous gesture. Sit down. I stabbed a finger at her seat. I worked with him at the homeless kitchen. Too bad your policies forced it to close. I honestly care about the young man and hope that he's well. I haven't heard from him and thought you might have. Your reaction is illustrative. You know the people are against you and everything you're trying to do. Every question is confrontational. You are supposed to weigh the facts and act in our best interests, are you? The man on the end shook his head, the lone dissenting voice who wasn't supposed to be there. We needed more dissenting voices, but outside money had stifled those. Of course, that's all we've ever done. The people don't know what's best for them. No hoarding. If they have no guns, then they can't be stolen and used to shoot people. Violent crime has dropped to zero. We did that. And if you don't think that's in your best interest, then you might as well just shoot us all right now. Where are you getting your data? Because it's incorrect. I didn't want to give away more. With each passing moment, I feared more and more that I would be heading to jail. I looked at Laura. She was slumped in a chair and appeared to have passed out. The police chief isn't here, but the officer could call him to join us. Tom remained stone-faced. I wasn't sure if he thought that was a good idea or not. The chief was a loyalist, in his position solely because of the mayor and not because he was local or a good police officer. If you can get Officer Westgate to bring him here, I'd agree with that. It's time we got to the bottom of the crimes committed against the people of Fairbanks. Are you going to be okay securing them by yourself? Tom asked. They want to get to the bottom of it, too. If they're not willing to address dissenting voices, then the number of voices will grow until this group is overwhelmed by a tidal wave of public disgust. By gaining advocates for their policies and approach, wouldn't they be better off? Do they have something to hide? I'm not holding them against their will. I'm keeping them here for their safety, which is the same reason they gave for sending officers to my house. It's a war zone out there. They don't want to go outside. How'd you get here? Tom asked. It was a circuitous and tortuous route, to be sure. 20 years in the Marine Corps teaches you a thing or two about movement to contact. Give Westgate a call and ask him to bring the chief here. Tom understood why I'd asked for Westgate. I thought he might bring the other two that were holdovers from the before time, the era when policing was done to a standard and no one was on the force with a waiver. I needed my allies in the JHAC. "Why is the power off?" I asked. "Did you cut the power to force the community to acquiesce? She who controls the power dictates their lives. There are people out there who need oxygen or their CPAPs or a myriad of other things, and you've willfully denied them. You people have a lot to answer for." "We had nothing to do with that," another assembly member stated. He looked to his fellow members, but they weren't forthcoming. At least, they weren't supporting his statement. I hoped there were more disagreements. 11 politicians and one of me. Laura was out cold. I moved close to her to make sure she was still breathing. She was. Slowly and rhythmically. She'd reached a level of exhaustion that she couldn't overcome through willpower alone. For her freedom and every single one of my fellow citizens, I implore you to stop your social experiment. We will not be trained to accept a system that's built toward complete submission. We've already lost 2 grocery stores, and I wouldn't doubt 2 more are on the verge of collapse. That'll leave us with limited supply for 100,000 people. You already took the game from our freezers, so expect to see poaching. But how? You already took the weapons from the hunters. You'll find out how little control you have when your enforcers show up to take a poacher's kill because he's doing it to feed his family. Desperate people do desperate things. You're starting a war that you're going to lose. "More threats," the big mouth cried out. "You're so weak you see every contradiction as a threat. You're wrong, but you'll never admit it." Farmer walked in, happy to see that I hadn't resorted to violence. "They'll be here shortly. You mob will never forgive the people for being right and defying you. You will scream and stamp your feet and demand blind obedience to your edicts. You caught us unaware, but that's one time. The more you push, the more we'll push back. It's a shooting war now. Why is that?" I pointed in multiple directions. The city surrounded us. "Because the people are undisciplined. They need to be trained to appreciate what they have, and until they fully embrace sharing with others, there will be painful lessons to be learned. But I have full confidence that the people will learn. Under the boots of your officers who are serving without training. From the business end of their Glocks and AR-15s. Those experiments have been tried before and they failed. Thankfully, not in the United States. Why do you think you could impart communism on us?" "Hang on!" The big mouth was outraged once more. She jumped to her feet. The police chief walked in, escorted by 3 officers. At Farmer's slight chin tilt, I knew he'd brought people he could trust, along with Officer Westgate, someone I found to be solid. The police chief stared at the .45 in my chest holster. "Come on up front where we can keep an eye on you." I gestured toward the seat away from the mayor. "What if I say no?" the police chief countered. He received a nudge from the officer behind him, a man I didn't recognize. "Is this a coup?" he asked. "No, you're the coup. We're going to reestablish law and order. Sit down, please," the officer told him. He reached for the microphone clipped to his ballistic vest, but the officer behind him pulled it away. "We'll have none of that nonsense." I turned back to the assemblywoman. "You were saying you're not striving for the perfect communist society?" "Not at all." She waved her hand to take in her fellow assembly members. "We were elected." "Excellent point. You were elected, not crowned dictators. Checks and balances, ma'am. You've done away with those, leaving only you to issue life and death edicts." I motioned for her to sit down. She stood until I took a step toward her. I hated bullies. "Chief, who issued the order for martial law?" I asked, turning and striding to stand over him. "Joint proclamation between the mayor and the assembly, signed off by the sheriff," he declared proudly. "In writing?" I asked. "I'm sure it was. I haven't seen the document, but I've been busy, if you couldn't tell." I didn't let him look at the mayor or the others. "There is no document, because that would be proof of their complicity." I was guessing. I pointed at the sympathetic assemblyman. "Why don't you go with Officer Farmer? Call the electric company and tell them to turn the power on. Then stand the officers down. Tell them all to go home. By all that's holy, stop this madness." The assemblyman earned the glares from his fellows, but he'd had enough. He gave them the finger on his way out. "Sometimes we speak the loudest without words," I suggested, managing to keep a straight face. The situation had descended into a ridiculous give and take of gaslighting and accusations and deft dodges that only professional politicians could pull off. "Chief," I addressed the chief of police, "the mayor has blamed you for the illegal taking of food. She blamed you for any violence that happened tonight. Heaven forbid anyone died. She blamed you for it all." "Wait 1 minute," the mayor erupted. "Are you going to take responsibility?" I looked at her. "For what?" She was back in politician mode with non-stick covering her. She crossed her arms and sulked. "Chief, care to comment?" I asked. "I acted under lawful orders, period. Given to you by the mayor." I wanted the clarification for the record. I hadn't touched my pockets, so I wouldn't accidentally turn off the voice memo recorder. Everything would be recorded for posterity's sake, and to keep me out of jail. "Yes, she gave me lawful orders." "Shoot to kill orders? You considered those lawful?" I nodded toward the officers. "They were shoot to kill. He emphasized that repeatedly," Westgate announced. "I didn't fire my weapon. I'll have it checked and verified right now if you'd like. I knew it wasn't a lawful order." "What about the other officers, those who were on the force because of waivers? There was an awful lot of shooting going on out there." Westgate nodded. "I can't testify to what I didn't see. I wasn't close enough to any of the others, but it sounded like firefights on both sides of me. I thought they were police weapons. We'll ask the state troopers to assist in checking in all the officers and verify if they fired their weapons or not." The lights flickered and came on. They slowly increased in intensity until they were fully bright. "Looks like your day of terror has come to an end. You failed to beat us into a subservient population, Madam Mayor. Now, if you'd like to resign, we'll move forward with this evening's agenda." Phones vibrated throughout the chambers as the politicians were inundated with missed messages and new calls. I nudged Laura awake. "Can you collect their phones, please? They don't need them at present. We still have a lot to discuss." SWAT. Farmer ran into the chamber. His sudden arrival made my heart jump. "They're coming," he reported. "I've blocked the front door, but that won't hold them for long. Things are about to get interesting. Give AST a call and ask for their assistance, if you would be so kind." Farmer removed his phone while Laura shuffled in front of the tables to collect all the phones. "Anyone care to resign?" They stared daggers at me. "I didn't think so. You believe your salvation is on the way. I also believe that, but in the form of America's finest, the Alaska State Troopers. Compared to your dude crew, you're the ones who are going to have problems." The mayor shifted in her seat, but kept her arms crossed. A frown creased the corners of her mouth. I took a deep breath. "While we're waiting for our various cavalries to arrive, I'd like to discuss your manipulation of the media, from social media to the papers to the radio station and the television station. You threatened our friend Nathan, editor-in-chief of the local paper. His final article was the call to resist your interference. He'll also testify about how he was threatened if he didn't run the stories you fed him. I'm glad he saw the light." The chief of police sat up straight. It had been his people doing the threatening and strong-arming the locals. His future was flashing before his eyes, and the only thing he saw was a small cell with his name on it. The people who gave the orders weren't defending him. He hadn't heard their claims that he was responsible for the behavior of his people, but that didn't need to be said. He knew what they'd told him, but he had given the orders to his department. "How is Dash?" I asked once more. "I like him. He's a good kid. Gives me hope for the future." Farmer excused himself and went into the hallway to have a robust conversation with the state troopers when they showed up. "He's fine. He has high school to focus on so he can get into college." "Is that what he wants?" She looked at me oddly. "He's going to college." "Of course, because in your family, only the adults make the decisions. Same as here. Do you see us as errant children? That would explain things. You can't have your guns. You can't hear the truth because you can't handle it. You don't get to live in your homes without us checking. You don't get to keep your food if we determine you have too much. Madam, you are an abomination in our decent society. She bristled and fumed, but said nothing. "Keep your hands off Dash. Turn him loose and you'll be amazed at what he'll do. Kind of like the rest of us. Is that why you forced the homeless kitchen to close?" "We did no such thing," she declared, hammering her fist on the table for emphasis. I realized that the friendly assemblyman hadn't returned. I realized it didn't matter. If Farmer left him out there, it had to be for a reason. This evening was coming to a close. I accomplished far less than I intended. Then again, I had no plan whatsoever other than to speak my mind. I had done that. They admitted to nothing. The chief of police would have to pay the price alone for the misadventure of the others. "I'm not a communist," one of the assemblies said out of the blue. She hadn't spoken before now. "From each according to their ability, to each according to their need." That's how the food distribution centers were justified. That's a direct quote from Karl Marx. Marxists never turned out to be the good guys. Never. "But—" She fell silent. Was she that naive to have not heard the Communist Manifesto? I didn't want to think there was anyone out there who didn't know their history, especially politicians. It was a lesson on how to avoid mistakes of the past. "Did you think you could do it better? Marxists never implemented it like you guys could. We only need to train the people to be happy with less." That's what she said. I pointed to the big-mouthed Assemblywoman Reese. I saw her as evil, undeserving of the space she occupied in my mind. She was there regardless, and I despised her for it, but I wouldn't repeat her name. "You seem to have the answers," she started. "Let me stop you right there. I know what unequivocally doesn't work. I know the framework within which you're supposed to operate. It's called the Constitution. You should have heard of it. I'd like to think you read it, but that may have been a bit presumptuous, judging by your actions. You thought you'd knock us back to the Stone Age, and then incrementally grant us what we used to have, metered out benefit by benefit, so we'd appreciate what used to be called liberties and freedoms." Gunfire erupted outside. I hung my head. I wasn't going to hold the assembly hostage, but I didn't tell them they were free to go. It was their people out there shooting, but at whom? Farmer hadn't returned. "Do you see what you've done? You've started a civil war," I shouted. "You started it." I pointed an accusing finger at each one of them in turn. "You, and you," all the way to the chief of police. "And you're the cannon fodder that they sacrificed. There's always someone who has to sacrifice for the greater good. You brought up outsiders, those who wouldn't be beholden to the community." I was rambling. I'd said what needed to be said. When the SWAT members arrived, I'd raise my hands and let myself get arrested. I wasn't going to fight them. It looked like I'd lost this battle, but maybe we had made progress in the war. I was ill-equipped to fight politicians on their turf. They spoke, but said nothing. They admitted to nothing. They deflected blame like a Shaolin monk deflects punches. The firing intensified, followed by shouts and pounding feet. Farmer burst in once more. "It's ugly out there. They've killed the assemblyman." "I don't want anyone else to get shot. We should show them we're no threat." I pulled my pistol, unloaded it, and set it on the table. "You don't understand. They're coming in here to kill us all, those who stood up to them." I picked up my pistol and reloaded it, including chambering around. "How do you know this?" "They yelled it at me. That was before the AST arrived. The FPD shot at them." "They what?" The AST had stayed neutral despite their reservations. Bringing them into a gunfight wasn't a winning strategy. "Should we join them?" Farmer shook his head. "We need to barricade the doors." Laura stood, tottered, and grabbed a chair to carry to the door. But they were double doors that opened outward. Farmer opened the doors to flip the internal latches that secured the deadbolts into the upper frame and the floor. That left one door to secure, but it had a push bar. He flipped the button so it would be locked from the outside. Laura's chair added nothing to the fortitude, but Farmer took it anyway and nodded politely. Laura joined me in the middle of the floor. "Are we winning?" she whispered. "I think so. It's going back and forth between prison and freedom, but I'm crossing my fingers." Laura smiled weakly. "What's wrong with your head?" the mayor asked. Laura perked up to look at her. "Attacked by a bear, and my husband killed it to save me." I patted my .45. "You can hardly notice," the mayor replied. It wasn't the answer I expected, but was an appropriately vacuous response. "Where were you attacked by a bear?" the mouthy assemblywoman asked. "Outside of town. Despite your best efforts to keep people from leaving, plenty left, and plenty entered," Laura told her. "The tighter you squeeze your fist, the more slips right through your fingers. Princess Leia." I wasn't sure that was the exact quote when she was trying to get under Vader's skin, but it was close enough. The assembly was distinctly uncomfortable. A big man berating them wasn't as effective as a younger woman, exhausted beyond all measure, eloquently speaking her mind. There was no subterfuge. These weren't prepared remarks, despite the attempt at a quote. The firing outside had stopped. It became conspicuous in its absence. Boots pounded down the hallway, and someone jerked on the door. "Open up!" "Who's asking?" I shouted back, interrupting Farmer. I raised my hands and took a step back. "It's all you." "Officer Moncton, FPD, open up!" Farmer moved to the side of the door. "We're not going to do that. You guys were shooting at the AST." "Let me in! They're coming!" he screamed. Farmer looked at me. I winced. If we could secure him inside, then we could turn him over to the authorities. I nodded. Farmer kicked the bar, and the door cracked open. A hand reached around and yanked it the rest of the way. 4 officers stormed in with their guns drawn. Farmer had his pistol out and aimed at the nearest officer's face. The other 3 officers had drawn their service pistols as well, and it was a stare-down as they aimed at each other. "Thank you for your restraint, gentlemen. It would be best if everyone put their guns away." No one lowered their weapons. I could see it in their eyes. "You guys really hate each other, don't you? Shooting anyone isn't the answer. Don't be the bad guys here." Farmer dropped his arm first. "I'm not shooting another cop, not even if it's the likes of you." "Good thing I don't have such reservations," the officer in front of Farmer said. "Is it worth your life?" I asked. I had drawn my pistol. As much as I didn't want to, I couldn't let Farmer get killed. He was one of the good ones. The officer glanced at me and the pistol aimed at him. Laura had her pistol out. "Put it away, sweetheart, and stay down." "I won't let these people shoot you," she declared loud enough for all to hear. "If I get my way, no one's going to shoot anyone. Put your weapons down, people. This evening is drawing to a close, and I suspect there's been enough bloodshed. Let's not end it on a low note. Down, if you'd be so kind." The one aiming at Farmer lowered his weapon and let it flip upside down with his finger inside the trigger guard. Farmer took his pistol. The other 3 followed suit. With the rogue officers secured, I turned my attention back to the mayor, the sheriff, and the police chief. "You had all the power, so you chose to conduct your social experiment. You could have turned this place into an economic powerhouse, but no. You embraced a failed doctrine and implemented it with the greatest of zeal. You deserve everything bad that comes your way." More boots pounded down the hallway. I unloaded my pistol by dropping the magazine and racking the slide to send the round into my hand. I put the pistol on the table. I shouted at the door, "Don't shoot! We're coming out! I'm unarmed!" I opened the door and pushed it with my hip. I'd assumed the new arrivals were AST. Thank goodness they were. "Tom Farmer here," a voice called from behind me. "I called you. We have 4 rogue officers secured, along with the ones who ordered the murder of Fairbanks citizens." "Put your guns down," a trooper shouted past me. "Doing it now," Farmer confirmed. A trooper pushed me up against the wall and wrapped my arms behind me to put the handcuffs on. "Tom, good to see you're okay." The trooper walked inside, weapon raised until he saw the situation was under control. He holstered his pistol and shook hands with Officer Farmer. "Not him," Tom pointed at me. "He's okay. These 4. The chief, sheriff, mayor, and the entire assembly. Let the courts sort them out, but they were all in on it. I wish you guys could have acted sooner. We were ready to go, but then the martial law thing caught us by surprise. Who does that? They were in a hurry because of the paper's call to action to resist them. They couldn't allow anyone to fight back. They also lost the president's favor, I guessed. They needed to get the results they promised, otherwise they'd lose his support. We need to watch the president closely. This was his social experiment, but these clumsy buffoons got it all wrong. I'm afraid for our country, but I'm relieved for Alaska, as long as this bunch is behind bars. I can't believe they did what they did. How quickly they were able to destroy our city. A trooper took off my bracelets. Even the short time in them reminded me what we fought for. Freedom wasn't something to be taken for granted. Sometimes you had to fight for your ideals, despite the risk. Secondary effects. Do you know these guys? The trooper asked in the parking lot. The evening was cool, but not unbearable. 5 soldiers wore camouflage gear that stuck out against the snow. Their name tapes had been ripped off, and their ranks weren't on the tab, but everything else was there. I snorted, happy to see them. Gentlemen, is there any reason you came out tonight when I strongly encouraged you to stay inside? The 4 sergeants first class and the command sergeant major stood there, not looking humble in the least. Couldn't let you fight this one alone, sir. Good thing, too. They had you outnumbered. What'd you do? I raised my hand for silence and shook my head. I didn't want them to say it out loud, but they did anyway. Ambushed the ambusher. We caught them from behind, cuffed them with their own cuffs, evened the numbers a bit for the AST. They didn't send very many people. The sergeant major glanced at the trooper. We appreciate the help, but we had them right where we wanted them. Overconfident, the trooper joked. You better get back home or to the base, or wherever you're supposed to be, I told the 5. Have your chief boss man, or however you Army guys label your commanders, call me if they're put out about your participation tonight, if they hear about it. It's probably best they don't. No questions will get them no lies. The 5 saluted sharply and headed out, quickly disappearing into the darkness. There was an inordinate amount of blood on the ground. The ambulances had come and gone, carrying the wounded. The morgue truck had carried away the dead. The paddy wagon had taken those who'd been arrested to the correctional facility for processing until such time as they could retain counsel, get charges levied, and begin their right to due process. They'd get what they denied others, but that was the system they'd violated. They'd enjoy the benefits they sought to defile, and they'd see why it was the way it was. Farmer and the 3 qualified officers had accompanied the mob of detainees to the jail, where they'd help get everyone checked in, complete with their prison garb and essentials. Then they'd head out on patrol, because the force had been gutted. The 4 were the only ones left out of 40. The dude crew had either been killed, wounded, or put in jail, except for those who had run away as soon as they saw what was happening. Fugitives. It reinforced their separation from law and order. None of them should have been on the street to begin with. No one resigned, I noted to the trooper. I have audio of the whole thing inside the assembly chambers. I'll send it to you. He gave me his card. I'm sure I'll be stuck leading this investigation until we can get reinforcements in here. This is a big mess. He kicked at the snow. I heard those scumbags didn't do the honorable thing, but no one expects that from the delusional. He looked up. Maybe you should take your missus home. She looks like she could use some rest. Can we get a ride? It was a long walk to get here. You walked here so you could single-handedly take on the assembly, mayor, and all their cronies, including the officers they infiltrated into the FPD? It wasn't my best plan, I admitted. Get in the back where it's warm. Laura shook his hand. She was little more than a zombie at this point, while I wanted a cup of coffee. We rode home in the back of a cruiser. He drove fast, confident. It was the quickest I've ever ridden on the Fairbanks streets. He dropped us off with a quick nod and was away to start on the mountain of paperwork he blamed me for. Inside, we found the lights on and a bowl of something in the microwave that I hadn't remembered putting in there. It was warm, as the heater had overcompensated after cooling off inside. Otherwise, it was home, and no one was going to bother us. What was in our freezers was there to stay. Laura refused to go to the bedroom and curled up on the couch instead. I turned on the television and was treated to a special report from KTVS. I snuggled in next to Laura, who had covered herself with a blanket. It was too hot for me like that, so I took off my pants and sat in my underwear. KTVS Special Report. The trials of the past 2 months are over. The threats against the station's owners and reporters have ceased with the arrest and imprisonment of 8 members of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Assembly, Mayor McIntyre, the sheriff, and the chief of FPD. In a wild shootout between rogue police officers acting under illegal orders and the Alaska State Troopers, 7 are dead, including Assemblyman Thompson, the only member of the Assembly who is not complicit in the activities of the others. The Golden Heart stands tonight, despite losing power, losing food, losing communication, and being unable to travel. But we didn't lose hope. For that, we are eternally grateful. Cameras caught sight of this man and woman who confronted the criminal politicians in their own chambers. A clear picture of Laura and me filled the screen, while the reporter was reduced to an inset. "Look, honey, we made the news." "I've looked better," Laura mumbled. "But you look great. Tall, confident, very mayoral." "Oh, no, you don't. Once things settle here, we're going to the cabin for a well-deserved vacation. I am not a politician." "What happened to the beach?" Laura argued. It had been a long, cold day. "Fine, we'll go to Hawaii. Kauai, northern tip. I have a friend who retired up there. He knows all the good restaurants." KTVS Special Report continues. A new dawn will break. And what will we find? Store shelves are still empty. Can they be filled soon enough to offset the shortage? Will Fairbanks ever be able to recover? We've lost trust in our elected officials. We've lost trust in our law enforcement. We're on the verge of losing the ability to feed ourselves. The cost of goods has skyrocketed. People are suffering and will continue to suffer. Who will lead us from these depths of despair? My picture appeared once more on screen. The power of the media to sway public opinion. Look at that. It's as if they are selecting the next mayor, even though there's no way in hell I want any part of that. Call Alaska Air, woman, and get us tickets to Hawaii. Maybe in the morning, Laura mumbled. She rested her head in my lap. My water was still in the microwave. I swapped places with the pillow to make my coffee. I brought a glass of water for Laura, but she was already half asleep. I reclined the end of the couch and relaxed, taking the pillow from my head and returning Laura's head to my lap. I changed the channel to a war movie, but I'd had enough of that. On a late-night channel, I found Day of the Triffids, a black-and-white, post-apocalyptic alien invasion movie. Maybe the mayor had been taken by a body snatcher. I wouldn't find out. I was asleep before I took the first drink of my coffee. Dawn arrived late. I woke up stiff as a board. I hadn't moved all night. I wasn't sure Laura had either. My coffee was ice cold, so I drank the water. An infomercial droned on the television. I shut that nonsense off. The events of the previous day were a blur. I was groggy, as if I'd gone on a bar crawl. When I straightened the recliner on the end of the couch, Laura grumbled and rolled over, facing the back. I tucked the pillow under her head. Once up, I kissed the side of her head, gently, to not put pressure on her injuries. That happened not long ago. A few days. My whole life was a blur. I was feeling my age, something I'd avoided as I grew older. I refilled the water and put it on the end table by the couch. I dumped my cold coffee and put the kettle on the stove. I didn't have time to think about yesterday until now. How many of the assembly would claim innocence? All of them? What had they put in writing? Would the chief of police turn on them, as they had already made him the scapegoat? There was too much out there, threats to the newspaper, radio, and television, for the criminal officers to have done it on their own. I trusted law enforcement, the trained, certified people, to find the evidence, emails, text messages, and more. We'd collected their phones. The AST had them before the politicians could delete anything. None of that was my problem. The right people were on it. What if I had done nothing? AST said they were ready to move. They had evidence before I gave them anything. That reminded me. I needed to send the audio from the chambers. I pulled up the file, attached it to an email, and typed in the trooper's address. I hit send and watched it whisk away. A mountain of paperwork, he'd said. Better you than me, buddy. I chuckled at the thought of the cost of bringing justice. The prosecutors had the full burden of proving guilt. None of the accused had to prove their innocence. It was time to address the long list of missed phone calls. My first call was to Doug. He answered before it rang, which I thought was odd. "Mayor Beringer, what can I do you out of?" he said, sounding more chipper than I thought he should have, especially while delivering what I considered to be fighting words. "That's not me. I'm just a guy out here in the burbs waiting for the water to boil so I can throw some of that righteous instant coffee in there for a drink of the gods to start my lazy day." "No lazy days for you, my friend. We've got work to do," Doug replied. "You're killing me. I have no work to do. I'm retired." "I don't think you understand your position, Mr. Mayor. You need to stop that. The mayor is in jail pending charges for, well, I'm not sure exactly, but I bet there are a lot of charges. An absolute avalanche of legal trouble is bearing down on her." "Are you online?" "I'm on the phone. Is there a difference?" I knew the difference, but I hadn't had any coffee yet. "Check the newspaper and call me back. We're at the homeless kitchen with what supplies are here. We could use someone who knows how to cook. There are people lining up at the door. It's a whole new day, Cory. Feed those people. There should be enough for at least one meal. We'll try to bring more, but I can't guarantee we'll be there anytime soon. I feel like I've been beaten by a mob carrying ugly sticks." Doug hung up on me. I looked at the phone with an egregious number of missed calls. Over 100. If people weren't in my contact list, the phone didn't ring. I didn't have many in my contact list either, so my phone had rarely vibrated except for the last few days. How did that many people have my number? I put the phone on the table and made myself a cup of coffee. I checked the foofy creamer in the refrigerator. Despite the power outage, we hadn't lost anything. It seemed fine to me. I knew my old man wouldn't have thrown anything away. It was always salvageable. I remembered when he'd scrape mold off cheese. "See, Cory? Still good," he'd say every time. I accessed the daily newspaper. The top article contained a petition to replace the mayor. I didn't think it would be legally binding, but some 12,000 people had agreed to assign an interim mayor. There was only one choice, which made it dubious. I saw it as a Soviet-style election. Vote yes or no for your preferred candidate. Stalin wins with 99% of the vote. No one knew what happened to those who voted against the big red machine. Nathan was back on top of the newspaper. With the demise of the enforcers, he had dedicated the first 3 pages and 5 articles on the undue influence the paper was under, with screenshots of the threats. At the top of it all, he recommended a replacement mayor, the one who had organized the fight against the corrupt administration. He also included testimonials from my so-called friends, Dorothy, Doug, the SFC, Maze, and even Dash, who couldn't say enough bad things about his aunt. My face started to ache from how much I frowned. The cabin looked more and more attractive. Maybe we needed to head out there today until the citizenry came to their senses. I sipped at my coffee, enjoying the sweet taste of morning happiness. I walked to the front window and opened the curtain to find a news truck along with cars filling the roadway. I was in my underwear. The mob in my yard started yelling. I drew the curtains and strolled back to the kitchen. Someone knocked politely on the door. I ignored it. Laura roused. "Someone's at the door." I couldn't be mayor. I'd killed 2 men. That was yesterday, I believed. I was still tired. I preferred sleeping in my bed and not on the couch. Laura got up, wrapped herself in the blanket, and joined me in the kitchen. I had her sit down after a long, sensuous hug so I could make her a cup. "Why is there someone at the door?" "They've come to take me away." Her face fell. "I'm joking. They're trying to put me in charge of the mess that's been created." "In charge? Like the mayor?" "Yes, Mrs. Mayor." "Politicians get all the skeletons dragged out of their closet, even the ones that aren't real. You should probably decline their gracious offer. You're supposed to be retired, and you have high blood pressure. You think politics will help?" "I'd love to decline, but I think that horse has left the stable. I'll set things up for my successor, who is elected through free and fair elections, along with a new assembly and sheriff. I would like to select a new chief of police, though. That'll be in my purview. Also, we better get married, for real. Probably today." She yawned and took a sip. "Does that mean we're not going to Hawaii?" "Who would begrudge a man and a woman their honeymoon?" "A broken town and you being too busy?" "Too busy for my hot babe?" She rolled her eyes. The knocking continued, but it was gentle. "You better tell them you'll get cleaned up, put on your suit, and meet them at the office in an hour." "But we're resting today. Yesterday was a really long day, and my body hurts all over." "Mine too, sweetie. But we have to do it. Just like yesterday when I didn't want to go downtown, but I did anyway. As you say, sometimes we have to do things we don't want. By the way, sorry I fell asleep on you." "Passed out is more like it. Let me talk with them. How's my hair?" I turned my head left and right for Laura to see. "Looks like you slept in a recliner, but otherwise, it's on your head where it belongs." "That's helpful, and I appreciate the honesty. They'll get the natural look." I sauntered to the door, opened it, and forced my way outside so prying eyes could neither see inside nor get inside. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a statement," I said. I didn't have a statement. I wanted them to stop yelling questions at me. It was still early in my mind. "I'm going to take a shower, then I'll get dressed, and finally I'll go downtown to meet with people and see what this is all about. I won't be taking any questions." "Did you know you're in your underwear?" the closest reporter said behind his hand. I looked down and then up at the person who asked the question. "I did not. If you'll do me the dignity of not showing that on television or in pictures, I'd appreciate it. If you do, I don't see how I'll be able to do anything related to city government. I don't want to be the butthole of anyone's jokes. So please show some restraint, and I'll meet you downtown." I tried to get back inside, but the door was locked. I knocked gently. "Laura, please let me in." After a short bout of laughter, the door opened, and I hurried inside. "I don't know why you were worried about your hair since you went out there in only your underwear and a hoodie." I laughed. It was the only thing that made sense, because the turmoil of yesterday made me wonder if I would make it through the day. I pulled Laura to me so I could hold her. "You seem a lot better." "The world was weighing me down. Not so much today. Plus, it's my wedding day. How can I not be perky?" "I'm not supposed to see you until the wedding." "I told you that I'd stay with you regardless. You aren't to leave me because you're my protector. We better catch a shower, and then you have to go to work. I guess you're unretired." I didn't want to be unretired, but I felt the responsibility to act, to continue doing what I had been doing. I ignored my phone. I owed Doug a call, and Dorothy. Maybe Tom Farmer, too. I was going to give him a little gift that he wouldn't like at all. "Couples shower therapy," Laura declared. "I don't know what that is." I was about to find out. Aftermath. "Gloria can do that. Doug said, after I complained about having to request a justice of the peace to marry us and expecting a ridiculous delay. And that was on top of the overwhelming burden of fixing the city. In the aftermath of martial law, it looked like a war zone. Road crews cleared impromptu barricades that people had flung up in the face of the rogue officers. Shell casings littered intersections the officers had defended against random vehicles that were then burned once their passengers had fled. It was a statement of domination. Trust was lost, except for a complete political outsider like me. People wanted to believe that there was good in the world. Those inside the resistance, as they were calling it, told stories to bolster my reputation, talking to anyone and everyone. The homeless kitchen had turned into a rally where my employees, the ones who used to work at the grocery store, were providing meals to the homeless, as well as anyone who walked through the doors. I didn't know any of that until we arrived for a quick ceremony. I expected a few people to be there, mostly my employees who'd stuck with me, even though it hadn't been for very long. Every seat was filled. I looked at Laura and then the door. "No, you don't get to leave." She maintained a death grip on my arm. "Oh, man, you're worse than an XO." Executive officers in the Marine Corps carried big hammers to keep the units in line. Sometimes they kept the commanding officer in line, too. "You promised to marry me. You're not escaping." The press closed in around us. I wore a suit and was distinctly uncomfortable. "Mr. Mayor," they shouted, vying for my attention. I called for quiet. "We have a little thing we need to do in the kitchen, and then I'll come back out and make a statement." They started yelling and blocked the way. "Hey, I don't know what you're used to, but you're going to show a little decorum and common decency. Anyone who shouts at me moves to the back of the line for an interview." I said I'd be back. I'm not going to run away, as much as I'd like to. I gestured for a path through the people, and space cleared. I nodded as I passed, holding Laura's hand more to keep people from closing in behind me and cutting her off. Doug and Gloria followed me into the kitchen, where Mays and his girlfriend were cooking. Fireplug Taylor was fighting with the dishwashing machine. "What are you doing to my dishwasher?" "That's what I was wondering," Dorothy said, having appeared next to me. "Hey, Doe. I'm sorry. I appear to have caused a little trouble for you." "It's good trouble. Some people who may or may not be associated with the homeless kitchen gutted a distribution center and brought the entire stock here. We have enough food to feed a mob like this for a few days. But then you'll have everything straightened out, won't you?" "Wow." I stared at her. No pressure, but I wouldn't count on it. It took a little over 2 months to destroy, and will be years rebuilding. I guess I'll manage things until the right people can be elected. You know, politicians, so we can hate on them and complain about everything as we move forward to a time past. Gloria crooked a finger at me. "Come on over here. I have papers for you to sign." We did as directed and filled out the government form. Gloria signed it. "That's it for the formal part. How much ceremony do you want?" I was ready to say none, but Laura wanted something. I conceded the battleground to the superior opponent. "Short and sweet. We want the I-do's." Gloria ran through her bit, and we ended with the appropriate commitment. I kissed the bride. Gloria and Dorothy hugged each of us, and then Gloria shoved the paper into my hand. "Take that to the city, pay your fee, and have it filed appropriately so you can get your property assessment in both your names." "The property is just in mine, though, and my dad's," I countered. "You can fix that when you file your form." I glanced at Taylor and the machine. "You want me to fix that?" "Could you?" I took off my jacket while Laura relieved Mays at the stove. It took 12 seconds to find a cup wedged into the belt. Once I pulled it out, the dishwasher squealed to life. "Take care in how you pack the trays so nothing flies out." I dried my hands and rolled my sleeves down. Laura didn't have time to do much. She had her back to the stove, watching the camera crew filming us. I put my suit jacket on and joined her. I kissed her on the cheek and whispered, "At least I'm not in my underwear this time." "Are you going commando?" she asked. How have we unleashed this delicious sense of humor? I never knew, and that makes me truly blessed. Happy me is a better me. I'm happy about that, but not that. I nodded toward the press. We better go. I promised to give a speech. This whole resistance thing has turned me into the speech guy. I don't want to be the speech guy. Those people are jerks. Food up, Mays shouted and bumped us out of the way. Dorothy rolled the cart to refill the serving line. The press made a path. Out front, I stood on 2 chairs so I could see everyone. It was easier to believe that I was talking with the homeless and hungry who only wanted to eat after how many days of being prevented from coming to the homeless kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the attention you're giving the issues of concern to the Golden Heart. Homeless and hungry are only one of many. The police force has been decimated, but the rebuilding begins today. Logistics and distribution aren't sexy topics, but that is what suffered the most under the former mayor's less than tender administration. We have to fix what's broken if we're to move forward. It will take time, so we ask for your grace. We'll report daily on the steps we're taking. We need to schedule new elections to fill the seats of those who are currently in jail for a slate of crimes committed against us and our city. We serve our ideals, what we believe is right and just, but we live for our families and friends. We should always be able to gather and celebrate the lives we have, not because we were given them, but because we earned them. With our labor and our thoughts, we create a better world for ourselves and those who follow us. I'll accept the interim mayor position, but I'm not going to run for the permanent position. I don't want to be constrained by allegations or illusions that I'm pandering to a voting bloc, because I won't be. I'll do what's in the best interest of us all, just until the election, and then I'll step aside for a democratically elected government. I better head to City Hall. Someone told me I have an office. I bet I have someone I don't know scheduling meetings that I don't want to have with people I don't like. It wasn't the most positive of endings, but that was all I had to say. I leaned close to Laura. Care to join me? I hear it's Bring Your Spouse to Work Day. The press showed self-discipline by not shouting. I heard a soft voice. Could you answer a question, please? I saw a dainty reporter holding a microphone that was too big for her hand. She looked like a little kid. The others pressed in on her. With a gesture from me, they stopped. The young lady asked what happened. The particulars are for law enforcement to determine and to file the appropriate charges. But from my perspective, I'll tell you that it started when they used the illegal safety law to come to my house and take my moose rifle. When found not guilty of possessing an illegal weapon, it wasn't returned to me, and I wasn't compensated for it. That's a violation of the law, too. Government can't take anything of yours without a valid and legal reason, and that comes at a cost to the government. Yesterday's government declared the people of Fairbanks to be the enemy because we weren't buying into their reforms. They enacted martial law illegally. That could have been the start of a civil war, the ugliest of all wars. Here's a lesson that the previous administration pounded into me. Government doesn't produce anything, and it doesn't have things like food. To get those things, it has to buy them. It does that with your money. When the government gives out food, it has taken that from one person to give to another. That's what happened here. Food taken without just compensation. They drove 2 of our valued stores out of business. How do we recover from that? I don't know, but we'll have smart people working on it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hire a plane from Everett's Air Cargo to fly to Anchorage and pick up as much food as it can carry. We'll bypass the normal train of semis while the stores work to refurbish their stocks, but we'll fill those shelves now rather than later. I have the right people on my staff for this job. The former manager for one of the closed stores. He'll work with the remaining grocers to get the right products onto that plane. I'll cover the cost of the plane myself because I believe in this cause. I also believe that if you want to be part of the resistance, you pay in cash. I'm sure the banks will hate me since they don't earn any transaction fees from me, but that's too bad for them. I pay in cash. I'm not a big fan of middlemen reducing the buying power of my dollar. At the looks from the crowd, I added, I'm not a politician. I speak my mind, and I'm not running for election. You don't like straight talk? Then don't listen. Words are just words until they become actions. Our actions are the only things that define us. No one cares what we intended. They only care what we've done." "Like you taking on the assembly?" the young woman asked. "There were a lot of words spoken at that private meeting, most of them mine. But in the end, we got the result we needed if we were to survive as a city. Martial law? Can you believe that? Shoot to kill orders? Those people need to be in jail for a very long time. We need to leave. Make sure you leave your names and numbers with my chief of staff, Gloria, and her assistant, Doug." I pointed at Gloria. She mouthed the word, "Me?" Her eyes shot wide and started to narrow as she determined the gravity of her designation. "You," I confirmed. I climbed down from the chairs, straightened my tie and my jacket, and worked my way toward the exit. The crowd wanted a handshake or to touch me in some way. It was weird and unnecessary. I was the same person I'd been the day before. I looked at my hand. I didn't have a wedding ring, but that was a sign too. Nothing had changed, while everything had changed. But in the end, we were the same people who had walked through those doors the day prior. "Sorry, I didn't get you a ring. I don't think I will either. It's not necessary. We have a crumpled up piece of paper here somewhere." "I don't need a ring. Waste of money. Diamonds aren't a girl's best friend. A man who cleans the kitchen? Him. He's the girl's best friend. And a dog. We're not getting a dog. Then we won't be able to go to Hawaii." I tried to leverage my case, but I was already afraid that I was going to lose that battle. There were too many people who would watch a dog if we needed them to. There wouldn't be a compromise. "Cory and Laura," Dorothy followed us outside. "Let me congratulate you. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know." "Keep the kitchen running. I'll make sure you have supplies. I have people on the payroll who can volunteer to help. We only have to teach Maze and his girlfriend how to cook." I turned to Laura, and she nodded. "Also, we'll need someone to watch our dog when we go to Hawaii." "You got it. I'll just bring him or her here. What do you have?" "Regrets, Dorothy. Many regrets, and the compromises that made them okay." With finality. The mayor's office was an absolute zoo. I looked at Laura but couldn't see her because my eyes rolled so far into the back of my head that I think I saw my own brain. "I'll handle them. You figure out what you need to do." "Make lists and prioritize. It's what I do." I squeezed through the door and into the office, only to find two people already there. "I want you to know that we unequivocally had nothing to do with any illegal actions taken by the former mayor. We're here to serve you in your official capacity as interim mayor," the young man stated. He wore a smart suit and struck me as a career sycophant. I took off my coat and hung it off a nice rack in the corner. I then took off my tie. "Here's what I need both of you to do." I took a casual breath and looked at the mess that was the mayor's desk. I was going to tell them to resign for their complicity, but they would have simply gone along with the mayor's plans because they were trying to establish themselves. "I need you to help me navigate this mountain of steaming excrement, which is government bureaucracy. Identify what isn't absolutely necessary, and then we'll eliminate it. No office should ever generate this much paper, and I'm sure there's 10 times the amount of bureaucratic spew on that computer. Get me a login so I can see what's up. It'd be best if I had access to the last mayor's files. It's supposed to be public information, right? The public is paying our salaries, so they deserve to know what they're getting for their money." "I'm sorry, sir. Are you sure you want to do that?" the young man asked. He realized his mistake when I nearly came out of my chair. "I'm only going to say this one time. Everyone who had anything to do with the former mayor belongs in jail for allowing her to do what she did. If you had any self-respect, you would have already resigned. Since you didn't, I'm assuming that you were part of the problem. If you want me to physically throw you out of this building, then encourage me to keep secrets from our employers. We're going to do right by them, period. There's only one way you can reply to this request, and that's with a hearty, 'Yes, sir.' Anything else, and I'll accept your resignation on the spot." But, sir, get out. You're both fired. But, sir, you can't. I'm an intern. Get out. If you make me yell, I will call security and have you forcibly removed. What will I do without this job? That's where you should have thought about it before you ran your smart mouth. No job is guaranteed, especially if your trustworthiness is in question. I need people to do things. I don't need people to argue with me over some basic tenets of how I'm going to run this office. Now get out. The young lady spoke up. I'll say yes, sir. I can do the job you need me to do. Login, password, and no bureaucracy. Got it. Why couldn't you be more like her? I said, only to be condescending. It was petty, but he was still in my office. I walked around my desk. He raised his hands and cowered. I hauled him out of the seat he'd staked himself to. With his arm twisted behind his back, we shuffled to the door. I opened it to find cameras and people. He's fired. No sycophants from the prior administration. I closed the door to him saying he hadn't worked for the previous mayor. Now he tells me. I opened the door. Get back in here. I left the door open as I went back to my new desk. That's what I was trying to tell you, the young man argued when he returned. Be more like her. Say yes and do what I ask. You're rehired. Now get out and do what I ask. I have no idea what to do. I'm an intern. Then you're of no use to me. I don't have time to train both myself and you, so I'll take responsibility for training me, and you take responsibility for training you. Deal? Don't make me fire you again. Deal. But I want to say how much it sucks being an intern. No kidding. You could have joined the Marines, but no, you decided to play politics instead. You need to smile and embrace the suck. You would have learned that in the Marines, and then you would be having a much better time. Now get out. I have work to do, and so do you. I waved them away and turned to my desk. I wanted to brush it all into the garbage can, but that wouldn't work. The two made it to the door. Stop. Take this stuff with you and figure out what's important. I pointed at the mountain on the desk. Yes, sir, the young woman replied with vigor. She elbowed the young man hard enough to double him over. Stop trying to screw this up for me. He mumbled an apology. They both took armloads of paperwork and left my office. I turned back to the computer that was nothing better than a paperweight without a login. There were a few notes around, written by the same hand. Sticky notes framed the monitor. One had her login and password. I tried it, and much to my surprise, it worked. I called the state trooper whose card I carried in my pocket. I have access to the mayor's computer and all her files. Do you want to take custody of this until your relief arrives? He gets in later today. I think having that computer will be worth its weight in gold, but it probably needs to be attached to that network. Stay logged in and don't play with it. I'll be around shortly to deal with it. And don't touch anything else in the mayor's office. How did you know I was here? I didn't tell him that the interns had already taken some of the paperwork away. Where else would the mayor's computer be? He shot back. That's why you're the investigator. I'll leave and lock the office behind me if I can find someone with the key. I was losing confidence quickly. This was complete madness. I didn't belong in this office or this position. My arrogance told me I could do it because I'd seen too many politicians who I thought were complete morons. That bar wasn't very high, though, and at the outset, I was out-moroning them. I had done nothing so far except chase off two people who didn't know anything for the very reason that they didn't know anything. I left the office and stood in front of the door. Laura had a notepad and was writing down names, phone numbers, and issues. What's up? I asked. She tried to wave me back into the office. It's blocked off. The good guys are coming to collect evidence. I'm not to be in there until they take what they need to build the case. She looked up. There's a nice boardroom out front. Why don't you use that? First up is this guy. He's responsible for something or other. She scanned the document she was creating to flesh out her memory. No need. I want Tom Farmer here, and then Gloria and Doug. After that, we'll go to Bagels and Brew for a quick lunch. Our wedding lunch? Holy cow. Thanks for the reminder. I can't wait for our wedding night." I made eyes at her. She bit her lip to keep from laughing and nodded toward the individuals clustered around the desk that Laura had commandeered. I called Tom Farmer. "I was expecting this. The answer's no. I won't be the police chief." "No can do, my man. If I have to play mayor, you're going to play chief. The new mayor can hire whoever they want. Tag, Tom. You're it. I need you to rebuild FPD. Call anyone you have to solicit volunteers. Let's see if Anchorage or any of the neighboring communities can find a few people who would be willing to spend some time with us up here. We really need the help, short-term, long-term, whatever it is. I'll have my people look at the budget and see what we can pay. I'll push for the max, of course. It's all I can do for now." "Okay, you aren't very persuasive. Here's a bad job and you won't like it. Report first thing this afternoon," Tom said with as much sarcasm as he could muster. "You understand. We didn't promise you a rose garden. Did I ever tell you that being my friend may not be a good deal?" "That went without saying, Cory. You need better friends." "The ones I have are better than I deserve." "Thanks, Tom. I'm sure there's some paperwork I'm supposed to do for you. This office is all about the paperwork. Only an idiot would want to be the mayor of Papertown." I ended the call so I could call Doug. "Report to City Hall. I have a desk that needs Gloria and you at it." "Can we at least have 2 chairs?" Doug asked. "What?" "Of course there will be 2 chairs. I need you to organize what goods need purchased and the flight to bring them here. Then I need someone to call the election commission so we can pick a date for the special election and make sure everyone knows. Get the media down here." "Hold your horses. We'll start making calls when we get there. Don't you have a whole office full of people to do this stuff for you?" "Do you mean, is there an office full of people who had nothing to do with the previous administration that we can trust?" That answer is no. I assume everyone is complicit with the former mayor. "More reason for them to keep their noses clean now," Doug suggested. "I can't give them access to anything because they might delete evidence. So, everyone is on the outside looking in at present. Even me, since I'm waiting on the troopers." "Relax, big fella. We'll be there to save you from the doldrums of paperwork and bureaucracy. Didn't you have that stuff in the Marines?" "Don't tell anyone, but I had a corporal who was sharp as a tack. He took care of the bulk of the boring stuff. I wrote the stuff that needed to have a higher level review, but everything else? Nope." "Why do I believe you?" Doug ended the call. "You're not the resistance," I told the name on the screen. I tossed my phone on the table and leaned back. Embrace the suck. I picked up my phone and checked the calendar. 30 days from now was a Sunday. In 32 days, we'd hold the special election, and I could get the hell out of this building in this suit. I was retired, working a job where I had to go to work. I didn't want a job. I wanted to go to the cabin and hang out with Laura. "Somebody get me the number to the election commission. I need to talk with someone down there," I yelled. After 5 minutes, Laura walked in with a piece of paper. "Here you go. Then we'll go to lunch. I'll drive." "It's your car." We'd brought the Prius because I didn't want to drive the truck around after the ambush. If someone saw us yesterday, they didn't need to see the truck today. I'd keep it in the driveway until memories grew stale. After a long, spirited phone call with the election commission and a long list of forms that needed to be filled out, I hung up and stared at the list. Laura waited in the doorway. "This bureaucracy is insane. Look at how many forms I'm supposed to fill out to hold a special election. 1 copy for each district." "You have people for that. Give those forms to Beatrice in the administration section. She'll fill them out for you." "There's so much bureaucracy and red tape that they have a complete division of people to deal with forms?" "That doesn't surprise me. Here's the list." "Your writing is atrocious," Laura noted and took a picture of the notepad before ripping the page off and hurrying away. "Beatrice will fill them out." Sounds like Beatrice could be my new best friend. We might have to move her closer since I hate filling out forms. When Laura returned, she had my jacket, but not my tie. "You're better off without a tie. This is the modern look." "I'm good with that." We strolled out of the building like we hadn't left 2 months of work undone. I hadn't seen the interns since I chased them away. They made my paperwork disappear. The state troopers had come, taken stuff from the mayor's office, and left me without a computer or any notepads or sticky notes. I had plenty of pens, but nothing to write on. I didn't want to go back in. Why did I let them name me the mayor? This is the dumbest idea I've ever agreed to. Worse than that time in Okinawa. I let it go. Laura didn't need to hear my sordid history. I won't ask, she said intuitively, because you are a cultured and fine woman. We made our way to the coffee shop to buy a wrap. I was happy to see they had food available. I promised them that the world would return to normal soon. I wasn't sure they bought it, although they did recognize me. Be the resistance, the barista told me. I handed her some greenbacks. Actions spoke louder than words. Doug called while we were eating. I was in no hurry to return to City Hall. I didn't like it there. It seemed to be a place where people were extremely busy, yet accomplished very little. Maybe there was rhyme and reason to it all, but I vowed to bury my head. Oversight, transparency, accountability. I was sure there were reasons, but they needed to be rethought. There were too many forms for form's sake. I expected there was a form to order more forms. It was melting my brain. Maybe I could just make speeches, I suggested. Laura shook her head. No, your job is to fill out forms. Hey, I was just thinking that. Can you hear me think? No, I can see you twisting in turmoil, and that there are too many forms. Can you do something about that? If I can, I will. But I won't be in the chair long enough. 32 days from now, we'll be holding the special election to replace the deposed rulers of this fiefdom. 8 minutes after the results are announced, we're leaving for Hawaii. You'll survive the next month. I know. I'll do the best I can and then move on. Laura kissed me in a way that promised much more. It was our wedding day. I didn't want to go back into work, but we had to. It wasn't like real work. It was a bog sat, a bunch of guys sitting around talking. I didn't know how they got anything done. And that was my life for the next month. I decided the best thing I could do was keep the heat and pressure from Gloria, Doug, and Tom. If they could do what they needed to do, then the real work would take place. The world would start turning again. Doug couldn't convince headquarters to bring the 2 stores back. They were gone forever. The other grocers made up the slack. After the first cargo flight delivery filled many gaps in empty shelves, the truck and rail deliveries increased to match the demand. Scarcity faded into the past, and prices dropped back to normal. My priorities were to make sure everyone was fed and had a roof over their heads. We took an abandoned restaurant and made it into a homeless shelter that was only marginally successful. With the change in weather, it wasn't so deadly to be caught outside. Every day had become a blur, and the elections were upon us in a rush. I cast my vote and walked out with my head held high. I waved to everyone and went home with Miss Laura. I was happy to be done with it. We fixed our bug-out bags to go to the cabin. I checked the 4-seater to make sure it started and was filled with gas. I stored the tires on the roof in case I needed to change out the treads. It would take time, but we were going to have plenty of that. Hawaii had fallen by the wayside because we both needed to get away from people. We needed the seclusion that came with the cabin, the ultimate in privacy. That evening, my phone buzzed. It was Doug. Don't tell me you won the vote. I wasn't running, boss man. Neither was I. What calamity can't wait for the next administration? Are you sitting down? Doug asked. Maybe I should talk to Gloria. She's more straightforward and wastes less of my time. You are the next administration. Hang on, I wasn't running. The power of write-in ballots, Mr. Mayor. I flopped down on the couch. Disbelief turned into a grimace. Who rained on your parade? Laura asked. We should go out for dinner, celebrate our new freedom. We're not free, are we? We should go to Hawaii, enjoy the beach, since it doesn't look like we're going to be free of people. I really wanted to show the cabin to the dog. The rescue pit bull terrier jumped onto the couch like he owned it. I rested my hand on him. I turned on the news. I was already depressed. I needed to see what else was horrible in the world to take my mind off my problems. The president was on stage at some event. I turned the television off before he could claim a new initiative to increase our safety at the cost of our rights and freedoms. He'd done it before. He played the same tune over and over, dressed up with a new rhythm. But this was Alaska, and the madness that was the lower 48 took a long time to reach us. When it did, we embraced it if it made sense, and we dealt with it in a very different way when it didn't. Be the resistance. Everything else was giving up one more piece of yourself to the greater state for your convenience and their overwatch. There was no reason to let them know what you were doing every minute of every day while paying them for the pleasure. We hadn't even noticed how far we had slid down the slippery slope. But there we were, fighting to get back just a small piece of what we'd lost. This has been Defiant, an Alaskan Apocalypse. Written by Craig Martell, narrated by Chris Abernathy. Copyright 2024 by Craig Martell. Production copyright by Craig Martell.